Members, thank you very much for your attendance today. We have several quick orders of business regarding housekeeping that I'd like us to take care of. First, I'd like to welcome Senator Santana for joining us today. And I know also in the room Representative Julie Alexander's here, and I thought I saw Senator Daley at some point too. We have committee minutes from October 20th and November 7th to adopt. So moved by Vice Chair Lucido. Hearing no objection, the minutes are adopted. Members, you should have received a letter from the Clerk County Register of, the Kent County Register of Deeds and Clerk, Lisa Lyons, who testified with us before. She sent a letter to us that amends a portion of her testimony as well as answers a question that was posed to her by Representative LaFave during our last hearing. And so I'd like to make sure that that's part of the record, and I'd certainly encourage you to read it. I thought it was very helpful in providing some additional clarifications. So members, today I've prepared for you an agenda that will take up testimony from those who have firsthand experience, firsthand witness knowledge of practices and voting that occurred at TCF Center. Due to the number of individuals who are interested in testifying, I've made it clear, or attempted to make it as clear as possible, that there'll be a time limit of 3 minutes, but that anybody who does not get a chance to testify today or who runs out of time is welcome to submit the remainder of their testimony in writing. Due to concerns about coronavirus, of course, the audience seating is limited. We have overflow rooms accommodated, and my staff and I will be trying to facilitate those who turned in cards who are up next but aren't yet in the room. I certainly encourage people to submit the testimony in writing if they run out of time. But in order to get as many people through as possible, we have to use a time limit. And just to help maybe expedite a little bit of additional time, I've also made one additional invite today, and that was to former Senator Patrick Kolbeck, who I had intended to invite for next week's hearing, but had some scheduling issues, and it was more practical for him to come today, and he graciously agreed to do that. And so Patrick will be receiving a bit more significant amount of time due to that. And so next week, the intention is to also have some invited folks to testify, people who've turned in affidavits and other things who have extensive experience and knowledge to share with us in some groups. So we have a rather busy agenda as we continue to look into the situations that surrounded the most recent election. So with that, Senator Kolbeck, welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee. I know you had a long flight to get in, so thank you for getting here.
No, thank you very much, Senator McBroom, and thank you, fellow members of the committee and all other interested parties here. This is obviously some interesting times in which we live. I appreciate the opportunity to address this body. I know there's a lot of discussion around what happened in the 2020 election. Hope to provide a lot of information around that today. And keep in mind, what I'm going to be talking about today is just the tip of the iceberg due to time constraints, but a lot of people are here to provide testimony. And even right now I see signs that say, show us the evidence. Please understand there is plenty of evidence. The toughest part on this whole thing is sorting it out and triaging it and identify what is most pertinent to the discussions of the day. And today I'm going to focus in on one particular body of evidence. The rest of the folks can chime in on the rest of them. And as you pointed out, I was present at the Detroit AV Counting Board. I was there as a poll challenger, certified through the Election Integrity Fund, which is an organization I helped start quite a while ago in anticipation for concerns around this upcoming election. And in addition to that, which is pertinent to my testimony today, I'm also a certified Microsoft Small Business Specialist. I work in cabling design for the International Space Station. I worked on with the Department of Defense as a contractor on advanced simulation systems for the military, wargaming systems, so pretty comfortable in the software area. There's been a huge narrative around this whole election that says, number one, it started off saying that there is no voter fraud. Then the narrative changed in the media to there is no widespread voter fraud. Then it changed into there is no widespread voter fraud that could impact the results of the election. Well, what I hope to provide you today is just a snippet of information that indicates no, it was rampant. It doesn't have to be rampant to be significant. If we had voter fraud in just one out of our 83 counties, if that county is Wayne County, you got an issue because over 800,000 votes were cast in that county. And that's much more than the margin of difference we're talking about in the election for the president. So key questions. Now, obviously, I've been in the position where you guys are at right now. So my first thing is I'm trying to figure out what question I should be asking when I'm hearing all this testimony. So if I were in your shoes, I'd be asking, first and foremost, what's the chain of custody for the election artifacts that we're talking about? Has it been broken? Number two, is there evidence of election fraud? Number three, was there evidence that election statutes were violated? And you can have election fraud and not violate a statute if we don't have that hole covered in statute right now. Was there evidence of any third party or external manipulation of our election data? And how do you respond? And this is very important, and we'll talk about this at the end. How do you respond if the answer to any of these questions is yes? All right, so key concept, chain of custody. And I simplify this to just 4 key links in that chain of custody. Qualified voter files, number 1. Number 2 is the poll books. Number 3 is the ballots themselves. And number 4, which is where I'm going to focus my testimony today, is on the vote tally itself. How do you communicate the tabulated results upstream to all points, up to the county, up to the media, et cetera? How does that information get packaged and shipped out? And we're going to talk about what we've saw as far as concerns here. A lot of people are testifying here today are going to talk about a lot of things that happen specific to the poll books and specific to the ballots. The QVF is not something that happened on the ground here, but that's something that should be of concern as well. But let's focus in on the vote tabulation. So there's all kinds of anomalies that were identified that after the fact in the election when we actually looked at the vote tally results. And I'm not going to go into any of the details on any of this stuff in the interest of time. But as a person who was on the ground at the Detroit AV Counting Board, it's tough for me to go off and see a big picture item. If I can't actually trace the vote tallies coming out of the tabulator, I can't see where there are specific anomalies that are happening. This is something that happens after the fact. I will attest to some things that corroborate nefarious purposes towards the end, or what we did when you look at this data in context of what we did observe. First thing I want to point out is one of the things that when you're looking at data that was transmitted during the election, there was something very interesting that happened. And they were transmitting, we have evidence that from the Dominion voting system, there is a transmittal of fractional vote data. Now, you guys have done a lot of votes inside the Senate, as I did when I was serving my 2 terms. I don't recall any of those vote tallies up on the board having a decimal point. Do you guys? So that indicates right off the top that something's rotten in Denmark. So I'm going to start off just one quick example. I'm not going to belabor this. I call it the little switch, where we all acknowledge that there were some issues with votes. If it wasn't for an alert, regular old citizen by the name of Bill Bailey identifying that this doesn't make sense that Antrim County went for Joe Biden and it led to a recount, we never would have understood or found that vote flip of 6,000 votes. And what are some possible technical explanations for that? Well, we know what the official explanations were. They said that it was initially a software glitch, and then it was changed to a clerical error. But the technical explanations for what might have happened is that when you scan a ballot, it's going to be coded in accordance with it's going to have a QR code that tells you what the ballot type is on it or what the ballot style is. And if you flip that ballot style so that maybe you juxtapose the position of maybe a presidential candidate from one to the other, all of a sudden what would normally have been registered as a vote maybe for Trump turns into a vote for Biden. Another way that could happen, and how you can, this is the only way that I know of that can explain a fractional vote, is if you implemented a ranked choice voting algorithm. That's the only technical part of the Dominion suite that I am aware of that could lead to a fractional value. You could have data manipulation via remote access. And then you can also address the need for, there's an opportunity that if you do not do a robust public accuracy test where you've investigated all the different permutations of votes that could occur, people that know that there's loopholes in those public accuracy tests can take advantage of them in the algorithm and flip votes in context of that. In particular, be concerned about the idea that they could flip, if you don't test for this explicitly in your public accuracy test, they can flip from one candidate to a write-in candidate, and we have an affidavit attesting to that in the, among our many examples of evidence. So, where's this election data saved? Well, on these compact flashcards. There's a primary and secondary flashcard for each one of the tabulators, and that's where that data is collected. There's also a security key that enables you to update the information on these compact flashcards. Then we're going to go into the big switch. And so we talk about the margin here in Michigan to be about 154,188 if we're just focused in on the presidential race. And in that context, what we've identified through sworn affidavit is that there were votes that were being dumped in counties of Kent, Macomb, Oakland, and Wayne counties that just defy logic because they were dumped at a time within about a 2.5-hour time period that there's no possible way that you could have tabulated that many votes with the scanners that were on site for those particular locations in that. So specifically, let's zero in on the Detroit AV Counting Board. And I'm not going to go into any of the details associated with this, except I want to highlight one thing that came out of the Wayne County Board of Canvassers, and that is specifically in the results of this AV Counting Board, the official results that were posted by Wayne County indication that paperwork's not in order. So what did I specifically focus in on? Like I said, I'm zeroing in on vote tallies. There's going to be a lot of evidence on the other elements, but I wanted to focus in on the big picture when I got in there. And due to my background and kind of a network techie geek, you guys all know me well enough to know that I'm very geeky in that context, right? I like to focus in on what was going on with the network configuration because I wanted to understand how those vote tallies were being communicated. So my first question was up to Chris Thomas, who is serving as a consultant for the city of Detroit. And Chris, as you know, is the state elections director here in Michigan for decades, very knowledgeable gentleman on voting process. And I had what I thought was a pretty simple question. I go, Chris, I want to know how you maintain chain of custody between these tabulators and all points north up to the county, and where are these reported, where are these results being reported? And he stated that he didn't know. All right. So I kept asking him. Finally, the end game was, you know, I don't know, and I'm not going to tell you. That was the final answer I got. And I thought that was kind of disconcerting because my role there was as a poll challenger to make sure we protected the integrity of the election. And I was specifically, you know, I can see physically, I can see a ballot, I can see if an envelope signature doesn't match a poll book signature. That stuff I can see. If you're communicating via the internet, via the Ethernet cables that were in there, via computer, it's very difficult to get in there and follow those electrons up the chain here to see what's going on here. So I wanted to know exactly how that's done. In most precincts in my former Senate district, what would happen is the way you communicate the results is that you wait until the end of the night, you do a final tabulation of the books, and you put all the final results. So you get a dump onto a flash drive, you put that flash drive into a sealed envelope, and you send that up the chain either to the city or to the county, actually to both. There's probably about 5 copies of the flash drive made. And you send it, it's in a secure package, and you can maintain that chain of custody. What I saw in Detroit was something more concerning. Every one of those tabulator machines was connected via Ethernet cable. That Ethernet cable connected to a router. That router connected to all the other computers in that network, including up to what's called the local data center, which was managing all the returns for 503 precincts here in the city of Detroit. What was further concerning was that I saw a Ethernet cable coming from the wall connected into one of these routers that was connected to the local data center, which was connected to all the tabulators and adjudicators, and that seemed to indicate an outside internet connection. When I flip on my phone and I look for connected networks, I also understand that there's a wireless network called AV_connect that was accessible. I wonder what AV stands for. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that that's probably something to do with absentee vote. So, Bottom line, I was a little concerned with the physical configuration. So the stuff I could observe, here's the network topology that I put together the night that I got back after serving on the, at the AV Accounting Board. And what it showed to me explicitly was a connection to the internet. Furthermore, I asked all the election officials that were there, Daniel Baxter, I asked former state representative David Nathan, I said, are these connected to the internet? And they all denied internet connectivity. Yet when I went around to all the monitors on it, and you guys probably have Windows laptops with you right now, you go down to the bottom right-hand corner and look at that little, there's a little icon there talking about your network connectivity. When you roll your mouse over there, it'll pop up in words saying connected to internet. All right, so why is that a big deal? Let's go through. First, I want to demonstrate these guys were indeed connected to a local area network, and that local area network includes a connection to the local data center. Chris Thomas has already, through other statements, validated that local data center was connected to the internet. And for anybody who's not familiar with IT, if one computer on a network is connected to the internet, all the computers are connected to the internet. Now, the folks at Dominion will say that there's an air gap because they have a firewall in between there, and they use encryption for all the communications. I'm telling you, there's folks from that attend these DEF CON conferences every single year that can hack into a system like that in a matter of seconds. So, no, there's no such thing as an air gap. And you think something like elections determine who the leader of the free world is going to be for the next 4 years might tempt somebody to go off and play games with that? And we've got evidence that that indeed happened. So further evidence of, even the contract with the state of Michigan defines that these are designed, this equipment's designed to connect to the Ethernet and also in some cases specifically to via cell-based modems to the internet. The Dominion Tech Support Manual says these are designed to connect via Ethernet cables. So, so why does it matter? Here's why it matters. How many of you guys had a chance to read Sidney Powell's lawsuit in the state of Michigan? It's about 75 pages. Good. Hopefully you went through that in detail. Because in there, it highlights some things that should be a concern to every single senator, every single representative, no matter what party you're a member of. And I'm telling you, all the data that I've collected here, I want to make sure it's clear that everybody understands. I've been working with Bernie Sanders supporters. I've been working with registered Democrats. I've been working with libertarians, independents, and Republicans of all stripes. The stuff that we're talking about here should not be just a concern for Republicans. This should be a concern for everybody who calls themselves an American. So in this context, I want to highlight the detailed evidence on this. Go read the affidavits that are put into that Sidney Powell lawsuit. I'm not going to go through in detail here. Bottom line is, if it's connected to the internet, you open the door to nefarious actors outside of this country. And that should be a concern to everybody. Furthermore, we discovered that the National Institute of Standards and Technology left a proverbial key under the mat, essentially provided a map for anybody. By the way, first, before I get into that, we found admin passwords for the Dominion voting system, and the testimony attests to that, available up on the dark web. People could get access to it. That's important because with this key under the mat left by a gentleman out at the NIST, it provided all the specs or the specific files to look for in these election systems and what their sizes were so that you could mask any abnormal traffic that would happen when you're hacking a system. So is there any corroboration to what could happen with somebody accessing this via the internet and what we observed out at the polls? Yes. We've got affidavits talking about computer or network anomalies that happened at these, including one error message that says, warning, this computer is being hacked. So, guys, this is really happened. It happened at the poll books for that. There's adjudicator, or I think it was the adjudicator stations that had the computers down for about a half an hour inside of Detroit due to a network-related issue. Furthermore, there's another data piece here that's not on here, but I talked early on about, we've got an affidavit that attests specifically to poll worker in Detroit that observed the precinct printout at the end of the day and noticed that there was a bunch of write-in votes for that particular precinct. And the thing that was odd about that is that they did not see one ballot with a write-in vote on it the whole time they were doing that. And they got an affidavit to that effect. So what does this all add up to? I'm just going to say this is a referendum. There's only two choices for each of you in this context. Number one, you believe in principle of constitutional governance, and you realize that chain of custody is broken, there's significant evidence of election fraud, et cetera, or, and I'm not saying this term lightly here, or there's an attempted coup. And those aren't my words. That's the word of a registered Democrat, Brian McCaffrey, when he made his observation as to what was going on in the Philadelphia Counting Board. Like I said, this should concern people of every party inside America. Any American citizen should be concerned about what they're seeing here. So what can you do as legislators? Well, I'm just going to give you what I would recommend, and you guys can take the steps that you believe is appropriate. There's a lot of people are trying to convince you right now that there's nothing you can do. It's been certified, move on. There's nothing else that you can go off and do. I'm telling you that's not the truth. In the United States Constitution, Article 2 gives the legislature specific authority on how to allocate electoral college votes. That doesn't mean that the governor has any say in it. It means it's, and because of Article 6, Section 2 of the U.S. Constitution, Supremacy Clause, that supersedes anything we may have in statute here in the state of Michigan. Furthermore, Article 4, Section 4 guarantees a Republican form of government. A Republican form of government means that people elect their representatives, which implies that we've got integrity around the election process itself. I believe this is just a small sample that one chain of this overall chain of custody around this election was broken, and I just submit it to you for consideration. There are options before you, and I'd just like to yield the rest of my time here, if I could, for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Questions from Vice Chair Lucido.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Colbeck. I appreciate you coming and offering your testimony. I had listened to you about the chain of custody. We use that in criminal law. When you break the chain of custody, you find that there's a flaw, and as such, it makes for a difficult conviction. In fact, you throw the case out.
Yeah.
So I appreciate your analysis, but I like to get to what's called substantive issues. You indicate that the vote tally affected the election. What offer of proof do you have? That's what they use in a courtroom. And I know this isn't a courtroom.
Yep.
This is a legislative process that you were a part of.
Yeah.
So, and I did talk to you on the phone, did I not, this weekend?
Yep.
And I want to make sure when you came with your testimony that you'd have offers of proof, because as legislators, we'd like to take that information, digest it, and bring it back to our districts, indicating what we've heard by the testimony, because this isn't out there, and I wish it was. I wish it was on TV right now, so that the people can hear exactly what these offers of proofs are. So you were down there, you were a poll challenger, you were looking at 800,000 votes that passed into Wayne County. Your vote tabulator, you said, or the vote tally, affected this election.
Well, I'll tell you, there's two pieces of evidence in that I talked about here today. Number one, I don't think anybody denies that there was a vote flipping that occurred in Antrim County. They're just curious as to what the cause was. So there's
Not to stop you, but we had the clerk testify.
Yeah.
Were you a party to that testimony?
No, I was not.
So when the clerk testified, she gave her analysis as the clerk. Whether she's right, wrong, or indifferent, we could only take value of what the testimony was.
Right, same with us.
And she at first indicated that it must be a computer program software glitch. Later on, she found that she must have opened up, and I think it was Senator Tice, but I'm not going to speak for her just yet today, but it was somebody that opened up and changed the ballot that was already locked into place and had two nonpartisan candidates or counties or city, no, two nonpartisan communities that they locked in, and that's what caused, that's what was said to us, whether it's right or wrong. And I do appreciate your depth and scope about being an engineer and having this amazing ability to go ahead and try to identify and articulate these issues. The next thing is the electronic chain of custody. I'm real interested in this. If I have a computer with a ether cable, router, and therefore I would have the ability to be hacked, I think you called it, tell us how we don't have an expert in computer software with computer hardware about the cable, rotor, and the hacking portion that we can all digest as citizens?
Yeah, well, number one, you need to have access after the fact. I mean, if they're not allowing me to inspect, then I was deliberately prohibited from getting close to a lot of these connections by one of the gentlemen that was up there and the configuration of the site. But I saw enough to indicate I could follow the connections between them. So, I mean, there's, when you, I don't know how much detail to go into on any of this stuff, but the bottom line is, if you're connecting, I can verify this physical connection between all those, the tabulators, the adjudicators, and the local data center with one another. We've already got Chris Thomas testifying that the local data center was connected to the internet. So the only question is, were there protections and layers in between that would give the appearance of an air gap? And I'm just telling you, I'm not the hacker that does this. I'm not a black hat that can go in and do this, but there are people that can do that.
I got it. So then it comes down to this.
Yeah.
How does one maintain the chain of custody in electronics?
Well, I think the only way to do that is what I was talking about, what usually happens in other precincts where the clerks are getting that information from an encrypted flash drive from a tabulator that's not connected to the internet, and then transferring that in a sealed envelope up to the county so that they can add it to the tabulated result to the other areas. That did not happen in Detroit. I never saw one flash drive transferred from a computer to another computer. There was a wall up on the wall all around the center. There's a red area that was supposed to be where they put out the final precinct tallies, just like you would see in most other precincts, if you will. That never happened. They had all the zero printouts from all the tabulators, which is good. So they had them printed up for the beginning of the counting day, but they never had the final tally printed up there at all. So I would be very curious, and this is an area that I think, frankly, the burden of proof is on the Secretary of State and the Board of Canvassers, which is, how do you verify that you maintain the chain of custody? Because I'd be very interested in their answer on that.
The data transmission, and Mr. Chairman, going to Senator Colbeck's point, we are all elected. We all put a vote up on the board, and I've never seen a fraction, so thank you for sharing that, because we don't have fraction votes. We have one vote for our district.
Yeah, I was joking that sometimes you don't feel like your vote means as much as some other people's votes, but it's kind of, yeah.
The data transmission, though, of the fractional vote, has anybody ever questioned the software company and asked them, is that a possibility?
To the best of my knowledge, no, but it's undeniable that that's something that they use it for.
I guess if I was to ask, I think they're using this software in 29 states. Is that correct?
It depends on where you look. I've seen anywhere from 28 to 30. Yeah.
Okay. So we're right in the ballpark, just maybe a wrong base. But at the end of the day,
Yeah.
has anybody asked the software company, including maybe the Attorney General of this state, could you explain how this fraction tallied, how it was possible that a fraction could even be thought about?
To the best of my knowledge, no, but I do know that the state of Texas refused to procure Dominion voting systems because of security vulnerabilities.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and it's great to see you, Pat.
All right,
Thank you,
thanks.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lucido. Senator Tice.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here, and thank you, Senator Colbeck, for all your work. I know you've been almost nonstop on this, so thank you. First off, can we get your presentation?
He's got it.
Great. And then secondarily, we were speaking about Antrim County, and this is something that I've focused on quite a bit. So the issues that happened for her happened once she finalized the election and then realized there were candidates that needed to get added onto it. So she locked it, and then she unlocked it, changed it, and relocked it again. All over the state, there were courts that ordered things on ballots after that deadline. And so I'm wondering, has anybody that you're aware of done the analysis in those communities to figure out whether or not those are accurate representations of what we would expect out of those communities?
I don't believe it's been done, and this is why it's so concerning. If it was literally, if it wasn't for Bill Bailey saying something's wrong here, there never would have been a recount. We never would have identified this software glitch / clerical error / whatever you want to call it. So no, I anticipate that this is across the spectrum. And when you look at what actually changed in there, to testimony we were looking at earlier, this is affecting down ballot. I mean, I know we're all focused in on presidential race here, but man, I'm concerned all across the state for down ballot issues too.
To your point, it was way down ballot that she was making the changes.
Yeah.
It was at a township, no, it was at a village
School board,
level
yeah.
and then millage level. So you were at the lowest partisan, and then below that
Yeah.
is where the changes were being amended, and it affected all the way up to the top of the ballot. So I find that disconcerting, and I'm wondering if anybody's done the analysis on the other counties where changes were made last minute.
And gets into a whole topic of reform down the road, but I'll tell you one of the biggest challenges to this whole thing, why there's delay in some of this information coming out, is literally had an army of volunteers trying to get the precinct by precinct results just for the presidential election. Then we're working our way down to U.S. Senate, to congressional races. It's tedious as heck, and a lot of people here are part of that data warrior crew that's pulling this data together. But there's no reason we shouldn't have precinct by precinct roll-ups at the state level available for data mining analysis like you're suggesting.
And then, so there are a couple of things. One of the other commentaries that you said talked about having no registered voters. I know that many communities create a separate, just kind of a separate area where they're doing all of the absentee tabulation.
Mm-hmm.
So you won't show any in-person voting at that tabulation, but everybody is going to be absentee. And sometimes, I think, those registered voters would be reported within their precincts rather than in the absentee counting board. So I think it's possible that that might be, but I don't know. So again, we need to dig into it further, and I thank you for coming forward very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Tice. Senator Colbeck,
Yes, sir.
when it came to the Antrim County issue, did you observe the testimony of the clerk before the committees?
No, I haven't seen her specific testimony.
Okay.
I've been looking at some of the affidavits that were based on that testimony.
So, I asked this question at that time regarding how such an anomaly may have been observed in a precinct, a county, where the weirdness of the result would not be as readily observable as it was obvious in Antrim County. And while we had some trouble speaking the same language to each other, I mean, the answer is that the tabulators that receive the votes and print up the tabulation sheet, those didn't demonstrate the inaccuracy that the software analysis did for the unofficial vote count that was announced. And so when the Board of Canvassers would come together to certify the vote at a later time, they would have easily noticed that the tabulation sheets were not in accord with the unofficial vote count that was announced by the clerk.
Yeah.
And so are you disputing that that's a correct answer, or is that answer satisfactory to you as to how we can, I'm not saying that recounts or audits shouldn't occur, but I'm just saying that answer would seem to me to suffice to show that some anomaly between what the software announces the vote is versus what the tabulators, any discrepancy there would be noticed by the boards of canvassers.
Not necessarily. And so when I was in my engineering days, we do something called a failure modes and effects analysis. So I try to identify all the possible things that could go wrong. And in this, we think it's actually a design feature of Dominion to keep that tally in sync with the printout. So there's another step that happens in between. That's kind of an all-important step. First you scan it, then you allocate the vote, then it's printed. So in the translation between the scan and the vote tally itself, which is what gets printed on the card, which is supposed to correlate to the printout, as long as you make your transition or switch before that,
I understand
then,
that, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I understand that vulnerability theoretically.
Yeah.
But in the case of Antrim County, the tabulator sheets were accurate upon rerunning the numbers. It was simply the software. So the idea that the software was changing both the tabulator and the computer announced votes didn't occur there. The tabulators turned out to be right on the money. It was just the other issue.
Yeah.
And so I'm not saying that what you're presenting isn't theoretically possible, but
Yeah.
at least in Antrim County, that theory is not evidenced by what occurred.
Yeah, and I'm just, when I did in my testimony, I wanted to highlight all the different possibilities from a technical perspective on how that could be done. There are forensic experts that can testify to that specifically. And this gets to a fundamental issue that we've had since day one on it, is getting access to this information to go off and do that detailed forensic analysis. And I don't think it's limited to Antrim County.
How do we move, though, from what's possible
Yeah,
to what's actually happened?
by getting access to that actual data.
And so
those compact flashcards in particular are very important to get
and
access to.
the chain of custody
Yep.
issues, I recognize
Exactly.
that. So one other question, and then I have other members who are waiting. These possibilities, these possible vulnerabilities that you detailed seem to me to be undercut in Michigan, and I don't know other states, but at least undercut in Michigan by the fact that we maintain the paper ballots. And so the opportunity to recount and the fact that every election cycle there are random audits done that have continued to validate that the software has been accurate would seem to undercut this possibility it's happening or being something somebody would attempt to do in Michigan.
It gets into a very complex discussion because now it's conceivable you can go back in and prepare whatever ballot tally you want in physical ballot form to match the numbers that you want to have in the in the final vote tally. It's possible to go off and map that together, which is one of the reasons why it's so concerning as to how sloppy it was in Wayne County in regards to the idea of poll books balancing with the number of ballots that were out there. So I just want to highlight that I've focused in on vote tallies as part of the key issue on it, but where you're going starts taking us upstream as well into the ballots themselves, because you're looking and saying, hey, these are what the ballots said, there's no discrepancy associated with it. It gets into a discussion of where did those ballots come from? What was the chain of custody around those ballots? What's the chain of custody between the ballots and the person who was supposed to have voted for that ballot? Did you maintain that in the poll book with the verification? So all I'm suggesting on this is that I'm just zeroing in on how the heck did you transfer the results from tabulator A upstream to county and other areas? Is there evidence to suggest that there's a concern, not just in Antrim County, but keep in mind the other testimony that was for 289,000 votes that were pushed out as the official vote tally or whatever from those 4 counties that exceeded the complete scanning capacity of those 4 counties during that time frame. That's an explanation that I'd really like to see. So the stuff you're talking about, it's going to get into a detailed discussion of everything upstream of that chain of custody.
But Senator, help me understand, if a person or persons had the ability to stuff the box, you know, for, you know, just to borrow colloquialism,
electronically,
to stuff the box with the paper ballots, as you're mentioning, then what would the need be to have the software provide an inaccurate count? I mean, if you have the ability
for recounts,
I guess I'm just, I don't, it seems like one or the other is all that's,
no,
I'm not sure
I mean,
why.
ultimately, when it's all said and done, I mean, you're going to go off and try to make sure that you have all this stuff in sync.
I'm sorry, to members, I have one other question, and this is a follow-up to Senator Lucito's question earlier regarding fractional voting.
Yeah.
Do you have actual paper or screenshots or something that show a fractional vote and where it came from, what that's referencing specifically?
This is in the affidavit provided by Russ Ramslander, and what they were doing, and it's probably too complicated to go into here, although I do have a slide that kind of demonstrates a little bit of the path I can get into. But this is an actual printout from Dominion Voting Systems and in their translate or their feed to all of the news outlets. And there's a whole chain of command that they go through for this data. And I was never interested in that. I was interested in seeing the flash up on the screen that says percentage of precincts reporting, what's the vote. But behind that simple number chase, there's a whole bunch of handoffs. And I think I've got this actually in a backup slide, so let me just double check here. Once you get an appreciation for all the different handoffs that this goes through, it starts making a little bit more sense. So let me.
Well, in the interest of everyone's time here, I mean, you said you've got it in the presentation, you've sent it to me, so I mean, I'll look for it. And you and I can talk offline, too.
Yep.
So is it okay if we move to the next question?
Absolutely.
All right.
Yep.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excellent analysis, Patrick. Quick question. The integrity of our elections, you're right about that. It's not a Republican or Democratic thing. It's just too important. Where is the Justice Department? Why aren't they looking into it?
That's a good question. It really is. I know Attorney General Barr has got a letter that was submitted a couple months before the election saying we need to be bird dogging any issues of election integrity, and I've been pretty outspoken about my concerns with the election. I've reached out to what do they call it, to Matthew Schneider in particular directly regarding here's some concerns we have. I put out op-eds out in the Detroit News to that effect, and all that's gotten me so far is being discredited by Judge Kenney saying because I was looking for voter fraud and found it that I'm not a credible witness. So so I'm a little concerned about the lack of movement there, and there does need to be more engagement. But the bottom line is we do have a suit on the table right here in Michigan that's going to a federal court. That's a Sidney Powell lawsuit. We also have lawsuits that have been introduced by the folks at the Great Lakes Justice Center, and I'm affidavit in one of those lawsuits that's currently being considered by the Michigan Supreme Court. So there is legal action being taken. Why the prosecutors are not getting engaged in any productive capacity to this date, I can't attest to.
Yeah, it's very concerning. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Vice Chair Irwin.
Thank you, Chair. If you were a statewide candidate in Michigan in this last election with everything that you believe about election fraud, and you were on the losing end, much like, say, President Trump or candidate John James, would you have requested a recount?
I've got doubts with the integrity of the recount process, so I probably would not have done that. And by the way, just to put this in context, back in 2016, when President Trump did win Michigan explicitly, and Jill Stein ordered a recount, I was just as adamant about pursuing election integrity in the wake of that. I had one of my staffers that was out in Detroit, same place where we identified a lot of other problems right now, and she was there present when they came up and identified a poll book that said 306 votes were cast, but there's only 50 ballots inside of it. So I've been concerned about this from even when our top of the ticket guy is the victor.
So you would not seek a recount, even though you believe there is fraud. You would seek remedy through the courts to just throw out votes and tally what was left? Is that your approach?
What I believe should be done, which was not done by the State Board of Canvassers and Wayne County Board of Canvassers, is a detailed forensic audit, because that's what a canvass is. It's an internal audit, essentially, is what it comes down to. And I wanted them to perform, and I still would like a performance of a detailed forensic audit. And as we identified, I mean, we talk about Antrim County. This isn't just a Wayne County issue. We don't know how many other counties this may have impacted that flew under the radar. It didn't have a Bill Bailey highlighting what was going on. I believe you need a full forensic audit. The key question is they haven't demonstrated chain of custody on any of the key election data. So, yeah, I'm concerned. You can't just go off and fix it with a recount of the ballot. That's downstream. If you've already got this whole chain of custody broken at the qualified voter file level and at the poll book level, what good's a recount going to do?
Well, I think that it's pretty telling that the Trump campaign did not request a recount in Michigan. It seems pretty clear to me that they know that a recount would mess up their current strategy, which is just to throw up a bunch of smoke and mirrors. And it's particularly telling also that you here, sir, in committee, you have continued to repeat information about Antrim County, and then when you were corrected with the testimony that this committee heard, you just go back and repeat the same old misconstrued statements about what happened in Antrim County. So forgive me if it's difficult after reading these lawsuits and listening to your testimony to understand even what you're talking about. We need some evidence, we need some proof. All we've got here are conjecture and musings by former Senator Kolbeck.
All right, well, I'll tell you, upstream, we talk about the recount issue in particular. You want to talk about some of the upstream concerns that have never been refuted. We got 8.1 million registered voters here in the state of Michigan. The only problem with that is demographic analysis shows that more than 300,000 and as high as 600,000 of those folks should not be on the voter rolls. So you want to go off and do a recount, you've already got a broken link right up at the top that says there's over 300,000 people that should not even be eligible to vote in the state of Michigan. You've got some serious problems when you even, the Antrim County and everything downstream of it, frankly, is interesting side notes once you realize that somebody's breached the top link of the chain of custody. So how can you be confident in anything downstream?
Senator Santana.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you allowing me to sit at your table today, committee members. And as the only Detroiter up here today, I have a couple questions for you, Senator Kolbach.
Sure.
On Thursday, October 29th, the city clerk hosted a challengers conference where Chris Thomas and Daniel Baxter gave a detailed overview of the process.
Mm-hmm.
From what I understand, they provided a thorough explanation of all three steps of the orientation process by ballot recording information in the poll book, tabulating ballots through the ICC high-speed tabulators, and the adjudication process where the overvoted blank ballots and the write-in ballots were reviewed by teams composed of one Republican as well as one Democrat. Did anyone attend the conference?
To the best of my knowledge, we've been asking for when that would actually occur, and there's a gentleman here, he might be here, Phil O'Halloran. Phil, are you here? Phil can talk to that because we're specifically making repeated requests for information related to events like that, and I'll let Phil fill in the blanks associated with that, but I was very concerned. I can tell you, if I was notified about that meeting, I would have been there.
Well, it seems like, these things would have been addressed at that meeting, and that meeting was open to everyone. So it seems that, maybe your committee should have had some more communication with the city, but the city also provided that information as well.
Yeah, like I said, we'll let Phil testify, but believe me, there were attempts to do that, and I can tell you COVID was used as an excuse to push off meetings, to push off attendance at different things. There's a whole sequence of emails that I was working with folks to try to identify specifically when things like that would happen. We're concerned about the use of a Reliant scanning system to verify ballot signatures, for example. The Reliant system, when you want to go off and the clerk's office will validate that the voter signature on the ballot envelope matches the one that we have in the qualified voter file. And if it doesn't, then they're not a qualified voter, right? So you can't go off and count their ballot. We wanted to know what was going on with that Reliant system. How was it being calibrated? Because if you calibrate that at a very permissive level, if you will, you're not going to filter out any bad signatures. And we also know that Reliant voting system is based on 8-point signature technology that was over 2 decades old. So it's not the latest and greatest you'll see with banking systems that are used today. So believe me, we're trying to get access to that type of information for quite a while before the election.
Mayor Chair, I'm glad you brought that up because I actually ran into a constituent at Marshall's as I was shopping, and her mother had an issue with the signature, and so her ballot, she got that information back to her home. So she had, because the signatures did not match up.
Yeah.
And the clerk's office did resubmit to her a new, that one obviously was spoiled, but they did submit to her a new ballot for her to be able to fill out. So the integrity that the clerk is providing, in my opinion, is very concise, and it is a integral system. So they did look at that signature to see that it was not matching up with her mother's signature. So I don't think that your argument is valid. Wow. And if you don't have factual information to prove that, then it seems like this is speculative in nature.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Santana. Senator Kolbach, I really appreciate all the time you put into the presentation and for your efforts at voter integrity and stuff. And so appreciate you being here today and submitting this to me, as well as some other information that I'll be making available to the group on process flow for Election Day. Any other members have a question? No. Yes?
Sorry, it's not a question, just a point of clarification. The Antrim County Clerk said that they pulled their numbers off the tapes. They didn't do an actual physical recount of the ballots.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate that correction.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Colbeck.
Thank you very much, committee members. Appreciate it.
Okay. So now to those who have come here to testify, I have received your cards. If you are not familiar with the process and you want to testify, please find a yellow card such as these and fill that out and turn that into one of the staff who's here today. I will be running a timer, and you'll hear an alarm go off when your 3 minutes are up. I will also give you a 1 minute or a 30-second warning. And so I just want to get through as many folks as we can. And if you don't have the time today, as I've mentioned before, we welcome your conclusions and such in writing. It's great if you can submit the whole testimony in writing. If you don't have firsthand knowledge, if you weren't there, we still will accept written testimony, but I ask that you not take the time away from those who do have firsthand knowledge at the microphone today, and I'll rule you out of order and ask that you vacate the space for someone else if that turns out to be the case. Vice Chair Lucido? Right, and I, as the chair, have the time to stay here, but other members of the committee will be in and out at times for whether it's personal reasons or other committee obligations they have as well. So with that, first up, I have Phil O'Halloran, and then on deck we have Patty McMurray, and after that, R. Weber. So if you just heard your name called, please go ahead and prepare to come up after Mr. O'Halloran. Sir, your 3 minutes begins. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much, Senator McBroom. My name is Phil O'Halloran, and I'm a registered voter in Michigan, where I've lived since 1986. My comments are based on sworn affidavits of myself and others in a group I organized, and I'm speaking under oath. I've been a GOP challenger on many occasions dating back to the mid-1990s. I was at the TCF Center on in the general election 2018 and also the August 2020 primary. I saw that ballot security was a serious problem, and chain of custody of the ballots arriving at the TCF Center was virtually non-existent. So in October, I organized a group of volunteers to observe ballot movements from the Department of Elections on West Grand Boulevard to the TCF Center. The following are some of the things our group discovered. While ballots are generally transported by two people, on more than one occasion there was just a single transporter. At the departure point, which was the Department of Elections, the loading of the vehicles was rarely, if ever, supervised by election officials. We saw no transfer paperwork, no people with clipboards logging the departure and arrival times, no logging of the type or number of ballots on departure, or any logging of the type or number of ballots on arrival at the TCF Center. In the Challenger Conference the week before, which someone had earlier mentioned, Director of Elections George Jesus admitted that they do not transport ballots with a chain of custody. Also, I should point out that Challenger Conference was, the only reason I knew about it was I had met with George Jesus before and he invited me. Other people, other activists for the GOP did not know anything about it that I knew of. One man was even photographed carrying 100 blank ballots under his arm in the alley behind the Department of Elections. The ballots were in no container whatsoever, which is required by law. The man said he had been doing this all week long. The ballot transporters are mostly temporary employees hired for the election, and when I asked election officials if the transporters underwent background checks, we were told at the conference that the workers underwent a human resources process, but they would not confirm that any background checks occurred. And these are transporters who often carry thousands of ballots. The transporters frequently arrived at the TCF in an assortment of cars and vans, many with out-of-state plates, and they did not appear to be rentals. On the afternoon of November 4th, I observed a Penske truck that was parked outside the Department of Elections that appeared to be guarded by two men in a city of Detroit pickup parked behind it. They told me that the truck was empty, but when we returned about 4 hours later after dark around 9:30, the two men were still behind the Penske truck. Later at around 10 p.m., after being barred entry to the TCF Center, I returned and saw the truck leaving the DOE and followed it to the TCF Center, where it disappeared inside the rear service entrance. I then encountered a SWAT team blocking my entrance to the county board, and informed the sergeant that if the truck I described was delivering ballots to be counted this late after the close of polls, 26 hours later, that it would be a crime. He said he would not search the truck that night, but would report the incident to DPD. I do not know the result of that investigation or if one took place. I conclude that the lack of a chain of custody and the transport of thousands of absent voter ballots over several days is a serious threat to election integrity, and it makes it impossible to guarantee the results of the election.
Thank you very much, sir. Any questions? No, thank you. Oh, yes, Vice Chair Lucido?
Yeah.
The only question I have is, can we get the full copy of your testimony? in written form? Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Vice Chair Lucido.
did we get, Mr. O'Halloran, the name, address, and phone number of that transporter who you indicated he's been there doing this all week long? Do you have that name, address, and phone number so we can contact him?
It was more than one, it was many, many people.
The
We
one
have
that
all
you,
that information,
the
yes.
one that's in your testimony, you said the one that you stopped, the name of the individual is what I'm looking for. Is it incorporated in your testimony that you've written out for us?
Not right here. We have that available, though. Yes.
Okay. So I can't contact him, is that what you're saying?
You can't, well, you're talking about the person who was carrying the ballots or the person who saw them?
The man that you said all week long he's been carrying ballots like that?
Yeah, the name at the time was given to the lawyer that we contacted. As soon as this occurred, we contacted a lawyer.
What lawyer was that? I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, for digging deep,
Please.
but these are individuals that are testifying under affidavit that I need to know the name of the lawyer.
Yeah, I believe that it was Mr. Sean Flynn.
Sean Flynn?
But, yeah, I believe we gave the name of the gentleman who saw the man in the street did have a name. I don't know if they wrote it down. They did mention the name, so I don't remember the name offhand.
Mr. Chairman, so that when the, what's called the compounded testimony goes on, I need to know, is there individuals that are signed up, that are transporters, that have to give their name, address, phone number, city, so that we know who these individuals are that are handling the ballots? Would that be fair?
Correct.
When the committee has the opportunity to speak to the elections officials of Wayne County and the city of Detroit, we should ask that question, but we'll try to get an answer even before then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. O'Halloran.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, next, Patty McMurray. On deck is R. Weber, and followed by that is Jeff Stearns. Patty here? Welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee, Patty. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I wanted to start by showing you, this is a book. I actually printed these affidavits last night. These are affidavits from Republican poll watchers or poll challengers that witnessed incredible events at the TCF Center. Mostly they're all from the TCF Center. So I want to thank you for having me. I've been a poll challenger for 9 years. So I wasn't new to poll challenging when I worked at the TCF Center. I originally applied to be a worker as an election inspector for the Wayne County elections. And the night before I was supposed to work there, I was told, I received an email saying basically that I was an alternate, that I would end up in an overflow room. So I opted to be a poll challenger. When I got there, I began working on the duplicate ballot process, where one poll worker would hold the ballot that they needed to duplicate, and the other would have a blank ballot, and they would duplicate it. And then there was a witness that would stand behind them. And I knew the procedure at every table because, like I said, I had been trained to be an election worker, so I knew what was going on. We were never told that the person that was inspecting the ballot, their job was to stand in front of the Republican poll challenger, but consistently, that's what we saw. Whenever we would try to watch the process, the person that was inspecting the ballot would stand in front of us, and if we tried to move to the side, one of the agitators that were at the TCF Center, and there were lots of agitators that were there working on behalf, in my opinion, of the Democrat Party, they would challenge us and tell us to stand back, that we were too close, that we were going to kill people with COVID. So that's what we encountered, and we were not allowed to get up close to the ballots. It just was prohibited, wasn't allowed. At one point, when the military ballots came in, we were told to take a break, that it was a good time to take a break. I'd been there for 6 hours. I worked for a total of 13 hours that day, and the only time I sat down because Republican poll workers had to go upstairs to another room to get lunch or to sit on a chair. Democrats and the agitators all had a corner where food was brought into them. They were served food. They didn't have to leave. When it was time to go to lunch, we had to leave because we didn't have food provided. We had to go to another room. When we got back, the doors were locked. I was able to get back into the room, but I witnessed pizza boxes being placed over the windows so that the poll challengers couldn't see in, and those were being placed over the windows by election workers and by the agitators that were down there. Jocelyn Benson was on the radio with Frank Beckman, where she talked about the poll challengers outside that were locked out, and she told him that the police had to cover the windows. There were no police that were even anywhere near where the windows were being covered because the windows were being broken by the poll challengers. I don't know why she felt it necessary to completely make up a story about what happened. She wasn't there. She didn't see it.
Dumb phone, sorry.
I real briefly just wanted to mention about the military ballots. When it was time to count the military ballots.
I need you to wrap up.
Pardon?
I'll give you 15 more seconds
Okay.
to wrap up.
Not one of the military ballots was a registered voter. And the ballots looked like they were all exactly the same Xerox copies of the ballot. They were all for Biden across the board. There wasn't a single Trump vote, and none of the voters were registered. They had to manually enter the names and addresses and a birth date of 1/1/2020, which would override the system and allow them to enter non-registered voters, of which I saw several that day. Throughout the day, that's how they would override voters that were neither in the electronic poll book or the supplemental updated poll book.
Thank you. Any members have a question?
Were those being cast then as provisional ballots, or were they actually
No.
being tabulated?
No, and when we would try to challenge them, they would tell us no.
Thank you very much. I'll try and put this on airplane mode so I have less time. Next, we have R. Weber, followed by Jeff Stearns, and then I believe it's Colin Sitch or Glitch, I'm not sure, somebody from Rochester Hills from the Integrity Fund. So that's the third one up. Right now it's R. Weber. Welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Rhonda Weber, and I'm going to provide some sworn testimony. I was asked to provide surveillance at the Department of Elections on West Grand Boulevard, the day of election day. And approximately 4:45, I noticed a man working in front of the elections area with an open bin, accepting ballots as people would drop them off. Then I noticed a black SUV parked on West Grand Boulevard, and a woman with blonde hair was taking a Tupperware and dropping these off into the man's unsecured area or kind of box. And she did this 3 times. And so what I did was I took a picture of that, and I have photos of that, so if you'd like to see them. And the photos are kind of, I mean, they're very busy, West Grand Boulevard, but I have circled what you should be looking at. Then, on the day after elections, I was providing observation in the back of Department of Elections, where there's a big garage door, and I was then kind of relieved of my post by an off-duty police officer. And all of a sudden, he contacted me and said, we have a gentleman who has ballots in his hand, placed them in the back of the car, and he's driving off. And I was right at the alley, right on 2nd at West Grand Boulevard. So I followed him. I have photos of that also. and he went to the post office, which is a few blocks east of West Grand Boulevard. I then got out of my car and took some photos of him, putting in white envelopes that were in post office trays into the back of the car. The car that was doing this, I have a license plate. It was a municipal vehicle, and I have the license plate. And again, these photos. He then saw that I was taking his photo. So when he pulled out, he boxed me in, and it became quite aggressive, and I was scared. Him doing that prevented me from following him, but he went down in the direction to Woodward and then made a left, so he would have been going in the direction of TCF. I then spoke to my colleague, who was an off-duty police officer, and he was back at Department of Elections at 2 o'clock that day. And this is, again, the day after elections, and I have photos of this. And that's my testimony.
Thank you very much. Any questions? All right. Members of the audience, I would appreciate if you would withhold applause, because it simply takes more time away from other people being able to testify. Senator Tice.
Make sure we get copies, so for anybody that's speaking, for anybody who has that kind of evidence, please make sure that we get access to those and that you get them.
Yeah, if you would please
To
bring
the
the
chair, and then he'll make sure they come to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
No, that's, ma'am, thank you. We have it here. We'll attach it. Thank you very much. Next, we have Jack Stearns. Then we'll be followed by, I now can read this, it's Glenn. I'm sorry for not reading the handwriting correctly the first time. Glenn Sitch. And then after that will be Patty Camadre or Camact. I'm from Family America. So my apologies if I don't get the names pronounced correctly. Jeffrey, welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you to the senators who are here. My name is Jack Stearns. I go by Jack as a nickname. I'm a resident of Orion Township, and I'm a registered independent. First, I want to begin by thanking the Oversight Committee today for allowing me the opportunity to present my concerns regarding what happened here in Michigan and in Oakland and in Wayne County on November 3rd and 4th of the 2020 election. I realize that the process of oversight can be trying and tedious, but it is nonetheless an important part of transparency, which I think we can all agree is something that is necessary and critical when it comes to having a free and fair election. The people here today are in the spirit of seeking closure and answers for what many believe was a potential miscarriage of justice in the form of voting irregularities, rule breaking, manipulation, or outright fraud. And these are issues which must be addressed. We hope that today the committee will also approach in good faith the concerns raised and take every effort to address and answer questions, as well as correct problems and mistakes which occurred during the election where they exist. What I'm offering today is my impassioned plea, my emotional cadence, which will hopefully spur the committee to act in the interests of justice and integrity. The allegations of what transpired at TCF are in no short supply, and you have no doubt heard them and will continue to hear them. I can say that for my part, what I heard and witnessed myself, admittedly through secondhand sources, was appalling and bears enough credence to warrant a full and complete audit. The allegations are serious, and anyone in this committee who values the integrity of our electoral process should find them highly troubling. They should not be dismissed or ignored. I offer this plea not because I am disappointed in the results, but because the response by our governor's office, by the Secretary of State, and by administrators of Wayne County to legitimate questions and concerns has been wholly and astonishingly unsatisfactory. There is a vital component of our representative democracy, of our republic, that allows for any government action, and that is consent of the governed. And this is achieved foremost through our duly and properly elected representatives, with whom we as citizens trust to make decisions, laws, restrictions, and punishments for the general populace on the assumption, the belief as it were, that they hold their positions legitimately and through legitimate election. If a portion of the population believes that their representatives from the lowest office to the highest were not elected fairly, properly, or legitimately, then it throws the whole system through which we agree to be governed, in effect, this experiment of a republic, of a liberal democracy, into question. We have seen this happen in many places throughout the world, and we like to think that it can't happen here or it doesn't happen here. But when there are signs, when people witness irregularities, be they subtle or blatant, or when there are occurrences which make no logical sense, then it should be concerning to everyone, not just the side that lost. Benjamin Franklin famously called our proposed system of governments in our nation's infancy, quote, a republic, if you can keep it. This relies on the consent of the governed, so that we are not merely subjects under the whims of tyranny. Do not simply tell us that everything went smoothly, that there's nothing to see here. Do not tell us to shut up and crawl back into our holes. These are actions of people who are not in control of a transparent election, and these are not the actions of a government who values the consent of which it governs.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Members,
time.
any questions? Thank you.
I submitted this in email to the committee so you can read it in full.
Thank you very
I
much.
appreciate your time.
Next, we have Glenn Sitch, or Sita, followed by Patty, and then Lori Levi, or Levy. Is Glenn here? Welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee. Sir, I'm really sorry about my mistakes in pronouncing your name.
It's SciTech.
SciTech?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I worked over 40 hours over the course of 3 days down at Wayne County AV Board review. Excuse me, I'm out of breath. I just ran down the hallway to know I was next. Anyways, some of the things I want to point out is some improprieties and some obvious deficiencies. First of all, on the day of voting, became aware that we didn't have enough GOP people available for doing simple things like duplication of ballots. Excuse me again. The point I want to make is that I approached Daniel Baxter, who was the chairman for this AV Center, and asked him directly, about the number of GOP people that were there waiting for a duplication of a ballot, and none showed up. So at that point, I asked him how many GOP workers there were. He says, "Oh, we have about 10 or 12." He says, "Well, are they on the tabulators?" He says, "Oh, no, we don't need them over there." I says, "They're on the adjudication tables." And 10 to 12 people didn't even man all the stations that were there, which, again, indicated to me that there was not an adequate number of Republicans opposing to validate the proper dual party evaluation of all these adjudicator tables, the regular ballot counting stations. So let me move on to, excuse me. Yeah. The other thing I noticed that at the end of the day on around 6:30, there were 5,000 ballots that needed to be duplicated sitting on a table. If you perceive the workforce, most of the tables had retired. They were on break, and they were none of them were doing anything, and a few of the, or maybe a quarter of the tables are finishing up precinct countings. When I went upstairs to take a break, right around 7 o'clock, they were dismissing the extra workers that they had for their staff, telling them they were no longer needed. And I came back down, and still none of those ballots had been challenged or were being duplicated. What it indicated to me was a misuse of their workforce. They had 5,000 ballots that needed to be duplicated, but they weren't bothering to process any of them while they had the people available. So, and then I ended up being there, excuse me, on Wednesday. to follow up. And I actually was watching a tabulator machine. Anyway, it's important to know that I ended up in assault and battery with a worker there.
I'm very sorry about why this alarm is so hard to shut off. But
Right.
that's the conclusion of your 3
Well-
minutes. Did you submit your testimony in writing?
I did on the assault and battery charge.
Which you please, will make sure to take note of that and attach it to your testimony. Thank you.
I'll see if I have a copy.
Any questions, members? Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Next, we have Patty Kamakte from Family America, followed by Lori Levy, followed by Chris Shornack. Is Patty here? That's fine. I'll wait. Welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee, Patty.
Hi,
I
thank you.
apologize again for mispronouncing your name. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, excuse me.
I'll take your time.
Well,
I'll reset it.
not sure exactly how I was selected to come before the committee because I was not at TCF that morning.
Oh, well, if you're not, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm
My
not an actual
mistake.
witness.
I just read the
I have
cards.
lots of opinion or things to say, but I wasn't an eyewitness.
Okay.
So I'd give my time to someone who was there.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
That brings us then to Lori Levy, or Levi. Levi? She'll be followed by Chris Shornack, and after that is Kelly Esper.
Good afternoon to the committee. My name is Lori Levi from Canton, Michigan. I am a registered voter, and I was at the TCF Center as a poll challenger. As you're going to hear multiple duplicate testimonies here, what I'm going to focus on is the thing that was most disturbing to me. I was under the impression that as a poll challenger, our primary responsibility is to make sure before a vote is cast that that ballot is either in the registered poll book, the computer book, or in the paper poll book, of which anytime as a challenger, I tried to look at the ballot and then try to verify it, I would get 2 or 3 of the poll workers literally screaming at me to get back 6 feet. However, we did not know that that had been overturned the night before, which would have been helpful. But at no time were we able actually to physically see the ballot and then see it in the poll electronic book. The person opening the ballot would probably be sitting where Senator Theis is, and the electronic screen that we were supposed to be watching is basically to where the committee clerk is. Now, I don't know if you guys got binocular vision, but I don't. So I cannot look at a ballot over here, run down to this screen and be able to see it and verify that it is the same. I did address that with them multiple times, and they told me, sorry, I should have planned better. Plan better as to how? Needing binoculars? I mean, we as a poll challenger are supposed to verify the name, address on the ballot to the electronic poll book. And if it is not there, then it is supposed to be in a paper poll book, of which there was a significantly large poll worker. Anytime that I said that is not in the book, when she would scan it, it would not come up on the screen, then she would basically hover over this paper book, sometimes checking something, and other times we could see that they did not check it. And then they proceeded to manually enter these into the electronic poll book, where then they would come up on the screen. Many of these papers were not absentee ballot, the yellow envelope, the standard ballot. Some of them were on printed paper. Some of them were in white envelopes. Some of them had multiple papers attached to them. So then they would manually enter them into the electronic book. And I wrote down as many as I could see as quickly as they were entering them, of which you have before you. Now this, in disclosure, due to my travel schedule, I did not see I was supposed to submit this in writing. So what you have before you is the same testimony that I submitted to Robert Steele.
Um,
You can
so-
submit at a later time. I mean, if you don't
Okay.
have it now, you can write it
But
up.
basically, it is the same thing that I submitted, and I printed you a copy. So yesterday, my husband and I attempted to verify these addresses. Out of the 8 or 9 addresses here, we were only able to verify that there was one voter that actually lived at this address. And I can present to you one voter. I don't want to say their name, but you have it. This is their address that they show on their voter registration card. This is a church, of which it is illegal to register to vote anywhere but at your home address. So,
Thank you very much.
thank you. And I'll provide that to you.
Was there a question from a member? No.
Sorry.
Yes, it was. Thank you very much. That's her written testimony from before, but she might have sent us an amendment, she said, so. Okay, next we have Chris Shornack, followed by Kelly Esper. And after that, Christina Karamu. Thank you. Welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee, Chris.
Thank you, Chairman McBroom. Dear Chairman, I was a poll challenger with the Nonpartisan Election Integrity Fund, both on Tuesday, November 3rd and Wednesday, November 4th. On Tuesday, I was a poll challenger for the city of Royal Oak, where only 10 ballots out of the 25,000 ballots were spoiled and not able to be matched to the QVF, qualified voter file. Royal Oak ran their absentee ballot counting board perfectly. The chain of custody was broken at the absentee counting board in Detroit. How? I watched as hundreds and thousands of ballots came in that poll workers were not able to verify in the QVF nor the paper logbook. Yet, that ballot was removed from the secrecy sleeve, bunched together with other verified ballots, counted and ran through the high-speed tabulators. I have a sworn affidavit of this and have attached it to my public statement. I was able to challenge only 2 of these ballots and get them entered into the electronic record. I attempted to challenge more, but the poll workers simply refused, verbally attacked me, and had others do the same. Since then, I volunteered with Guard the Vote. Over the last 3 weeks, Guard the Vote had over 1,000 volunteers painstakingly go through 30,000 of the 172,000 absentee votes in the city of Detroit and found the following results, which I have brought with me here. 229 of these 30,000 we went through are deceased. We have proof of this. Senator Lucido, you were asking for proof. 2,660 of them, invalid addresses described by vacant lots and burnt down houses. I have a genuine question. Can someone in this room tell me how a deceased person can vote? Nonetheless, at the very lowest levels, if these percentages carry through, this means that of the 172,000 AV votes in the city of Detroit, 1,300 of them could be deceased. We're investigating it. Another 15,000 could have fraudulent addresses described as living on vacant lots or burnt down houses. What I can say for sure, and swear to you here today, I can say that overall 8.9% of the 30,000 absentee ballots that we've gone through and investigated just in the city of Detroit were unqualified fraudulent ballots that should have been spoiled. And again, I have this printed out on the list. It's available for all of you. Why should this alarm you? Because this confirms that the city of Detroit poll workers were not properly performing a crucial step of verifying ballots in the qualified voter file, corrupting the whole chain of custody. And despite that, as I've sworn in my affidavit, and so has many others, those ballots were in fact counted and ran through the high-speed tabulators. We can prove there is fraud, which should disturb all of us. Isn't that the officials who are supposed to care and do something about this? They don't want to even listen to the fraud that we know exists. I would plead to everybody's sense of truth and justice to fair and honest elections. Are you listening? Will you even remember my name in 30 seconds? You know, say my name, Chris Shornack. Say my name, Chris Shornack. I do thank you for your time, and I hope for the love of God, truth, and fair elections that you will take the proper action and void the election in Wayne County.
Thank you. Senator Lucido has a question, please.
Thank you, Chris Shornack.
Thank you, Senator.
He doesn't even have it written in front of him.
And you know what's interesting? I grew up with a Shornack family in St. Clair Shores, so I appreciate you coming out. Yeah, you intrigued me. These 30,000 dead people that voted.
Well, not 30,000 dead people. This is 174,000 absentee ballots were counted in Detroit, and we were starting to go through them. We only got through 30,000 of them. Of that 30,000, 229 of them are deceased.
Okay. So now, what have you done to further your investigation? I know you started it. Have you turned any of this data over to the U.S. Attorney's Office, which is the United States criminal justice system, or to our Attorney General? These are the top law enforcement officials of this state. And I guess what I'm asking is,
Why haven't I done anything with it?
well, you brought it to the legislature. We are lawmakers. We're policy people. Some of us are even wonks, like, I guess his name is Senator Patrick Kolbeck, which we all respect. At the end of the day, I would love to see some of these things turned over with a CC to the Oversight Committee, because what we've learned is that I know the chairman and the other members of this committee are working real hard to start to look at policy and fashion legislation that will ban, bar, and vitiate all of these concerns. It's very tough to do, but at the end of the day, this needs to go to the Attorney General's office. If there is people that have died and are voting in an election, that needs to be brought to her attention, as well as the United States Department of Justice, that ensures voting as well as the respect of our Constitution.
Yeah, I can assure you that's going to be done. I stand here representing over 1,000 volunteers, and they got my word. And you know, I'm a husband, I'm a father, I'm volunteering like everybody else behind me. And this is new to me. I'm a hack, but I do know that we're going to follow this up, and we're going to get it to those exact same people. And
We
we'll be
appreciate that, and I got to tell you, the concerns that everybody sitting in here, outside, in the other overflow rooms have are genuine, legitimate, but more importantly, they need to be brought to our attention as policymakers, not court of law. This is not a judge sitting here. He's a committee chairman, respected in his communities as we are all in ours. We're elected officials, but we don't wear robes and we don't make decisions on what is going on here. But we will listen to it for policy purposes to ensure the sanctity and security of the voting system. Thank you very much, Mr. Chris Shornack.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. Shornack, the file folder that you have there, are we going to receive copies of that for the record?
I printed out
or?
one copy, and I tell you what, you can have my copy too.
Thank you.
So you'll have 2 copies of that. And I did cut my testimony a little short. It's slightly longer.
I appreciate
Wanted
that.
to keep it under 3 minutes and respect everybody's time. But yeah, let me give you this.
If you don't have the opportunity to give me the doubles now, I mean, later is fine. I just,
Okay.
whatever's convenient
Let's
for you.
do that so we can speed this along.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Not seeing any others. Thank you, Mr. Shornack. Appreciate your time. Next, we have Kelly Esper, followed by Christina Caramo, and then will be Monica Palmer. Ms. Esper, welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee. You have 3
Senator
minutes.
Hello, everybody. I'm here today as a registered Michigan voter, a mother, an educator, and a precinct delegate. I volunteered my time with the Election Integrity Fund to be a nonpartisan poll challenger. I worked at the TCF Center from 6:30 in the morning until approximately 9 o'clock at night. Throughout my training, I was told that the poll workers should not even have pens or pencils at the table. Shortly into the whole process, 150 tables simultaneously started duplicating ballots. And by the admission of several of the people, who are like the supervisors in Detroit, they had 10 to 12 Republican poll workers. So when you think about this, ballots were being duplicated en masse by 3 Democrat poll workers at a time. Where was the oversight in that? I also witnessed a August 4th primary ballot come in, to which they decided they would go ahead and duplicate it to a general election ballot. I also witnessed several of the poll workers yelling, cussing, all kinds of nasty things at a lot of the poll challengers, including myself. I'm trying to think what else I saw. I'm trying to cut it short. I did submit my whole testimony. But other than that, I mean, it was just rampant, going on all night. I tried to raise challenges and was denied several times. So I know that there were things going on that were not lawful and should not have been going on. It does not give us a free and fair election, and that's why I'm here to tell you.
Thank you, Ms. Esper. Could you tell me what happens when you as a poll challenger issue a challenge to a ballot and they say, I'm not going to accept that? I mean, is there a justification given?
So it's in my testimony, but I will tell you that the first time I tried to do a challenge, the supervisor of that table handed me a book of rules and told me no, and the process would continue.
And subsequent times, I mean, was there any direction given as to what was invalidated about your challenge?
No.
Were you able to
Just
challenge
denied.
any ballot successfully?
Just denied.
Did you see any of the other challengers successfully challenge a ballot?
I did not.
Okay. Any other members have a question? Okay, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
We'll go at ease at the call of the chair. Committee will come back to order. Mr. Shornack, since you are still right here in the very front, and one of my colleagues, I neglected to see she had a question, would you please come back up? Senator Santana does have a question for you. My apologies, Senator, for missing your signal that you had a question.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Yarnack, one of the things that I really don't understand about the 2020 presidential election is that it's not that much different than 2016 for the city of Detroit. When you look at, everyone in America knows that Detroit has been voting democratically since the 1930s. And, you know, in the 2016 election with Clinton and Kane, the ticket had a solid, we had 234,800 votes. In the Trump and Pence election, they received 7,600 of those votes out of Detroit. Similarly, in 2020, the Biden-Harris election, around the same amount of votes came out of Detroit, 240,000. And Trump and Pence received 13,000 of those votes from almost about 5,000 more than he received in 2015. So with the numbers being so close in the city of Detroit around the voters, how can you validate a fraud situation when not only this election, but also the 2016 presidential election shows similar numbers coming out of the city of Detroit?
Was there a question there? Okay.
How can you validate? Yes, there was a question, Mr. Yarnick. How can you validate fraud coming out of the city of Detroit when the numbers from the 2016 election are not that much different from the numbers from the 2020 election? You had 234,000 votes, 800 votes coming out of Detroit in 2016, with Trump receiving 7,600 of those votes, and 5,000 more in 2020 for Trump in this 2020 election. So where's the fraud?
Yeah, super. I can't speak to the numbers of 2016 or now or total votes, but your question is, how can we verify fraud and validate fraud? Over 229 deceased people voting, that's fraud. That's not my definition of fraud. That's just the generally accepted definition of fraud. And 2,660 vacant addresses of burnt down lots, and these people voted, the dead people voted, that's fraud. That's how I validate the fraud and my personal experience on November 4th, being there, watching ballots come in that aren't in the qualified voter file, they're not on the written log, and yet they're still counting those. And you'll hear from other people say, hey, all we want to do, it's so easy to challenge a ballot. You just go like this. You type in the computer that one of the poll watchers challenged it. It takes 3 seconds. It doesn't slow the process down, and they pretty much refuse to do that. I struggled to get two, and I said to our attorney, Tim Griffin, I said, Tim, they won't let us challenge anything. He goes, Chris, you got to get at least something in the poll book that you challenged it. And I said, I'll push it until I get arrested. Well, lo and behold, I didn't get arrested. They didn't put cuffs on me, but I was pulled out of there for about 20 minutes by 3 police officers. It was rough. It was a really hostile environment, and I know you guys aren't judges or legislators, so I just want to be transparent in answering your question. What we all witnessed there on Election Day and the day after matches the research of the 30,000 records we just went through very clearly.
And did you also attend the training on how things were going to operate at the TFC Center?
Yep. I didn't bring my training with me, but yeah, I had hours of training, almost like a day and a half, because I helped train other people too.
Thank you, Senator Santana. Thank you, sir, for coming back. Members of the audience, please remember. Senator Tice.
Thank you. I just want to apologize. I have another committee that I'm supposed to be chairing. I'm going to head off and do that. It shouldn't take very long, and then I will be back. But I wanted to apologize. I'll make sure I watch whatever I miss on the recorded session. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Tice. Next, we have Christina Caramo, followed by Monica Palmer, followed by Karen Cordes. Ms. Caramo? I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing that correctly.
It's Caramo.
Caramo? Thank
It's
you.
quite all right.
Welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee. You have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you for having me. So I was a poll challenger at the TCF Center on Monday, November 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. On November 4th, early in the morning, I was standing at the adjudication table, and a ballot came across the screen. The ballot had a straight party ticket vote for both the Democrat and the Republican. It was a filled-in circle, which is an intentional mark. It's not a dash, it's not a dot. When the ballot came across the screen, there was no other marks. None of the judges and none of the other ballot proposals had been voted on. The poll worker then said, I think I'm going to give it to the Democrats. That's absolutely absurd. That is illegal. The vote should have been tossed out. At that moment, I said, absolutely not. I'm going to challenge this. So I go get her supervisor. And then her supervisor defers to her and says, well, what do you think? And I'm like, well, what do you think? It doesn't matter what you think. It's the law. Our feelings, our emotions, our thoughts are totally irrelevant. You follow the law. And that ballot is to be tossed out. But she wanted to give it to the Democrats. So then I go get the gentleman who was overseeing the entire absentee ballot counting process while Daniel Baxter was gone. So this gentleman's name I do not know. I go get him. He's overseeing the entire process while Daniel Baxter is gone. I ask him. He says to the girl, what do you think? It was disgusting. I was enraged. And I simply asked a question. I said, well, why not give it to the Republicans instead of the Democrats? The gentleman began screaming at me, began yelling at me, began telling me that I had no right to talk to her, and he told her to push the ballot through. And prior to that, that same poll worker, a ballot came across the adjudication screen where this voter had voted for Joe Biden and the Green Party presidential candidate, and she gave the vote to Joe Biden. I also saw the ballots show up in the middle of the night. Also, I inquired about the tabulation numbers from the tabulation machine between shift changes. I was denied that information. We saw a lot of irregular things. This is not an anomaly. Just because all of us have different accounts of what we saw, that doesn't make them invalid. And to expect Secretary Benson to actually do something about it is foolhardy. To accept Dan and Essel to do anything about it would be foolhardy. So we're appealing to you guys to do something about it. Because if our elections aren't fair, then we have no republic left. It's a banana republic. We have nothing. And we don't trust the election process. Why do you think a lot of people don't vote? Because they feel it's a big fraud. So our claims are being dismissed. I mean, Secretary Benson dismissed us before she did any investigation. So clearly she can't be trusted to do her job. It's not our job to conduct an investigation. There are paid officials who are to do that. And we're imploring you guys to please step up and listen to us and investigate our claims. Check us out. Don't just take our word. Investigate what we had to say, because we have nothing left. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any members have a question? Vice Chair Lucido, please.
Thank you. Extremely insightful. All these accounts that you've indicated, and it's been pretty clear. I mean, it doesn't seem like you're on the edge. You're sitting right here in front of us. Has any of these accounts gone to the attorneys that are representing the candidate or candidates?
I did submit an affidavit. They are pursuing lawsuits, but we also need our Attorney General to investigate it, because ultimately it's her job to enforce the law.
I agree.
And if she doesn't do her job, we can't just accept that as, oh, I'm just not going to do it. You guys are lying.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Lucido. I don't have any other questions. Thank you so much. Did you submit written testimony?
Okay. No, I did not. No, I can, though.
Please do.
All
Thank
righty.
you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Monica Palmer, followed by Karen Cortis, and then after that will be Brian Pennebaker. Ms. Palmer? Yes?
Yes.
Welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman McBroom. Members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Monica Palmer. I am the chair of the Wayne County Board of Canvassers. After the primary election, we had 76% of the Detroit absentee precincts unrecountable because they were unbalanced and unexplained. At that time, the Board of Canvassers issued a bipartisan resolution asking for an investigation of the election, and we asked the Secretary of State to assist in conducting the November election, understanding that there would be an increase in the absentee ballots that were cast. When we went through the primary election, I was asked as a canvasser, what happened? How did we end up with so many precincts out of balance? Was it fraud? Was it human error? And at that point, I didn't know because I had never witnessed the process in person. In the general election at 9 p.m. election evening, I went down to TCF Center to observe. I was credentialed as a Republican challenger, but I did not challenge. I was there just to hopefully see some improvements while I was there. One item that I would like to point out to you, the ballot containers that the ballots are stored in, those are supposed to be certified by the Board of Canvassers. They have expiration dates on them, labels. As I was walking through the TCF Center, I located 5 ballot containers that had red labels on them that said do not use. Those were rejected by the Board of Canvassers because they were not secure. The last order that the City of Detroit placed for their ballot containers, the welds were not properly sealed on the back, and you can actually slip paper in and out of the back of those ballot boxes. Those absentee counting boards that used the red label uncertified ballot containers, those will not be recountable.
1 minute.
1 minute. Yep. The other thing that I would like to note, I did see an improvement with shift change for election inspectors. I think that was helpful instead of having people work the entire time and be very tired. As you're looking at policy moving forward, I would like to point out that Tuesday evening from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. the next morning, the majority of the election inspectors who are working at the tables processing the ballots were idle for at least, I would say they were working about 2 hours of their entire shift. If you're looking at improving the process moving forward, the adjudication process is what is the bottleneck, and it's taking the most time. I would look at more funding and more equipment for the adjudication process as a solution for policy changes. I do have additional information regarding poll books and how that impacts the canvas and balancing out of the precincts, but I don't think we have time for that this afternoon. If you have additional questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Yep, Ms. Palmer, thank you for that, and I would like to be able to reach out to you later and ask not just some of those questions, but to understand better some of the canvassing processes and how they work too. So I appreciate you taking the time to be here. Vice Chair Lucido has a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Palmer. I echo the same sentiments. I think that you're knowledgeable and, more importantly, necessary to create and to shape policy. And it would make more sense. Did you take any photographs of these boxes, these ballot boxes with the red tags?
I did take a photo of one, yes.
Mr. Chairman, now they've been, did you offer this as part of your testimony, some of these photographs that we can have on file? And are you planning on submitting those to the Attorney General of this state and the U.S. Attorney?
I will include that with my email to all of you.
Through the chair, I don't have a problem with the clerk or whatever receives it. Do you know whether or not those ballot boxes were being used?
Yes, they were. They were on the floor at TCF Center.
Was that included in your affidavit?
It was not. I did not submit an affidavit as to the events at TCF Center. I was there observing, and I did not want to impact the canvas with what I saw.
But you are a necessary party now,
Yes.
based on your testimony.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lucido. Seeing no other questions, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Next, I have Karen Cordes, followed by Brian Panabaker, and then a name that I'm absolutely not going to get right, I'm sure, but Hima Kolanagridi from Northville. So if you aren't sure if I pronounced your name correctly, it's Hima from Northville. Okay. Right now we have Ms. Cordes.
Right.
Welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Karen O'Brien Cordes, and I'm a registered voter from Novi, Michigan. On a sidebar, I'd like to say that I was so thrilled to work at TCF this year. I'm born and raised in Detroit. My father was a firefighter for the city of Detroit for 35 years, and I love the city. There's 5 points that I think are of interest that I'd like to present today. The first is I applied to be a poll worker weeks or months before the election and was told that they were full. So then I decided that I wanted to be a poll challenger because I wanted to work at TCF. The first thing in the morning before the work started on November 3rd, Mr. Baxter was speaking to the entire community at TCF, and I found it interesting when he asked for a show of hands of how many Republican poll workers there were. From my quick peruse of the view of the room, I saw no hands go up. And I commented to one of the workers that I was with, wow, that's a surprise. I don't see any Republican hands go up. So I thought that was kind of interesting. I then walked over to the tabulator machines and I watched one of the groups of 2 that were putting the votes in the ballots through the tabulator machine. As the ballots came up, they were rubber banded together in groups of 50 for a total group of 200 that were put through the machines. I counted the ballots, and the ballots that went through the tabulator machine were 196. So I commented to the workers, I said, well, that's kind of interesting because on the laptop, it showed 204 ballots that were counted. But on the tabulator, only 196 went through. So I asked the workers about that, and they said they didn't know why that happened, that they had to put some of them through twice, but they didn't know why, and that I would have to speak to a supervisor. I went back, that was on November 3rd. On November 4th, some of us were summoned to come back that they needed more workers, more challengers. So we went back on November 4th. In the afternoon of November 4th, I believe it was about 4:30 or 5 o'clock when the military ballots came in. And I was working with one particular table when I was witnessing the military ballots, and I found it highly unusual that every military ballot that was logged into the system had a birth date of January 1st, 1900.
You have 1 minute.
And nobody could tell me why the birth dates were 1900. When I went to challenge those votes, the supervisor at the table told me, and I quote, "We're not doing that." So I pressured her. I said, I want this challenge. I want it noted in the laptop and in the poll book. And she said, we're not doing that. And I said, well, I'm not leaving the table until it gets logged in one of them. So she wrote down in the poll book, Karen Cordes is challenging this vote. And she said, because I told her, is challenging every subsequent ballot hereafter.
Okay. Any questions? So, sorry. So when you say they had a date of birth, was it always January 1st, 1900?
Every one of them.
Huh?
Every one of them. January 1st, 1900.
Okay. No explanation's been provided thus far?
None.
All right. Vice Chair Lucido.
Ma'am, how many, how many did you count like that?
At the particular table I was at, on the screen, I saw about a dozen.
You counted those yourself?
Yes. And in my affidavit, I believe I wrote down the ballot or the voter numbers, registration numbers.
Did they have different names on the ballot, or?
Yes. And these ballots came in, they were all in envelopes, military ballots. They had been logically mailed back. And I found it interesting because they were all in pretty stationary envelopes. And I thought, oh, well, maybe our military gets gifts from their families or friends of stationery, because every one of them was in really cool looking stationery.
But they were different?
Yes.
Thank you.
So when you mentioned that you see ballots, and you see signatures, names, date of birth, you're not actually seeing those on the ballot, right? You're seeing those on an envelope.
The date of birth were on the laptop, on the screen.
Okay.
So at the tables, they had a laptop set up over here, and in the corner, there was a larger screen that we could view what was actually on the laptop screen.
But I just want to be clear, I mean, those pieces of evidence are not actually on the ballot
Correct.
itself. Okay. Any other questions from members? All right. Thank you so much for your time today. Next, we have Mr. Brian Pennebecker. After him, we have Hima Colangaretti, and then Melissa Carone. Welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee, sir.
Thank you, Chairman McBroom. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and thank you, Vice Chair Lucido. I appreciate your time. I know it's valuable. I drove through a snowstorm from Macomb County to get here today because I felt it was very important. It was very important to do everything in my power to help preserve the republic that was established 245 years ago. Great patriots gave their lives for this republic, and we're about to see it start slipping away from us if we don't preserve election integrity in this country. So I want to give some general observations of specific events that I witnessed on the 2 days that I served as a poll challenger at the TCF Center in Detroit. And it's important to note that I applied to work at the TCF Center online. I was referred to a website to apply to specifically work at the absentee voter counting board, and I never heard back from them. So I did follow up after a couple weeks of no reply. I called, there were 3 different phone numbers to contact on that website. I called all 3 of them, did not get answers, so I left voicemails at all 3 of those numbers. Again, I did not receive a reply. So at that point, we were within a week or 2 of the election, and I wanted to participate, so I volunteered to work as a poll challenger. Now, I had applied to work there because I heard Detroit was short of poll workers. Obviously, that wasn't true, or else they saw that I identified as a GOP with the GOP party, so they never returned my calls or responded to my application. So that initially I found concerning right off the bat. I did not prepare a statement for my remarks today, so I'll be using the sworn affidavit that I submitted to a lawyer named Sean Flynn, who's working directly with Rudy Giuliani on collecting evidence, sworn statements. I hear in the media all the time that there's no evidence, there's no evidence. We met in Macomb County about 3 weeks ago with Sean Flynn at one of the GOP offices, and he walked out of there with a stack of sworn statements. Statements that, you know, you're familiar with the fact that people made these statements under oath and under the threat of perjury if they lied or were misleading.
1 minute left.
Okay, so 2 of the main observations that I witnessed at the TCF Center on both the 3rd and the 4th when I was there, when I got down there on the morning of the 4th, I went back for an additional day because I witnessed so many irregularities when I was there on Election Day on the 3rd. Immediately upon walking in, I ran into Randy Bishop, and Randy owns radio stations. He's very IT savvy. He said, Brian, I was here all night. What's going on here is unbelievable. He said, let me show you something right now before I leave. So he walked me over to the high-speed scanners and tabulators, and he said, see all these Ethernet lines running out of the tabulators? They're all bundled together as they accumulate, and then they're all connected to these routers, and then they all go to the main computer. He said, these are all hooked into the internet, and that is illegal, and it should not be happening because it opens them up to hacking. So I was aware of that immediately when I got there.
That's 3 minutes. Can you put your rest of your remarks in writing for us?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you for your time. Appreciate it. I'm sorry that we're trying to keep moving. Any
Yep,
questions?
I understand.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you for your time today, sir.
Thanks, Brian.
Next, we have this name that I'm doing very poorly with, Hema. Oh, Hema, welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee. After her will be Melissa Carone and James Danley. Hema, welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee. Can you tell me how to say your last name correctly?
Kolanagi Reddy.
So now everybody else can know.
The moment I saw you holding on to that card, I'm like, that's me. That's got to be me.
Well, you have 3 minutes, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. This is my first time doing this as a poll challenger at TCF. As an immigrant to this country, as you can tell, we had great respect for America, the elections here. We always thought it has a lot of integrity, whereas the countries we come from, a lot of things happen. But all of that changed the day I went there. Like I was at TCF on both the days, 3rd and the 4th. 3rd was pretty much the same monotonous stuff going on, nothing much to note, other than occasional ballot challenging. But the next day is where I noticed a lot of issues. There was a group of people who were like agitators who were trying to get GOP people in trouble. And from my skin color, everybody assumes that I'm a Democrat. And so they just kind of come to me, and one of the ladies was thinking that let's get these MFs out. And I'm like, MFs who? Like, because she thought I was a Democrat. Then when I pulled out my tag, she looked at me and she's like, you're on the wrong side. I'm like, how can you say I'm on the wrong side? I pick whoever I want, right? Because this is a free country. But then I noticed that they were going and getting all the white male Republicans out by, just kind of sheer intimidation, just saying, oh, your mask flipped, you're going to get people killed, like you heard from so many other people. And then what I did was I got trained by both the MIGOP and Election Integrity Fund. So I went to Tim Griffin of Election Integrity Fund and I said, can I have my nonpartisan credentials? And then when I got that badge on, everything changed. Like people just looked at me differently. I was looked at with a lot of hostility when I had the GOP tag, and now that I have a nonpartisan tag, I was respected at the counting boards. I was respected by the Democrats and the ACLU. And in fact, I was able to even help some of the GOP people from being escorted out by putting myself there and asking why they were even being escorted out and arguing with these people. But the whole environment was so hostile and condescending. And a lot of people have talked about the ballots that were not in the poll book or the system. And I was at a table which had a full stack of this file which said not in EPB/S, which is poll book or system. They were scanning and manually entering them, and the signatures on those sleeves were exactly alike, like a bar graph. And then they were sequential ballot numbers. They started from 2232, and sequence was something that threw me off. I'm like, how does that happen? And most of those people were from the Goddard Street, and they were being entered manually. So those were the observations that I had. I had all the details, the last names and everything. I gave the affidavit to the Election Integrity Fund. The thing that bothered me was that when every time a GOP challenger was being escorted out, all the poll workers, Democrats, and everybody else were cheering. And that was very disappointing because these people were just doing their job. They were not attacking. They were not there with guns. They were just volunteering their time, and they were treated with utmost disrespect.
Thank you for your time, your testimony. Could you briefly go back to just a few seconds ago? You mentioned how you saw some ballots that were sequential, and then you described them somehow, and I missed the phrase that you used. Where they came from, I think you mentioned?
Yeah, it was from Goddard Street in Wayne County.
Goddard Street, okay.
Yeah, and they all had sequential ballot numbers, and they were being manually fed into the system.
Okay, thank you. Any other members have a question? Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Melissa Carone followed by James Danley, followed by Bobby Tenorio. Ms. Carone, welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee.
Hi,
You have
thank
3
you.
minutes.
Thank you. My name is Melissa Carone. I am a resident of Wayne County. I have a background in IT and cybersecurity. I was contracted by PDS staffing to work with Dominion Voting Systems, assisting with IT at the TCF Center. I started work at 6 a.m. on November 3rd, and I worked until 5 a.m. on November 4th. I returned to work at 10 a.m. November 4th and worked until 2 p.m. November 4th. I was initially supposed to return back to work around 4, but I was told via text through one of the other Dominion workers named Samuel that I wasn't needed, that they were almost finished counting. I wasn't going to mention this, being that it has been mentioned numerous times. I'm going to. I was initially supposed to be working. I was initially supposed to be working at the Department of Elections. That was an order from Dominion Voting Systems. They told me that I would be parking in a parking lot and I would be shuttled in through a shuttle. I called my mother and I told my mother about this, and my mom said, no, absolutely not, you're not doing that. I also had a concern about that because I do have two small young children at home and I needed access to my vehicle. What I witnessed at the TCF Center was complete fraud. The whole 27 hours I was there, there was batches of ballots being ran through the tabulating machines numerous times, being counted 8 to 10 times. I watched this with my own eyes. I was there to assist with IT. These people on night shift, I had 4 people on night shift that I've known. One of them I've known for over 20 years. He approached me and said he had absolutely zero training whatsoever, contradicting 100% what Daniel Baxter claims, that they had so much training. He said they had zero. I watched. These people had no idea what they were doing. Okay. Also, the adjudication process, I witnessed numerous people walking up, claiming they were both Democrats, saying they were sitting together, judging ballots all night together, all day together. I witnessed it all. I was on the main stage with all of the city officials. Daniel Baxter was in on the whole thing, and I am under the impression 100% that at least 90% of those workers were all in on this. There was not a single ballot the whole night, the whole 27 hours I was there, that I saw that was for Donald Trump. Not one, not a single ballot. That is scary. There is no reason for that. Also, I'm gonna say that there was something going on at that Department of Elections, and it's clearly something that's very illegal that occurred there, and I am grateful to God that I did not go there.
Thank you. So, Vice Chair Lucido has a question.
Sure.
You were employed by whom to do what?
Okay, so I am a freelance IT worker.
Okay.
I was employed by PDS, P as in Paul, D as in David, S as in Sam, staffing, to assist with IT work for Dominion. At
The
the
software
TCF,
company.
Dominion Voting Systems, correct. I was with Nick Atanamagis. He's
Why were-
my manager.
I apologize, but this is very, why did they feel that they needed to have assistance there for the software?
So a couple people have asked me the same question. I cannot answer that. These people were very secretive, and I will say that these people were very, very secretive and just really pushy. Never did I ever admit I was a Republican to these people. The comments that they were making were disgusting.
Regardless of Republican, Democrat, Independent, Green, doesn't matter. I'm getting right to the heart of it. What was the instated purpose that the software company needed to have the assistance of support staff for IT?
I believe that it was because Nick and Samuel, that are permanent employees of Dominion, Nick is a part owner, that they had to be together on the stage, working together, so it looked like they had assistance with IT. Now, I was also not allowed to wear a badge or tell anybody who I was working with.
That's fine. So your opinion that it was them that needed to be there, you don't know anything if it was contractual, you don't know if there was anything that was going glitchy, which means that there was...
Oh, I know of a lot of stuff that...
But my question is, factually, which
Yeah.
means today, as you sit here, is there anything you can tell us
Yes.
that was happening with the software where Nick and
Okay, so
Samuel had to go assist in this?
absolutely.
What was that?
Okay, so Samuel was missing for about 3 hours. When he returned, I said, "Where were you?" He said, "I was at the warehouse." I said, "Where's this warehouse?" And I said, "Is it an Amazon warehouse? I don't know. What kind of warehouse is it, right?" And he said, "We call it the Chicago warehouse." And I said, "Okay, so it's in Chicago?" Because they're from Colorado. I said, "So it's in Chicago?" And he said, "No, Melissa, it's in Detroit. We call it the Chicago warehouse." I said, "Okay," and I just walked away. But there was something very secretive that he was doing. There was also they said a big data loss right before they sent Samuel to this warehouse.
What time was that?
That was when Samuel went to the warehouse. That was approximately, it was in the afternoon. I believe it was around 2 or 3.
Is that on the 3rd or the 4th?
The 3rd.
Thank you. I'm okay. You have written testimony for the chair?
I have my
And the
second
committee?
affidavit, and I have what I was speaking off of just now.
Could you send that to us, please?
Absolutely.
Include your phone number if you could, in case
Absolutely.
we have questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Before you go, please.
Sure.
I have a question.
Mhm.
When you testify about ballots being counted multiple times, what are you basing that analysis that they were counted multiple times?
Okay, so, I'm sorry, so the tabulating machines, when a ballot jams, it puts up an error. It'll say discard or recount. So when it puts up that error, when a jam occurs, the correct way to go about it is to discard the whole batch, take the ones that have already been tabulated, put them back into a pile, put the one that jammed on top, and then discard the whole thing, and then rescan them. They were not discarding. So they were just rescanning, counting ballots 8 to 10 times, just recounting them. They had absolutely no idea what they were doing.
So you're saying that they were literally opening up the box, taking the ballots back out of the box, and then sending them through again?
No, they
Okay.
were just taking, so
wanna be
when a
clear on this.
ballot, okay, so when a ballot was, when the error came up on the PC in front of them, and it said that a jam occurred, I would go try, because it happened so many times in the 27-hour period. Each machine, it did it between 2 and 3 times an hour. So, because these were folded ballots, they're mail-in ballots. So when it occurred, and then it threw up the error, discard, rescan, as I just stated, you are supposed to take the problem ballot that got jammed, put it on top of the whole pile, discard it, because that's why the option is there. If you do not discard it, it is recounting it. So they would take the ones that were, say ballot number 25 had an issue. You had already went through 24 ballots. So you're going to put them back all in a pile, and you're just going to rescan it. So it's counting those 24 again, instead of discarding those 24 and restarting.
Oh, but that's what I was trying to ask. So they're literally taking,
Did I answer correctly?
You're saying that they're taking ballots that already went through the machine, taking them and scanning them a second time.
That's absolutely what I said, yes.
So help me understand, because I haven't worked in AV counting center. I've been to my precinct, and when our ballots go into the tabulator, there's no access to them after they're accepted. I mean, they go into a sealed box.
Oh,
There's no
no,
access
these
to
ones,
that.
no, I've heard that too from other states that they do drop directly into a steel box. No, the steel boxes were behind them, which I could say a lot about that too, but I won't. But they were using those for barriers for the poll watchers so they couldn't get close, the steel boxes. But no, they were 100% in the counter's hands. This whole process, they were allowed to do whatever they wanted to do. Nick and Samuel that worked for Dominion, they were on the stage. They had a contract employee, me, and another one that was from Texas. I have his name right here, Miles Smiley, 90-year-old man there to assist with IT work. He did not have any kind of background in IT and lived in Tennessee. So this man was just walking around aimlessly. You know, I was really the only one running around like crazy helping these people.
Thank you for that clarification. I'm not aware that it.
No, and they were responsible.
The machines I've been exposed to don't work that same way, so I was just checking in on that. Senator Tice.
So I'm trying to figure out the whole line of everything here. So you were trained to work with the equipment and the tabulators themselves?
Correct.
And they were going to send you to the Department of Elections?
Initially, that is
So
where
do
I
they
was
have
scheduled.
Tabulators at the Department of Elections?
That's the main question here, huh? Because I was trained on the tabulation and adjudication process, and how many people just came up before me stating that they saw people walking in and out of that Department of Elections with ballots. As I stated, I was not supposed to even talk about this today,
And
but
then
I'm going
as
to.
they're scanning, they have a pile of them, they're putting them through a scanner, and the pile, once it's gone through the scanner, is still fully accessible to the person
Absolutely.
who's doing the count.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
They could scan them 50 times if they wanted to.
Any other members have a question? Senator Lucido?
Yeah,
Senator.
this is interesting. You were trained to oversee tabulators. Is that what you told us?
I was trained to assist with IT
In tabulators.
and the adjudication process, correct, sir?
Who trained you to use
Dominion.
your technique on the tabulators as it relates to the IT?
Dominion.
Dominion did. Was it their representatives that came to the TCF Center?
It was the owner of Dominion, Nick Economagnis, that came to the TCF Center, which is extremely insane because he's like the top of the top with Dominion, which is he's missing.
When
He's
did
gone.
you meet with them at the TCF Center to get your training?
Okay, so my training was in Allen Park at the hotel they were staying at, right off of Southfield Freeway. It was November 2nd for 1 hour.
The day before the elections?
November 2nd, correct.
The day
sir.
before the election?
Yes, sir.
1 hour training. Was it done by video or was it done with a tabulator?
It was done with a tabulating machine and an adjudication machine in a room, in a conference room, and all we did was walk around it and nothing. We were given a binder, I have it right here, from Dominion about all their image cast, about how their software works. I have every Dominion employee here. I have the ones that were at
How many were with
the
you
warehouse.
in this? How many?
5 total.
5 total.
2 contract employees, 3 permanent employees of Dominion. Let me just say this, there was 1 permanent employee of Dominion. She went by the name of Danielle. Her real name was China, which she told me later. She's the one who told me Nick was a part owner, which was confirmed later on. She was acting very bizarre the whole night, would start crying, would start saying she couldn't handle being there.
Okay.
I saw the van come in at 4:30 full of ballots. That she left an hour before that, had someone pick her up.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, as long as we get her testimony, I would be intrigued to look at whatever you have
Absolutely,
through the chair.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Hold on. I have another question for you, ma'am. Please. Vice Chair Irwin has a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I were to take a ballot, an absentee ballot, and I were to run that through a machine multiple times, and that ballot were to be counted multiple times, Is that machine going to reflect those votes in the vote total at the end of the day? And is that ballot going to be recorded in the poll book 8 times or something? I mean, what's the...
Why do you think the poll books were so off?
Well, they were off a little bit less than they were in previous elections. So unless your allegation is that...
They were off 100%.
Excuse me, members of the audience, please respect the
Sorry, I mean,
the
you asked me a
witness
question.
and-
What do you expect the answer to be?
I was hoping for an answer, but I don't think I'm going to get one.
Excuse me. I couldn't hear what was going on because too many people talking over each other. So if you could please, Mr.
Sure.
Vice Chair, finish your line of questioning. I'd like to hear the end of it, please.
That was the end of it. There was just one question, which was that, you know, if this were to happen, it would show up in the tabulations being off. And we know...
They were off.
Do we know to what extent that they're off?
They were off.
Right, yeah, we know that.
So why are you asking? What are you asking me?
I'm trying to ask you if
Sir,
someone were to...
Go ahead.
If someone were to go and run the same ballot
Mhm.
over and over and over again, that would end up showing up as a massive discrepancy, right?
Did
and we've added up the
somebody took a ballot
discrepancies.
and ran it over and over and over again?
You
Just
did-
one ballot? Or a batch of 50?
Either way, I mean, the batch of
Right.
50 is going to be even
If you
more.
take one and you run it over and over and over again, yeah, people are going to notice that that one has been ran over and over. I had numerous challengers come up to me and say, what's going on here? One guy got thrown out because he took a picture of me.
Sure, I'm just wondering why the numbers at the end of the day aren't matching up with the stories that we're hearing. I'm trying to square that circle. And I know there's going to be an investigation of all of these
As good as everybody
allegations.
else's in here.
Yeah, there's
Why
going to be an
isn't it
investigation
why
of all
isn't
of
it
this, and
matching
we're going to
up?
look into all
It's
these
not
details.
matching up.
Ma'am,
Everything
ma'am.
that happened at that TCF center was fraud.
Ma'am.
Every single thing. Every avenue was
Excuse me.
taken to commit it.
Please. Appreciate your passion but he feels his question was answered. Appreciate that. I do have one additional follow-up.
Sure.
You mentioned observing ballots arriving
Yes, sir.
late. Do you have knowledge of where they came from?
I cannot say that for 100%. I do not know 100%.
Okay.
Do I assume where they came from? Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Senator McDonald, thank you.
I'll be brief. Your testimony was very compelling. So I just want to go back to what I asked Senator Colbeck. Where is the Department of Justice in this? I mean, without arresting it, I mean, are they even looking into it? I mean, your testimony is unbelievably compelling. So I'm just wondering, where are they?
Okay. Your question is as good as mine. So I did call the FBI on November 5th, and
Okay.
I spoke with a woman for at least 40 minutes. The phone disconnected. She had all my information. She never called me back. I had to call them back. I haven't been contacted back since.
Well, you would think that, did you contact anybody from the Trump campaign?
Oh, yeah. I've been
Wouldn't they
talking to
have a pipeline to the Department of Justice? Well, I mean,
I've been talking to attorneys. What I said just now regarding the Department of Elections and how I was scheduled to work there, that is coming out. That is coming out. That will be coming out next week. There's a lot coming. I was not even supposed to talk about that, but a lot of people mentioned it. So you know what? I'm going to tell you guys about it because this is fraud.
Okay.
And there was fraudulent activity occurring there.
thank you. Your testimony was excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. Next, we have James Danley, and he'll be followed by Bobby Tenorio, and then Austin Kreutz. Welcome, Mr. Danley.
Thank you, committee members.
You have 3 minutes.
Appreciate the time. Well, I'm trying not to waste it, but I want to see what kind of time I got here. Okay, it's items that occurred during the election and subsequent counting process. My name is James H. Danley, and I was a poll challenger at the TCF Center on Tuesday 11/3 and Wednesday 11/4. I've signed and submitted a 13-page affidavit to those items which I witnessed personally. The following are only a few of the most egregious items witnessed. I was not allowed to perform my job, and from what I observed, were any of the GOP challengers in accordance with Michigan laws. We were constantly prevented from getting close enough to see what was going on with the respect to the ballots. Procedures were not being properly followed. When we brought these to the attention of the supervisors, our concerns were dismissed and ignored. We observed ballots being backdated from 11/4 to 11/2, and data being entered into the computers for these mail-in ballots. Poll workers were entering ballot information from new mail-in ballots, including dates of birth of 1/1/1900, into the electronic poll books and processing those ballots for tabulation. The information wasn't in either the electronic poll book or the paper supplement book prior to that. There's been lots and lots of reports after the election counting process. First of all, I did email a copy of what I'm reading from to each of the Republican senators and the House of Representative members. So I'd be happy to provide this to you. Dead people were voting. I sent a website to that effect, and the list that they had up to that date was 17,327 randomly checked Michigan voters that were registered for voting and were above the age of 80. Every name on this list has voted in the 2020 election. Check for yourself, and has also been found in one or more of the obituaries online. This is the most important election in my lifetime, and I think the most important election in the history of our republic. Every legislator, whether seated in the House or the Senate, whether Democrat or Republican, took an oath to defend the U.S. and state constitutions of the U.S. and Michigan against enemies both foreign and domestic. Time is of the essence, and now is the time to fulfill that oath. Despite what the media is telling everyone, there are mountains of evidence that voter fraud occurred on a massive scale, the likes of which we've never witnessed in the country.
30 seconds.
For those politicians that say we have to tighten up the election process relative to mail-in ballots for future elections, you admit that there are problems, and you propose to fix those problems sometime in the future. I and millions of Americans say no. You must fulfill your oath and do your duty to the citizens of the state and country now. You can't turn a blind eye to the mountains of evidence proving the fraud, and the citizens of this state expect the state legislators to act swiftly to correct the fraudulent activity that took place in this election. Because time is of the essence, this cannot wait for the completion of the lawsuits currently underway.
Thank you, sir.
I did submit this to each of you. I would appreciate it if you would go through it thoroughly, read the articles that I've attached to it.
Thank you, sir.
And we appreciate it. Thank you.
Any questions? No. The committee will go at ease for 5 minutes. A little 5-minute leg stretch. We'll resume testimony. Next up, we have Bobby Tenario, followed by Dr. Michael Dubiel. I'm sorry, there's cards got a little shuffled here. And so it was Bobby Tenario, followed by Austin Kreutz, and then Dr. Michael Dubiel. Oh, my mistake. You're the first one who marked that, so I hadn't even been looking at that box anymore. So, Austin Kreutz, are you available? Austin Kreutz. Austin. After him will be Dr. Michael Dubiel, followed by Michael Halls or Halves. Anyone seen Austin Kreutz? Is Dr. Dubiel available? Is Michael Halves or Halls available? It might be Haynes. Yeah, it could be. Jacqueline Zaplinti, or Zaplet? It definitely starts with a Z. Lori Eba. I'm going to run through these names one last time, but we can't hold up the show forever. Austin Kreutz. Jacqueline, please go ahead. I will keep these other cards on top briefly for after Jacqueline's testimony in case they're indisposed at the moment. Welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Jacqueline Zaplinti. I was dual credentialed for Election Day this year. I worked at a precinct 205 at Mason Elementary School in Detroit during the day, and then I also worked at the TCF Center that evening as a poll challenger. So I've submitted my written testimony, also an affidavit to you today, affidavit that I had submitted with the Trump campaign previously, so you have a copy of both of those. There was a couple questions that I wanted to answer that I heard earlier, so I'm going to kind of go off script, but I don't think you guys realize that on when you go to vote in person and you're feeding your ballot into a tabulator box, and I was the tabulator inspector at Precinct 205 in Detroit, it goes in. If there's an error, it comes right back out at you. You see the screen, you have an option to either correct your ballot or resubmit it as is. So then it goes into the locked box. It is never opened until the end of the day after polls close at 8 p.m. And then it is, you know, opened up, processed, put into sealed envelopes, and so forth. So the high-speed tabulators look more like, that were at the TCF Center, look more like a printer. And so they were fed 50 ballots at a time, sometimes in stacks of up to like 200. They were each, you know, individually rubber band at 50 at a time was the way we were taught, or that's directed to do. And they just came out the back. They were in a bin there, an open bin, so they could grab them all and refeed them. So I don't know if, you know, you all had a clear picture of that sense of, you know, they were just open and available to basically, oh, you get an error, grab it back, feed it through again. So that's where a lot of the repetition, I think, happened. Also, as far as training is concerned, I did 2 classes, each were for about an hour. I was trained as a poll worker, which then I was credentialed as a ballot box inspector in the precinct. Then I was also trained as a poll challenger, which was for about an hour also, and then credentialed as a poll challenger, which I worked at the TCF Center. So I kind of had a little bit of a advantage, I felt like, because I did both trainings. However, both trainings were pretty ridiculous. Really didn't teach you much of anything. There were, multiple copies of things that were, you were presented with and able to take home. You could reference later, but the training was really non-existent.
Thank you.
So,
I appreciate your testimony, and I was going to actually ask if you could explain why you feel the training was not helpful.
well,
Or adequate.
as a poll worker, I trained at Wayne County Community College. There was just no substance to it. There was no, other than working through the copies of the information that were given, there was no substance. They didn't tell you anything. They didn't say what to do if there was an error. Who do you contact? You were given like minimal to no information.
And who provided
to
this
utilize-
training?
The Detroit or Wayne County Department of Elections.
Okay.
Also, you were almost threatened or taught to threaten a poll challenger. They came right out and said, you don't have to listen to them, you don't have to speak to them, they can't get near you, they cannot talk to you, you don't answer them, and if they continue to question you, then call the police. Literally, that's what the instructor told us to do. Call the police, have them removed.
Thank you. Any other members have a question? Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Okay, going back to the top of the pile, Austin T. Kreutz. Has anyone seen Austin T. Kreutz? All right. Dr. Michael Dubiel? Okay. Michael Haynes or Halls? Lori Eba, please come on up. And then on deck, we will have Braden Giocabazi and Andrew Miller. Welcome, Ms. Eba.
Thank you so much. I am a resident of Oakland County. I live in Milford. I've been here all my life, not necessarily in Milford. I grew up in Detroit. I was a Republican poll challenger both on Tuesday and Wednesday. On Tuesday, things went pretty well, and I was trained by the GOP party. Tuesday, things went very well. When I was called back in early on Wednesday morning, I came back into the room. I could not believe, number one, how many more people were there, the tension in the room, and where did all these ballots come from? When I'd left on Tuesday, most of the tables had been complete. The table I was overseeing at the time still had about 200 ballots left, but it certainly didn't look like there was going to even be enough for a night shift. I was very surprised to see the level of activity on the following morning. As you've already heard from many people who've had my positions, there was a lot of intimidation and hostility vented toward the Republican challengers. I experienced a lot of that as well. Right away, of course, we know rules were broken because there were very, very few. I counted less than 5 when there was the hand raise of Republican poll workers in the room. There's supposed to be 1 at every counting table, at least, and there wasn't. I didn't see the ones back at the tabulator areas or the adjudication, so there may have been a few more back there, but I counted less than 5. In addition, by midday on Wednesday, there were no more Republicans allowed into the room. There was a lot of intimidation around those who were in the room, particularly the men and the lawyers, and they were hauled out forcibly by the police for really no good reason, while the whole room of workers cheered. This is intimidating. They stood and they cheered repeatedly as Republicans were hauled out for doing their job. This is wrong. I personally was the victim of 2 different accounts of intimidation, one by workers, supervisors included, and one by Republican poll challengers or watchers. In both cases, I had raised my hand to challenge a ballot. In one case, the ballot was being duplicated. I was being prevented from watching because only 2 workers were doing it, and they were shoulder to shoulder. I'd moved into about 3 feet or so behind them so I could look over their shoulders. The supervisor came over and told me I had to get out of there at least 6 feet away. I told her that by the rules, election rules, I could move in during the time that I was watching the ballot while it was being duplicated.
1 minute left.
She was yelling at me. And that ballot ended up being duplicated in error. We got a high enough supervisor to stop that. The second time I was surrounded by Democrat challengers who, again, were yelling at me, calling me a racist, telling me my mother didn't love me, all kinds of, stupid but meant to intimidate things. This is wrong. We all deserve a fair ability to vote our conscience and to participate in the election process. This did not happen at TFC, and it needs to be audited, and we're counting on you to do it. Thank you. I've submitted my comments so you can read the whole thing on your own.
Thank you very much, Ms. Eba. Anyone have any questions? Okay. Thank you very much for your time today. Next, the doctor is here? All right. Dr. Michael Dubiel? Then on deck is still Braden Giacobazzi, and then Andrew Miller. Dr. Dubiel, I apologize, we took that little break there and I hadn't read who was on deck, so people might have gotten a little far away, so appreciate your forbearance. Welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I was a poll challenger at TCF Center. I worked 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. I saw a few things, and I tried to make several statements to several different organizations, and I had nobody really follow up with me. Or when I did get a statement back from my affidavit, it was different from what I had spoke over the phone. A few things that I saw, right off the bat, I saw table supervisors distinguished with the emblem on the chest, wearing political statements. Saw Black Lives Matter on masks. I saw t-shirts, undershirts wearing Black Lives Matter, which is, I didn't know was appropriate. The table I worked at, I saw several ballots that I challenged. One, when through the process, the scanning of the ballot, the computer popped up a little box that said duplicate ballot already processed. I challenged that. I saw a ballot that was opened up that was completely blank, front and back. At the end of the night, I asked my table supervisor if our numbers matched and if it reconciled. She said it did. And then she told me, we decided to take the ballots that were challenged, the provisional ballots, and they will be tabulated. She told me the tabulator ultimately uncovers errors with ballots, that they would be spoiled by the tabulator. And I thought that was interesting. And I asked her again, and she assured me that tabulator would correct the error. And that's interesting because when I gave that statement over the phone, that was never put in my affidavit. And I have yet to make an affidavit because I tried to give it to a couple of people and nobody's followed up with me. Or if they followed up with me, it was inaccurate information.
1 minute left.
Okay. And to me, that's a big deal. I also saw the ballots being dropped off about, 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. I was actually standing next to the lead attorney, and we were all talking about why are these ballots showing up as late as they did. I thought that was interesting. Those were the main things that I saw. When I first arrived, this was interesting as well. I was wearing a mask, and I was fidgeting with it because it was itchy. There was a gentleman who was a table supervisor. Again, he had the emblem on his breast. And he basically called me a bioterrorist. He basically said I was killing people. We're in the middle of a pandemic. And he was going to kick me out if I continued to itch my face because I was wearing an itchy mask. And I kept on trying to ask him, does everybody have to have this standard of wearing a mask? Because I saw numerous workers not wearing masks properly. Eventually, as he called me an agitator, I pointed to a gentleman. I said, does he have to wear his mask? And he didn't respond to me. And I wanted to stay in there because he told me he was going to arrest me because he identified himself as a Wayne County, working for the Wayne County Sheriff's Department.
Thank you. I would like to know about the ballot that you said you saw that was blank.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what the disposition of that became?
What do you mean, the disposition of that?
What happened to it?
It was put in the folder to be tabulated, and it was ran through the tabulator from what my table supervisor told me.
But it was blank, so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She said then the tabulator would uncover that, and then it would be spoiled at that time.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was another ballot that you challenged specifically?
Absolutely, because when they scanned it, the little window popped up on the computer. It said duplicate already processed.
So what happened with that?
So
Do you know
they
that?
initially put it into the provisional ballot folder like they should have.
Okay.
And I thought that was great. And I was like, awesome, we got a process that's working here. And then when I went up at the end of my shift, because I was told there was going to be reinforcements. So I left at 5 a.m. It was a long day. And I'm from Grand Rapids. She told me that all of the ballots in the provisional folder would be taken out and put into the folder to be tabulated because the tabulator would uncover the error. The tabulator would find out that this was a duplicate ballot. And I asked her that twice because I was under the impression that the tabulator is a counter. So I asked her, how will the tabulator uncover that? She told me, and she assured me, the tabulator would uncover the error.
Okay. All right. Any other members have a question? Senator Santana, please.
Thank you, Chairman. You mentioned that some of the people had on shirts that said black people matter, right? Or what did you say?
Black Lives
Black Lives
Matter.
Matter, yeah, okay. Did anybody have on a shirt that said, vote for this person, vote for that person?
Not that I was aware of.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
But distinguished on the face masks,
All right.
and it was, I want to make this clear, it was underneath the T-shirt of the table supervisors. It wasn't outward, it was underneath the T-shirt that they were wearing.
I understand.
Chairman.
Thank you.
With all due respect, I mean, there's a sign right here that says black votes for Trump. So, I mean,
I don't believe that, I don't believe that there is a statute that prohibits the wearing of non-political candidate shirts, so it may, so now, on to Senator Tice, please.
Thank you very much. So thank you for your testimony today. I have a question about, you said between 3:34, you said that there were ballots that came in late. Can you tell me what it is specifically that you saw that came in? Were you outside and you watched the truck and you watched them unload, or were you inside and watched them bring in the ballots? What was your...
Well, I was inside the TCF Center, and I
Okay.
watched them bring ballots in on carts, boxes of ballots.
So they were like open boxes where you could see the ballots in, or you
Yeah,
saw them?
they were no different than the ones that were already there. And then what they did is they put them out, and so there was a center raised stage, and then they had tables off to the side, and they would put the ballots off where they were already picking up the ballots, how they were doing normal business, right? I was under the impression that all of those should have been segregated and separated. Well, they weren't. They were put right up there, and then the person or the people that were running the election process basically encouraged the table supervisors in the tables to come up and get work. That's how they were describing it. Come up and get work. Come up and get work. So those ballots, they were running ballots.
Thank you. Senator Tice, did you have more questions? Or?
Just one more. Did you have any idea how many there were, or do you have any way of knowing?
Yeah, so the attorney that was there, or the counsel that was there, we were all trying to take a rough estimate, and it looked like there was maybe 60 boxes of those ballots, and in each one of those sleeves or boxes or whatever, there could have been hundreds of ballots. So we're thinking maybe several thousand, tens of thousands. I'm not sure the exact number. Because who knows how stuffed they were? Who knows? But I definitely saw those ballots come in. Absolutely.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Do you have any idea where anybody say where all this came from?
No.
All right,
And I left my table to go over there because I was curious about that.
Okay. Senator Lucido?
Yeah, it's intriguing. What time of the morning was it when you saw this come in? Or what time of the evening was it?
Like I said, 3-ish, 4 in that window.
In the afternoon?
No. I was there from
3 or 4 in the morning?
I was there at 10 p.m. to 5 a.m.
They were in male sleeves, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Did anybody have any earmarkings of who they were carrying these ballots? Were they carrying them? Were they on a dolly?
Yeah, they were on a dolly. Yeah, they were on a dolly. Do I know who they were? Absolutely not. But there were people that were doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lucido. Senator Santana?
Was there any particular reason you didn't ask for a supervisor to question, the ballots coming in on a dolly, or?
Well, I didn't figure I needed to because the lead counsel that was supposed to be there was taking tally, and I was there standing right next to him. So I figured he was kind of the person that was overseeing the whole night. That's what we were told. No, we were talking directly about why are these coming in. We all thought it was interesting that these ballots were coming in so late. What was his response? We were trying to take.
Sorry.
What was his response, sir?
We were taking count, and we were his exact response I couldn't recall, but we were definitely perplexed that these were coming in so late, as well as they were being put out to be counted.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. I have a large stack of cards yet to go through and would very much like to provide this opportunity for those who've taken the time to be here. If there is somebody here who has some credibility with the crowd and has the opportunity to share with them that their disorder is only disrupting what they're trying to accomplish, I'd appreciate you taking that time to do that. Otherwise, I'll have to be forced to adjourn the meeting if it gets so difficult to hear anymore. So. We'll continue. I'm not stopping the meeting at this point. I'm just suggesting that somebody suggests to the audience outside that they are disrupting the meeting in here, and it will cease if they can't control themselves.
Do you think that we can control an audience by one person or a couple people going up there?
If the audience inside also needs that same assistance, we can adjourn the meeting for that reason too. I have worked hard to put this together, and I would appreciate the opportunity to continue the work and listen to the folks who've taken the time to be here. At this time, next up we have Braden Giocabazi. After him, I have Andrew Miller, followed by Robert Cushman. Welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Is based on my sworn affidavit that I submitted. I am an unaffiliated Michigan voter who was trained by the GOP to be a poll challenger on Wednesday, November 4th, beginning in the late morning until around 8 p.m. because I was told that they needed help. They were understaffed. I witnessed the room erupt in thunderous applause and derogatory cheering as Republican poll workers were picked off one by one and ejected from the room repeatedly by police escort throughout the day. By the end of the day, they had picked off so many GOP poll workers that there were probably only a few dozen left to monitor all of the processing stations in the room, which I'm told was between 130 and 160. Because of this, I had to move between several tables. One was processing a stack of roughly 35 ballots with pink challenge stickers on them. Many other tables also had similar stacks on them as well. None of the ballots appeared to be in the poll database, so the poll workers were simply entering 1/1/1900 as the birth dates and entering the addresses and names that no one seemed to be verifying and which I could not see to verify. When I would politely try to check such things, as had been the case throughout the entire day, I was told that I wasn't allowed within 6 feet of the tables even to verify ballots and told that I was trying to kill people. I watched as the table simply passed in mismatched ballots and envelopes through the checking station. When I challenged it, and subsequent ballots that weren't in the poll book, the table supervisor laughed and said, "You can't do that." And several other operatives gave me the COVID runaround as I had gotten throughout the day, all trying to intimidate me and prevent me from doing my job, claiming that I was endangering their workers, trying to kill their people, and even holding a pen in a threatening way. Yet, when non-GOP operatives would stand near the tables and harass me, no one would give them any problem at all. At one point, a Democrat who was hanging back came up to harass me, and then a table supervisor showed up and because I was challenging a ballot. Once several table managers and non-GOP operatives have showed up to harass me, this Democrat operative simply melted back into the background with a satisfied grin on his face, knowing that he had caused me a problem. These people were like professional agitators whose job it was to sow discord among GOP workers who were trying to do their job and then get them kicked out. At some point, a GOP lawyer was brought in and confirmed that I was properly performing my duties. Instead of backing down, the table supervisor's supervisor and his supervisor and all the damn supervisors, they came up and they started arguing with the lawyer, telling him he didn't know what the law was.
1 minute.
In the meantime, the ballots continued to go through, so I stepped up to the table to inspect the next ballot briefly. The manager separated me from the table, wielding COVID as a weapon one more time, and walking towards me, forcing me to step further away. He made some innuendo about playing with him that made me uncomfortable, and then he said something to the effect of, "I will kick your ass or I will kick you out of here." And I said, and I looked at him and I quizzically, and I said, "Are you threatening me?" He repeated the mantra more than once as he began to wave down a police officer. I raised my voice so that others could hear what was going on, and at this point, and I said, "Are you threatening me?" And at this point, the police officer arrived, and I did not ask any questions, and I was removed from the room without any due process. Realizing I had no recourse or rights, I grabbed my coat, and I peacefully was escorted. I'd like to say one final thing.
Please wrap it up.
Okay. I saw several dozen military ballots throughout the day. I only saw 3 that were for President Trump, and I was also at your hearing the other day when the clerks were testifying. And one thing that stood out to me as a glaringly obvious thing, as an engineer, I'm a technical person. I love math. I have a fair bit of programming under my belt. Those people were not IT specialists. They know nothing. I assume they appeared to know nothing about programming, and yet they said multiple times throughout that hearing that it was the most secure election in history. And I would like to say that it seems like they have no credentials to be able to say that.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions? Senator McDonald.
Yeah, it's kind of a question for the group. I've been hearing a lot of troubling stories about harassment. So sick, I don't even want to say them. You're saying people call you a murderer, they're going to kick your ass, all these things. It sounds like there's a lot of experience in this room, poll watching. Have any of you ever experienced anything to that level ever before, any other election process?
So,
never? Is this, seems unprecedented, the type of stories that you're sharing, so.
This was my first election. I didn't come there to agitate. I think I'm a likable guy. I came in there on Wednesday because I was told they were understaffed, so I thought this would be a good chance to just see how the process works. If I would have thought that it was going to be that much of a madhouse against the GOP people and it was so biased, I would have been there every day. I was not there with an agenda. I was there to just do my job, and they didn't like that simply because I had a GOP lanyard on, even though I'm an unaffiliated voter. They didn't know that.
Sounds like from the stories you're sharing, it was a complete sideshow. Hopefully
Like I
that
said,
doesn't continue.
Professional agitator. That's the word that I would use to describe these people. They would melt back into the background as soon as they knew that they had accomplished their job of getting you agitated or kicked out.
Thank you.
They knew what they were doing.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Next, we have Andrew Miller, followed by Robert Cushman, followed by Andrew Sito. Welcome, Mr. Miller. You have
Hello.
3 minutes.
My name's Andrew Miller. I was a poll worker on Tuesday and Wednesday. I originally applied to be a poll worker, but nobody ever got back to me. I tried twice to call the phone number for assistance. Both times I was on for over an hour on hold with no response, no way to leave a message. Let's get to it though. Probably the most egregious one was on Tuesday evening after most of the tables had shut down. One table was still working at duplicating ballots. When I got there, there was 25 ballots that they were duplicating. One person quietly sat back and supposedly read the information, but from 6 feet away, I could not hear anything that he said. The other worker was filling in the ballot while being hunched over it, and there was another worker at the end of the table so that I could not see what was on the table. I had duplicated a ballot earlier that day. It was quite open. It worked well. I was asked by a table supervisor to participate in it. The ballot was stained. We worked through it. Everything was cool. We went to this one, and they were duplicating it, and I told the table manager that I needed to see those results, and he said I couldn't. And I said, why not? This is my job. I need to be able to see what the differences are between these two. And he said, no, duplicating ballots is just like voting. It's a personal endeavor, and I was not allowed to look at it. I stayed there for 4 ballots, and it all happened the same. I asked to challenge the ballots, and he said he would not be doing that. What else is there? Okay, I am also an engineer, so let's get to some of that. Every computer on Tuesday morning had an error code in the right-hand corner that says update was overdue. It was flashing on every single computer I looked at. I looked at least 20 of them. Also, about a third of the computers had the wrong time. At 10 a.m. in the morning, about a third of the computers said 2:59 p.m. I don't know how they keep track of when things are occurring when the time on the computer is not even correct. On Wednesday, I walked up to a table, and one of the computer operators was logging in, and she logged in as an admin. So she had full authority to do anything she wanted into that system. Did everybody in that facility use the admin in order to log into the computers? I also saw the routers with high amounts of transferring and work when there was nobody even monitoring the copy machines that were collecting the ballots. Nobody was at the computers, but there was a lot of data going across those. I also was harassed by a number of people. At one table, there was...
Sir, I forgot to give you your 1-minute warning, so I'll give you some additional time.
I'm pretty much done, but
please, 30
just
seconds.
the harassment from, there was a table worker, then there was a Democrat worker, then there was me, and the table worker said that I needed to back up because I was too close and I did not have the 6-foot distance. But there was a person between her and myself that was a Democrat challenger. A lot of this could go away if you had one Republican at each table. I applied to be a worker. You've heard here multiple people applied to be workers, and we were all denied that. So instead of having these hearings, why don't we have a clean process? It would not fix the computer glitches that came through, but it would fix a lot of this other issues.
Thank you. Any members have a question? Senator Tice.
You said you applied to be a poll worker. When did you apply?
More than a month before the election.
So well in advance of the training, because
Oh, yes, it was before the training.
Okay, because we heard from the clerk in Wayne County that the people who applied that were denied were people who applied too late and the training had already been done. So
No,
I just wanted to clarify.
there was still training scheduled when I applied.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for your time today. Did you submit your testimony in writing by any chance?
My affidavit contained
Okay.
everything that I had except for the admin.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we have Robert Cushman, and he'll be followed by Andrew Sito, followed by Shane Trejo. Welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee, Mr. Cushman. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Senator McBroom, Michigan legislators, and fellow citizens. My name is Bob Cushman. I'm a registered voter in Lyon Township, and I desire to testify concerning events in Detroit on November 4th, the day after the election. I believe that I witnessed evidence of mass election fraud on the morning of November 4th and the evening of November 4th, but I'm only going to talk about the morning right now. While I served as a trained and credentialed election challenger at the Detroit Absent Voter County Boards, TCF Center, Detroit. I arrived in the county boards at approximately 6:30 a.m. after being briefed in room 260. We'd been advised of a very large ballot drop, approximately in the vicinity of 4 a.m. Night shift observers had indicated that about 61 boxes had been delivered. I began observing the process of ballots at several counting boards. I quickly noticed that none, and I mean none, of the names were being scanned from the ballots were in the electronic poll books. All of the names that were found in the supplemental sheets. We know that the poll books, the electronic poll books, were updated on Sunday, November 1st. That meant that all of these new ballots had to have been brand new registered voters on Monday, November 2nd, or Tuesday, November 3rd. I found it very hard to believe that tens of thousands of people had registered in just 2 short days. So I began writing down the names on the ballots immediately after they were scanned by the computer poll worker. As soon as I began, I was severely obstructed by 5 different persons that I could no longer continue my legal responsibility as a poll challenger. These 5 persons comprised of a poll worker, a supervisor, an uncredentialed person, a Democrat challenger, and one of the top leaders of the AVCB. The details can be found in my affidavit. Does anyone believe that 30 or 40,000 new voters were actually signed up legally in 2 days. I implore every member of this board to protect the Constitution. I implore you to give us a full forensic audit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cushman. Does any member have a question? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Cushman. Did you submit your testimony in writing as well? Mr. Cushman, can you give us a testimony, a copy in writing as well? Thank you very much. Next, I have card for Andrew Sito, followed by Shane Trejo, and then Linda Brandis. Andrew Sito.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee. You have 3 minutes.
So my job was to be stationed at the TCF Center. I was in the middle of the room near the duplicate ballots. There's a table full of duplicate ballots. Throughout the whole night, I witnessed theft of duplicate ballots. My job was to follow them back to their tables of the counting boards, and where they would just take stashes of ballots, 4 or 5 ballots, take them to the table. I would stand there for 4 or 5 minutes. They wouldn't make any duplicates, never followed any duplicate procedures. They stashed them under their boxes, never put them in the bins. I couldn't do much about it, just write incident reports about it, which are documented. So, and then we had a new shipment announcement by Mr. Baxter at 4:30 a.m. on the microphone. He's saying, hey, we're going to have some ballots coming in. So these boxes of ballots were brought in by Mr. Baxter and his team at 4:30 a.m. from the rear of the room of the TCF Center. So approximately, I witnessed them bringing in boxes from the rear end of the room into the room. This is between 4:30 and 5. I estimate around 84 boxes placed on tables in the center of the room, each box with approximately 600 ballots, totaling to approximately 50,000 ballots, equal to the 2 rounds before. Because we were there from 10 to 1, we did a round about 50,000, and then 1 to about 4, a second round about another 50,000, and then this last round, all you have to know is there's the same amount of ballots from the other 2 rounds. I'm not sure if they were all brought in from the back, because I think they were commingled and also brought in from other rooms. So I'm not sure how many ballots were brought in from the back and then from the other areas, but they're put in all. It was just about the same amount. So most volunteers left at 5 a.m. and the poll workers had a shift change between 5 and 6 a.m. I stayed. At 6 a.m., Mr. Baxter and the management got back on the microphone and yelled, "This is what democracy is supposed to look like," in front of everyone with the new shift. Right after that, the whole room cheered, and you can tell that there was not a balancing in the poll workers there, even at that shift. Based off my sampling, because I was
1 minute.
Okay, sampling off of the dozen of the duplicate ballots from 6 to 2 p.m. 2 p.m. the next day, none of those were for Trump. The other 2 rounds, I only saw 1 for Trump. 3 other challengers told me they witnessed the same sampling. I challenged ballots, all refused. Challenging procedure never properly carried out. Never issued challenge ballots, no track or remedy, no record. I resorted to writing incident reports. Poll workers changed duplicate ballots to straight Democrat tickets. That's why you see in the tabulators 2 different tickets. I witnessed employees filling in bubbles for the Democrat straight ticket. And so at the tabulator, I also witnessed what the Dominion employee said with the re-running of the ballots. I saw that several times. At 2 p.m., I left the room for 5 minutes. Right after I left the room, they blocked it out, covered the windows up. I couldn't get back in for exceeded COVID capacity. I called the federal prosecutor. I called the FBI, made a report. I called the Secretary of State fraud tip line. I called the Detroit Department of Elections multiple times, and there was no answer.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I have a quick question. When it comes to the duplicate ballots that you were in the middle of the room watching, those are blank ballots for the purpose of refilling out when necessary?
Yeah.
And so you were solely in charge of watching those?
There's a few of us, but there's too many tables, so when people would come and grab ballots, and for example, if there was like a coffee stand or something, which I never saw that night, they all looked like clean ballots, we would follow them back, and there would be several people in line waiting to follow that person back. And so once that process was done, I would come back to the center table and wait for the next person to come in.
What's your recollection, with the group of ballots that came in at 4:30 and you stayed and began observing, and you say that, there was almost every one of them or all of them were for Mr. Biden. About how many ballots would you say you observed at that point?
That shift, probably my sampling is over a dozen of duplicate ballots. And also we had some issues where we were making duplicates of the duplicate ballots. And when I asked the employees why we were making duplicates of duplicates, they confirmed to me that this is a duplicate of duplicate, but the tabulator said unknown reasons.
So they were throwing away their first duplicate to replace it with a second one was what was, okay, but, so you're saying you observed several dozen ballots in that time?
That one shift from the 6 a.m. to 2 p.m., I sampled about a dozen duplicate ballots, yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. Vice Chair Lucido.
I appreciate you coming out, and I appreciate everybody being so patient to go through this process. At the end, your testimony has been submitted to us by way of written, or is there affidavit?
Yes, affidavit is submitted.
Perfect. These ballots that were brought in the middle of the night, early morning, whatever you want to call it, where did you see this go to? I'm looking at these numbers here, 84 boxes, 600 each in each box, over 50,000 ballots. Where did these ballots go?
They were just processed just like any other round. So they were brought in from the back, which...
In sleeves, again,
yeah,
mail sleeves? What I mean by that, you know what I'm talking about? The
yeah,
mail
banker
boxes.
with sleeves over the banker boxes. The sleeves were removed. They opened up the lids and they placed them on about 10-foot tables.
Yep.
There's about 7 of them, and they placed about maybe like a dozen boxes per table, 10-foot tables, banker boxes pulled, with the width so they can place them out, and the ballots are facing towards you, and they were double stacked, filled to the top. Each bundle is about 50 ballots. So maybe like 150, 300 stacked on top, each box.
Did they, after they put them on these 10-foot tables, were workers taking the ballots and then putting them into the machine?
Yeah, so that's when Mr. Baxter said, this is what democracy is supposed to look like. Then they came in and took the ballots, the employees took the ballots, took them back to their processing tables, and everyone just did it at once. And most of the Republican workers were gone at that time.
50,000 roughly, right?
It was the same exact amount as the 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. round and the 1 a.m. round to 4 a.m. round.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you see anything else after that period of time? Did you stay on? You stayed on till in the morning hours?
I stayed in until I was kicked out. I was not, they said, you can leave the room for a snack. I left the room for a snack, and immediately they closed it down.
What time was that?
Around 2 p.m.
Okay. So you were there 4 o'clock in the morning all the way?
Yeah, the whole shift.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Did you or anyone you know ask where the origin of the late-night ballot delivery was? What precincts it came from?
I did not ask. However, the person right next to me grabbed me by the, pulled me to the side and said, I see a truck at the loading dock coming in the back of the TCF center. And by the time I looked, Mr. Baxter and his management team were personally holding in boxes and carrying them in to the tables.
Okay. Senator Tice.
The other deliveries, they didn't come in this way?
No, this delivery was unlike every other that I witnessed from the other 2 rounds. Yeah.
Thank you.
See no further questions. Thank you very much for your testimony.
No problem.
Next, I have Shane Trejo, followed by Linda Brandis, followed by Bill Carzon. Welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee, sir. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Shane Trejo. I'm going to be reading a little bit from my sworn affidavit. and giving additional testimony, and I'll submit all that after the fact. I'm a registered voter and a credentialed poll challenger in the state of Michigan. I was a GOP poll challenger at the TCF Center Absentee Voter Counting Board in Detroit, Michigan, on election night Tuesday from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. I was there at approximately 3 to 3:30 a.m., and I saw the huge dump of ballots that were delivered to the counting hall. I noticed that the City of Detroit Clerk's office there was their emblem on the white van that showed up with the ballots. Janice Winfrey's name was on there, and a number presumably for Janice Winfrey's office. I estimated that it was over 50 boxes that I counted, and I estimate that up to 1,000 could have been fit in each box, large boxes. There was no chain of custody. There was no accountability. There was no transparency. Nobody knew where these ballots had been. They had to be turned in at 8 p.m. They showed up at approximately 3:30 a.m. So seven and a half hours is a long time for these ballots to be kind of in limbo, not with anyone knowing where they are. There have been no answers up to this point, and whistleblowers are being intimidated. There is a campaign of terror that is being instituted by people such as Attorney General Dana Nessel to coerce public officials into certifying the vote and rubber stamping this insanity as quickly as possible. Keep in mind that you could not videotape at TCF. It was strictly prohibited, potentially a criminal act. That's why all of these sworn affidavits, there's hundreds and hundreds of them, are so important, because they are the key proof that severe impropriety took place in Detroit on election night. So all we want is a proper, thorough, independent investigation into what the hundreds of whistleblowers are coming forth and saying, with a forensic audit of all the suspicious ballots. We know what these investigations would yield, and we suspect that the interests desperately trying to obstruct the investigations, I think we know I think they know what would be found as well. So I implore you to do the right thing, and for your country, for your family, for your conscience, and stop this fraud. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any members have a question? Oh, thank you very much for your time today. Next, I have Linda Brandis, followed by Bill Carzon, and then Christy Klamer. Linda, are you here or nearby?
I'll take her place.
Many of you have waited a long time, I know. We'll keep on going through the pile here. Linda Brandis? Okay. Bill Carzon, are you here? Mr. Carzon, I presume? Welcome to the
Bill
Senate
Carzon.
Oversight Committee.
Yes,
You
thank you
have
very
3
much
minutes.
for having me here to speak. I'm a resident of Wayne County, registered voter, poll challenger, was registered at the TCF Center. I was at the TCF Center from November 3rd, 10 p.m. till November 4th, around 5 a.m., so I was there during the observation of the ballots that came in that have been discussed many times. I was made aware of the process, obviously, with the counting board tables, so I did witness some things with ballots taken to tabulators and run. Some cases, they were run multiple times. Of course, there's a zeroing out. It wasn't always obvious to see how that was done completely. I witnessed on at least one occasion where operator number 5, who basically carries the ballots over to the stations for tabulation, was handed back a ballot. Didn't fully understand at that point why that would possibly be, because those are to be returned into the secure boxes. I would say between 1 a.m. and 4 in the morning, roughly, it was very quiet. It was a very big lull in the overall center. Many people can attest to folks with heads on tables. This was on not only the polling stations or the absentee ballot stations, but also at the tabulator table areas. In fact, I witnessed some person on a tabulator screen playing a card game. I sat there with my son, who was also there as a poll challenger, and another acquaintance as we watched this. So to give you the sense, there was a big lull. Around 4 o'clock, 3:30, I think I've heard 4 o'clock, is by my estimation, there was a delivery, I would estimate, because the table in the center next to the main stage is where the ballots were brought to. Somewhere at least 60 boxes were brought in. They did have a wrap around them, which was very, what I expected to be standard. When that work was basically prepared for people to come up and get it, the person called up and said, come and get your extra work. They were called up by precincts, and then, those groups would come in small sections and take these back and then, run them to their table. So just to give you a feel for that environment and what was taking place. I was also taking the opportunity, because of the canvassing that was taking place, I was at the canvassing board meeting that Monica Palmer spoke about earlier, and I will just tell you, it was extremely hostile. It was very personal. It was very aggressive with regards to the threats that were made to her personally, her family.
1 minute left.
Yep. And I would just say that really didn't have any place, and nobody shut that down. It was high intimidation. And Mr. Kinlock, or his other representative on the Democratic side, made no comments to calm this down. So when the vote was taken to not certify, of course, there was a side discussion that actually had some other further developments that everybody's aware of. I would just say nobody talked about the fact that they had so many out of precinct locations. When the meeting began, a pile of affidavits were set on the table. Mr. Kinlock said they were received by himself in that day. They really weren't used, reviewed, or anything, just submitted to minutes. So really no benefit in providing that. The meeting was delayed by 2 hours to start, a very strange delay. As Monica said, there was no executive summary. The numbers were rattled off regarding out of balance. I would just say it was a very hostile environment, and the main takeaway from my side is, I think you guys know, an out of balance precinct can't be recounted. That doesn't make any sense. If it's out of balance, it should be.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Senator McDonald.
Thank you, sir. Sir, were you given any guidelines at all on how to do the work properly? Was there a chain of command of any type that you saw?
Yeah, there were I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that was
I
the
thought you
question.
were talking about information we received.
Yeah, was there a
beforehand.
chain of command? Were you given any guidelines whatsoever on how to do the work effectively?
There was information that was provided. Some people could watch video sessions that were provided with some information. There was some written material that was provided. So to some extent, and I heard about the on-site location activity, that was not extended as an opportunity to us, but we did get information and training and material that could be looked at to understand the process, yes.
So there was a semblance of organization?
With
Was it,
regards
it sounds
to the-
completely disorganized. Was there even a semblance of organization at all within the
I
team?
thought you were referring to my or our information to be a poll challenge.
Yeah, your witnessing of the poll challenge, was there any organization, even a semblance of organization?
So I personally was on table number 18 mainly,
Okay.
and then I walked around. That table did a fairly, I think, consistent job. There were times where, poll worker, the person operator 1 to operator 2 may not have confirmed a number and name on the ballot, the scan and the handoff and this kind of closed loop process. I did witness that at other tables also being missed. When there was a 3-hour lull with people literally with their heads on the table, there was a lot of downtime there. And this wasn't just at the tables, this was right down the tabulator station too. And then at 4 o'clock, 3:30, 4 o'clock, when that truck hit and the other work came, now I wasn't there after at 5 or so, as that's when we left, that these were counted, but I mean, there was a big lull there, so not very organized and structured. If a person can sit there and play a card game on a tabulator screen, clearly there's something missing in the organization.
Well, again, it's very troubling, but thank you for that information, sir.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Senator Lucido.
Thank you very much for being so patient. I don't want you to run so fast. I wish your gut reaction when you were there at that time of the morning and seeing these ballots coming in and not seeing any other ballots around for 2-3 hours before that, right? What was your feeling, or what was it that you made any reference to about those ballots?
Well, it was my first experience to be down there and be a poll challenger. I'm more involved in this year's cycle than I had been before. So for me, it was novel. I didn't know why they would be there. I started stepping back and asking myself, why would things close at 7 and 8? And then at 4 o'clock in the morning, this proliferation of ballots would arrive. So I just had questions that just didn't seem to make sense from that perspective, but I think others maybe want to make comments as to why those were so late.
Are those boxes consistent with what you've heard the testimony? You were sitting here during the testimony earlier. Was all the boxes of ballots that were delivered to the TCF, you didn't see if they came in the back door, you didn't see?
I went to the back door when they came in, so I did see the truck. I did see them being unloaded. I saw a gentleman with a dolly that would bring some of them. I actually took the time to walk over to the tables in the center to watch them get stacked. I counted, I did a rough estimation because the tables were basically mostly empty. So I was able to get a general idea of how many were brought in at that time. And then at 5 o'clock, we were pretty much done with what we were doing that day.
Thank you very much. We have to leave, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks for being patient.
Yep, you're welcome.
Myself and Senator Irwin have another committee meeting for Judiciary and Public Safety.
Come back when you can.
We sure will.
Senators, thank you. Was that just Bill Carzon that we had? Or I'm sorry, thank you. Next, we have Christy Claimer, followed by Grace Norris, followed by Jeffrey Gorman. Welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So my name is Christy Claimer. I'm a registered voter from Oakland County. I was a poll challenger at TCF on November 3rd from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. and November 4th from 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 a.m. on November 5th. I was there for a total of 35 hours. In those 35 hours, I experienced the chain of custody being broken in many different ways. I'm going to focus on 3 of them. Around 7:30 a.m. on November 3rd, over the microphone, everyone was asked how many Republican poll workers there were by a show of hands. When announced there were 2, I looked around and couldn't see any hands going up from where I was sitting. Not having at least one Republican poll worker at the 134 tables made it impossible for ballots to be duplicated legally. Also, there were no Republican poll workers to see the ballots being secured at the end of the process as well. Almost all the poll workers were told that they could go home at 11:30, this is on November 4th, p.m., even though none of the ballots were secured until hours after that. Tables with ballots were left unattended and not secure. And even at the end of the night, when they were pretty much wrapping up, just started going through every single one of them, and there was 8 that were locked, but they were not locked. We made sure they were locked. I think it was unintentional, but concerning. Also, I witnessed 46 ballots get put in manually, meaning they were not in the electronic system and they were not in the paper poll books. I recorded each name and ballot number along with how they had the birth date of 1/1/1900. I witnessed majority of these ballots being entered between 9 p.m. and 11 p.m. on November 4th. I was unable to challenge a ballot due to the consistent intimidation, harassment, and verbal attacks throughout the day. This came from Democrat challengers, independents, a lawyer, team leaders, supervisors. I was threatened to be escorted out by a Democrat lawyer. I have a very different perspective on how secure our elections are, experiencing all that I did. It's very disturbing and disheartening. As you've heard today, there is much credible evidence that the chain of custody was broken time and time again, which created an election with no integrity. Michigan citizens are needing to trust our election system and our state. We are asking for a fair and honest election to be certified. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Claimer. Any members have a question? Oh, thank you very much. You've submitted your testimony in writing?
Affidavits are more
Okay,
than here.
thank you. Next, we have Grace Norris, followed by Jeffrey Gorman, followed by Jennifer Seidel. At the top of the hour, the chairman will take a 5-minute break for everybody, and I'll read off who's on the deck after that this time so we can be sure to expedite coming back to order. Welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee, Ms. Norris. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a challenger at TCF Center from November 4th to November 5th, and I'm a registered voter in Ingham County. You can tell that I'm a new citizen. I love to learn things, and I love this country. So that's why I became a poll challenger. So I received my credential and waited in line since 12:37 p.m. November 4th. And so I wasn't allowed to get in there until 6:20 p.m. on the 4th. So many others were not allowed in there either. So that's number 1. Number 2, I walked to table 14 and introduced myself as a poll challenger, and I wanted to ask, were there any Democrats or Republicans or nonpartisan independents? And the table manager told me, you can ask them, and nobody said anything, and they said, send away. So I felt, okay, well, that's kind of a little bit hostile. So number 3, so when I walked around at 8:40 p.m., On the 4th, I saw a name appeared on 2 monitors. And why I paid attention because that was a military ballot, and I saw later, and that's why I remembered this, this name. And then the 4th thing was the printing of the remarks and the voter list at the end of counting took as long as 4 hours. So the last shift was was supposed to end by 9 p.m., but some of the prints did not get done until 1:30 a.m. on the 5th. And so one table had a gentleman tried to print a dozen times and failed, so he got so frustrated and he put his backpack on and just left without signing anything. So that's the 5th scenario I saw was...
1 minute.
Okay, thank you. So at about midnight, people called in and told them if they couldn't say they could leave. So sometime later, there were only like 2/3 of the people left. So the other thing I counted as, how many workers at each table left at that time. So I have the details, but I don't mention it here. So 7th, so one of the male Democrat poll challengers kept talking about, Joe Biden and Donald Trump. We were not supposed to talk politics. And 8th, some of the limit strip on the ballot cases were not put on, and some some postal mailbox were left open there, and that was concerning. So then I tried to, the last thing was, I was writing down the SEO number, and then 2 Democrats stood, blocked my view, and a supervisor came over, grabbed my credential, and took photo and just left. So that's how I was treated. I hope that we had that process so people can trust the system, and I came here for freedom and for liberty, but this was so disappointing. And I hope that our legislators would do something, make better policy to fix up the loopholes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time today and your testimony. Any questions?
Just very
Senator
quickly.
Tice.
Grace, it's amazing to see you. Thank you for all that you've done. She has worked her tail off for American integrity and elections. So I just wanted to say thank you. I know personally your efforts, and I very much appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I love this country. I hope all of us love this country.
Okay, we'll have time for one more, and then, like I said, the chair will take a break. So right now, we're looking for Jeffrey Gorman. Please come forward. And then on deck for after our break will be Jennifer Seidel, Jasmine Early, and Artisha Bomer. Mr. Gorman, welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Jeff Gorman. I live in Wayne County, in Garden City. Born and raised in Michigan, spent most of my life away from here, left when I was 17, came back 9 years ago. I was a retired Navy captain, retired airline pilot, and captain as well. And so integrity is very important to me because lives depend on it. I also went to a college where we had an honor concept, so we kind of frown on lying, cheating, and stealing. Well, I volunteered to be a poll challenger on the day after the election. Welcome Alice to the belly of the beast. It was a hostile environment from the Democratic lawyer that told me I didn't know what I was talking about when I was challenging, to I was briefed on 2 things to look for. One was when they were doing duplicate ballots, there was supposed to be a Republican and a Democratic witness. When they were doing the military ballots, I asked, where's the Republican witness? And they said, it's you. And I said, no, it has to be a paid worker. She says, well, I don't know what they are. The supervisor did, I don't know what they are. Ask him. So I asked him. The poll worker said, well, I ain't going to tell you. So it was obvious. I challenged it. They only, out of the 8 to 10 that I saw, they only took the challenge for the first one. They wouldn't record the challenge for the other ones. And the other thing I was told to watch out for was ballots that the name of the voter did not appear in the electronic or the supplemental. They had 2 that came in that met that criteria. They sent them back. They came back to the table again, so they raised the red flag to ask the supervisor, whatever the person's name is that was supposed to come in. She told them, oh, well, we checked these are on the list, so I'm going to show you how to get them and enter them to the computer so that they appear, and then we can tabulate this. And they used the fictitious 1900 birth date in it. So I was only there for 2.5 hours. That was after, in the hostile environment. I got there at 12:30. Tried to go in at 2 o'clock. They wouldn't allow us to come in, even though we know Republicans, poll watchers had left, and they need to be replaced. They wouldn't let us in until 6 o'clock is when I got in. At 6:06 in Book 1, I was recorded. Left at 8:30. For those full 2.5 hours,
1 minute.
I watched violations of the rules that I was told to watch out for. Now, I said about my jobs, integrity was important because lives depended on it. Well, it's no less any important that we have integrity in the election, because the life of the country as a democratic republic depends on it. This nonsense has got to stop. We got to take the steps that it takes that the legislature can take to make sure that we have fair elections, because I've never seen anything like this before. And like I said, this goes against my grain and everything that I know as a person, as a professional. And like I said, I don't want to ever see anything like that again.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any members have questions? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Gorman. Again, we'll be hearing next from Jennifer Seidel, Jasmine Early, and Artisha Bomer. And I beg everyone's indulgence in a 5 to 10 minute recess. Thank you. The Senate Committee on Oversight will return to order. All right, next up, I have a card for Jennifer Seidel. Jennifer? Welcome to the Senate Committee on Oversight. You have 3 minutes.
I have provided you my affidavit, and I have provided this under oath. I have a lot to go over, but I only have 3 minutes, so I'm going to be kind and try and get through it quickly, but here goes. I was actually a poll challenger for the GOP party, and I was there on Tuesday the 3rd and Wednesday the 4th. I was there on the Tuesday the 3rd from about 6:45 a.m. until about 11:30 p.m. And then I came back the next day, and I was there from about 11 a.m. until probably midnight. So I have a good overview of things that happened. I was one of the lucky ones who did not get kicked out of the room because I kept my mouth shut, as I was instructed to do. So there's a vast difference between the 2 days. The first day, on Tuesday, things were, moving along. There were a lot of duplicated ballots. I was told by an election official that an entire area of about 5,000 ballots were mailed out, and they mailed out the incorrect ones, so they had to go back and duplicate all of those ballots. It was hard to get proper oversight over this. We were told to stand 6 feet away, and we were permitted on times to take a step forward. So that's 5 feet away if you have long legs like me. And about 15 seconds we could look in. So realistically, we couldn't really see much. So at one table, I saw a single ballot duplicated 4 times. I was told by the table lead that the first duplicate was because of the wrong precinct. The second was user error. The third was the wrong precinct again. I managed to see the notes in the QVF and that the incorrect ballots were listed, but the duplicate ballots were in numerical order, which I thought was weird by precinct. I estimate that I probably saw 3,000 to 4,000 duplications the first day. And the next day, it was chaotic. A poll worker, let me first say that I was assigned to and gladly took the lead of watching the military ballots. It was limited to me and one other GOP person that could stand there and monitor the table of about 17, 25, I don't know, boxes of ballots. Military ballots were unfolded and were different, and I was not permitted within 6 feet of those ballots. However, there was one lady from the NAACP and another one from the ACLU that were up wandering about, looking in the boxes with an election official, which I thought was rather odd. I saw person after person getting kicked out of the room, and it was almost like, here's a shiny object in the room over here, look at this commotion while we do this over here. And I witnessed that on several occasions. I'd also like to say that at one point I heard reports, oh, there's 134 Republicans in the room, we can't let more in, you have enough people. But they didn't, if I may, they didn't let us know that we were to sign out. And all the people that got kicked out were not getting signed out. I witnessed probably about 30 people getting kicked out for not really doing much. Maybe they tried to challenge and weren't allowed. I saw that, and then people left for lunch because we were told that we could leave for lunch, and they weren't allowed back in the room without even being notified that they had to sign out. So them saying that there were a lot of Republicans in the room is categorically false. I counted 7 people that were helping me with the military ballots. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and you have submitted written testimony for...
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
This morning, yes.
Any questions, members? Senator Tice.
Sorry, when you say 7 people helping you with military ballots, that's not 7 people total in the room, that's 7 people who were helping you right there? How many total do you think there might have been?
I saw probably a dozen. And we were trying to make sure that each stack of military ballots and their duplicate ballots were going back to the table and being followed. Those people weren't even allowed to get an elbow in, and I say that jokingly, of course, weren't even allowed to see because there were swarms of people around the table from different parties that were allowed in. And I also want to say one quick thing. Earlier, a gentleman talked about the password, the password to the QVF in the system. There was the piece of paper with the login and the password were taped to each table. And it was admin and this password taped to each table. So God and everyone could get that password. I just want to say, sorry, God.
Senator, I want to make one clarification. For those who don't know, because I know there are a lot of people who are like watching on TV and maybe not everybody in the audience knows, military ballots come in a particular format that they cannot be processed with. So they have to be transcribed from the ballot that they mailed in to the ballot that's consistent with the precinct that they're at. So that's the reason why the military ballots are being so closely watched, is because everyone by necessity has to be transcribed onto a specific ballot that's different from the one that they sent. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Tice.
Correct.
Senator Santana.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, we're dealing with a pandemic, right?
Of course.
And so part of the reason why the voting counting process was moved to the TFC Center was to make sure that people were socially distancing.
Correct.
And so, one of the protocols, and maybe you haven't heard this, but Dr. J with DHHS has also made it where we want to make sure that people are being safe based off of science. So having people maneuvering in and out of the room where ballots are being counted, do you think that it would be a good practice to make sure that you sign out if you're going to lunch? I mean, it's just like if you were going to a job every day. Where you work hourly work, you would check out for lunch, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so do you think that process makes sense?
Yes, absolutely. The COVID, I understand, and it's in my testimony about the COVID orders, and we were all trying to be polite, but we were standing 6 feet away, and the other parties were at the table, even sitting down at the table with them. I witnessed this on several occasions. The Democrat challengers were sitting down at the table with them, helping them duplicate ballots. And we weren't allowed within 6 feet. So it was a little bit disparaging.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for taking the time to testify today.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Next up, I have Jasmine Early, and followed then by Artisha Bulmer, and then Charles Richard. Ms. Early? Welcome
Thank
to the
you.
Senate Oversight Committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm going to start with an Hispanic from South America with a black grandmother and a Hispanic Indian native mom. I believe in one race, the human race. With that said, I can tell you that I'm not a racist. I'm a legal immigrant who is speaking here because I took my pledge to become an American citizen very seriously. I was a Republican certified poll challenger at the TCF Center from November 4th to November 5th. I was one of the victims of harassment, discrimination, and intimidation by election workers while I was fulfilling my duty as a challenger. What the witness has shared are no conspiracy theories. Several times, election workers tried to remove me from the room with the false accusations that I was impeding their process. They were the ones who blocked me from seeing the ballots, and when allowed, workers would complain. An election worker was brought up to harass me with the base of being too close. However, among themselves, they didn't social distance. I explained to him that I was only following the chairperson's direction in and out. Somehow we got to the point that English was not my first language, and he implied that then I shouldn't be there. I told him that he was discriminating and that he was treating me like garbage. He went away. Later, poll workers whispered to each other and brought police officers to remove me. It was pretty intimidating having officers approaching me when I had not done anything wrong. I understood they were trying to do their job. I noticed an officer was Hispanic, and I talked to him in Spanish. They were being lied. The officer started backing up. I witnessed many Republicans being kicked out of the room, and it was scary. That is not the America I came to a few decades ago. They were mad, kicked out, and not replaced, even though they were Republicans outside to be allowed to enter. It didn't happen. Since I was not able to see the poll books and didn't have anything to compare with, I was legally advised to challenge every ballot. The workers got pretty upset about it and advised to their people not to stop the process and dismiss any challenge. I had pages of notes of ballots. Here I had an affidavit where I can prove you that I didn't see, we couldn't do anything. There were people entered with a 11900, and I took the time to check those people. They didn't allow me to challenge it. The names of the people are here. While the Democrats are dismissing the findings from challengers, is those people were alive and registered to vote, why they were manually entered. Why weren't the ballot boxes properly sealed by the workers? Several of them were unattended, and I had a list of those tables. Me and another challenger questioned why those boxes were unsealed. The election director proceeded to seal them. As an American citizen and on behalf of the people of Michigan, I'm here to demand that you remember you took an oath to defend the country from enemy, domestic and foreign. Remember, it is your moral, ethical, and lawful duty today to seek for an investigation on the chain of custody. Demand election integrity. Demand a detailed forensic audit. You can go into history as the heroes for doing something right for this country and bringing to light what is hidden, or as cowards who didn't have the courage to protect the election integrity. You will be remembered as those who took a courageous and political incorrect stand, or as dishonest people who side with the fraud. It is your choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator McDonald has a question.
Just want to say hi to Jasmine. Jasmine is a constituent of mine. How are you?
I'm good.
I don't have a question. I just want to say I'm sorry. And I'm sorry that every one of you had to go through this experience. I think it's reprehensible. I think it's unforgivable. So thank you.
It was hate toward us. That is how I described being there. I didn't come to a country that I will be mistreated in that way. I love this country. I will stand and fight for it, but nobody, doesn't really matter. I didn't grow up seeing people by skin colors. No matter who you are, no matter where you came from, you should seek for integrity, because outside the country we see America as an honest people, filled with honest people with integrity. I want that to be preserved, and that is why we are here. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Any questions? Thank you. Thank you very much for your time today. Thank you for
I
your
will
testimony.
give you a copy of the affidavit that was given to the lawyer.
Please.
Thank you.
Next, we have Artisha Bomer. Oh, my apologies, ma'am. Thank you.
Senator.
And then after Artesia, we have Charles Richard, and after him, Evan Schock. Welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, committee. I am so happy to be here. Let me put my hat back on because this is my prize right here. This is the winner who won the election before it was cheated, before it was fraudulently cheated. It was cold and calculated fraud. And as a sidebar for Senator Santana, if Black Lives Matter, why did you skip me? Well, anyway, let me get on. Senator McBroom, sir, when I first saw your name, 2 things instantly came to my mind. One, will you sweep my testimony under the rug like the other people have done, such as Dana Nessel, who's in the fraud, check, Governor Whitmer, fraud, check, and all of the above, check. Or will you sweep me off my feet by taking my testimony as facts rather than fiction? My name is Artesia Bomber. I am an adult citizen, resident, state of Michigan, also a registered voter. I was trained and credentialed to be a poll challenger for the November 2020 general election. I witnessed many election irregularities and violations of Michigan election law, and I hope that my statement is taken seriously. I am sharing this information under the penalty of perjury that if I testify, I can be locked up if I'm telling a lie, which I am not. On November the 3rd, 2020, between 9:30 and 10 p.m., I reported to TCF Center. I was assigned to 2 separate tables, absentee voting county board, 123 and 120. I immediately noticed things were not normal. Election workers were allowed to wear Biden t-shirts, blue face masks, the ones I recognized on Gretchen Whitmer's face in some of her interviews on Charlie Langston's show. I also saw poll workers wearing Black Lives Matter face masks, which is a political movement. Joe Biden is moving to defund the police. Thank you very much. I am not passing judgment on this because I am a proud Black woman from the city of Detroit. Welcome, my sister from the D.
Please direct your comments
I
to the chair,
know
ma'am.
this because I've been strictly told not to wear anything of partisan related to my candidates for office. So election supervisors seem to be implementing a double standard. Election workers had jackets, backpacks, purses, etc. on the tables and on the floors. There was no system to check your personal effects. Some people even had coolers for food with them. I don't know what was in them. It could have been ballots for all I know. I observed an election worker pull out a ballot from an envelope where the circle was completed next to the name Donald J. Trump. I saw this with my own eyes, all this that I'm saying to you today. I could see this because the marking was at the very top left corner of the ballot. Instead of processing the ballot, I saw the election worker push the ballot back in the envelope and put it in there in a black container on top of the table. I witnessed a meeting between election workers, team leads, where they gathered together and spoke at meetings that was in the left far hand side of the wall. The meeting ended in cheers. Woo! They were just super excited. At approximately 11:43 p.m., I heard one of the team leads yell, "This is our house tonight," and further yell, "They gonna do what we tell them to do from here on out." I took that as they're saying, this is the Democrats' house tonight, and the Republicans, independent, or whoever is going to do what we say tonight. And might I add, I was a U.S. Taxpayer Party of Michigan candidate at that time, sir. I observed stations where election workers were working on scanned ballots that had issues that needed to be manually corrected. I believe some of these workers were changing votes that had been cast for Donald Trump other than Republican candidates. I observed ballots with cursive writing notes at the top right-hand corner. I observed a lot of them. Let's say maybe about 100 of them or more. I also observed these ballots did not have ballot codes on them. The one, you tear at the top, no ballot code numbers. At approximately 4:03 a.m., a poll worker announced 50 boxes of ballots coming in. Election workers loudly cheered, woo! Why? Did they know that they were for Biden? Was it a Biden dump? We don't know, huh? About 4:50 a.m., I witnessed a man spraying a chemical inside the ballot. It could have been air, but I also saw him put whiteout tape up inside of there, and he was walking around with this whiteout tape during the whole night. I have witnesses. If you need to call on them, their name is Cheryl Constantino, Linda Sawyer, Judy Jump, Debbie Swoff, and Marlene Benser, including myself, Artesia Bomber. I can't get all into this because I probably got a few more seconds, but let me tell you, it was voter fraud at its finest, pure and calculated fraud. And I wouldn't be surprised if people up here was involved. But this young man right here, Senator McDaniel, Donald, I got to give you kudos. I see you're interested in this. And Senator Thies, I have to give you kudos because I see you're really paying attention. I wish Senator Lucido was here because I say he's paying attention. And now I think you will pay attention. And I plead the blood of Jesus over this fraud. and that everybody that was part of it and know about it will be convicted in their soul and their spirit. They won't sleep, they won't eat until they come right. Thank you, Jesus. Amen.
Thank you. Questions from
Any questions?
Questions from Senator Santana.
Y'all, please.
Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome.
And thank you, Ms. Bomber,
Oh,
for
you're
your
welcome.
testimony.
Mhm.
You mentioned in your statements that you were also a candidate for the U.S. 13th Congressional District at the time that you were a challenger. Do you realize that you cannot do both of those acts at the same time?
Well, that's a double standard because y'all committed fraud and y'all wasn't supposed to do that at the same time as well. Next. I still witnessed it. My eyes still witnessed it.
Any other questions
Any other
from members?
questions?
Senator Tice?
I just want to make sure we get a copy of your testimony.
Sure, but it won't be done today because I'm going to amend it. So if you guys have anything with the word Artesia Bomber on it, dispose of it because it will be amended and that will be withdrawn. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're done? Thank you. You all have a wonderful day. And all who involved, will now rest.
Next, we have Charles Richard.
It's actually Charles Richard.
Oh, my apologies,
That's okay.
sir.
No, that's quite all right.
After Mr. Richard, I have Evan Schock, followed by Adam DeAngeli.
Ready?
Sir,
All
yes,
right.
you have 3
well,
minutes.
First of all,
Thank you.
thank you for having me. I'm not your normal person in terms of protester or otherwise. I'm a former vice president of quality in aerospace. And when I hear numbers bannered around, I got to tell you, if I accepted those numbers as even though they're improvement on aerospace, on aircraft, you would be dying. The planes would be dropping out of the sky. It's deplorable to hear things like what the numbers were in 2016 and what they are in 2020. So when I hear this, so I'm going to go into my speech. I'm sorry, but it really does. I just can't believe that we talk about well, it's okay, it's acceptable. So anyways, let me go on. My name is Charles Richard, and I'm the chairman of the Oceana County Board of Canvassers, and I'm one of the plaintiffs in the suit with Sidney Powell. And I'll make that emphasis. That suit is very valid, and we're going forward. And you guys will be involved in it, too, before long, I guarantee you. So I say that because we have got to clean up what is going on in the election process. When I hear Senator Lucido say, well, we're just lawmakers, wrong. You guys chartered it. You chartered the Board of Canvassers. You go back and look at MCL 168. You guys chartered it. It's a 113-page manual, too. So I can tell you specifically on that. I've heard a lot of things about it. I've heard about clerks testifying. Those clerks know it up to this process. They know that part. But after that, no, they don't. The tabulators, this stuff, very few do. It's too technical. But let me tell you about one piece of evidence you don't know. The Secretary of State contracted with a company called VoterWorks. They use a software called Arlo. Arlo is an open architecture. You ought to look at that. That's a serious flaw. It's a back way into the QVF, the qualified voter file. What does that do? It allows him to enter names that may be fictitious. Well, I've seen examples of places where these people don't live and whatnot. Take a look at it. That's a pretty serious flaw. It's like your bank or your credit card being open. No one's looking at that. How did we find it? We found it by preparing for the Board of Canvassers last week. I happened to discover it by looking at the audit file, the risk. The state calls it a risk-limiting audit pilot system. It's a joke. I want to tell you that. It's a joke. How do I know that? I'm an auditor. I'm a systems auditor, not a computer systems auditor, a quality systems auditor where we can tear things apart and understand what the documentation is, what you use as a standard. When you talk about an audit, what are you auditing to? What standard are you auditing to? So when I say that, so that's a joke. And that
1 minute, sir.
Actually, that open hole there is like your credit card being breached, and that's what it is. It is a distinct breach, and it's there. We need to really focus on that. And another thing is I heard a thing about the Black Lives Matter and Jesus. We had an incident in our poll. Well, a lady had a Trust Jesus shirt on. They would not let her be in the poll. She was a poll worker. They stopped. They told her it's it's a code, dress code issue, or it's an issue. She went to five different people, including this state. So I didn't accept it. I went to the FBI, and I heard Pete Lucido say that. The FBI is a joke, and I want to tell you that right now, and I can validate it. So I want to finish with this. It's a joke because they don't go that far. I backed the guy into the corner, really, and then I talked to him again. He says, what do? Are we going to go after a $5 case, or are we going to go after a $10 million case? And you know what I said to him? I said, both. You know why? Because that's selective enforcement if you don't. I've been on city council. I can tell you that. If you do that, you are subjugating freedom. You're basically just going after money. So let me finish with one thing if I can, then I'll give you my notes. Just it'll be quick. I said, finally, you have a job to do under U.S. Constitution, Article 2, Section 1, Clauses 2 and 3. That states, and I'll paraphrase, the legislature will pick a number of electors equal to the number of senators and representatives in Michigan's case. We expect that with all the fraud going on in this state, that you would do your duty and elect the electors as described in the U.S. Constitution and rule this election null and void. Be a leader, not a wuss. Void the vote, elect electors. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, sir. We have questions from members?
I do just,
Senator
so you
Tice?
said voter, thank you, sorry. VoterWorks, and then you gave another name, but I didn't.
Arlo is the software that they use, yes. But if you go on, if I can, let me give you just a little bit addition on there. On their website, and I didn't tell you because we ran out of time, it's an item 3, it states, add voter information for voter request. They're given a procedure, okay, just so you know that. So it states, add voter information for voters requesting ballots. This can be done manually and does not require a voter registration system integration. In other words, it can bypass the verification steps. Who would ever approve an open system like that? It's a major flaw.
And that's Arlo?
Pardon me?
That part is Arlo?
That's right off.
That's
That's in VoterWorks. That's what that's a claim to fame. Pull it up and look at it. It's like I almost died when I found it.
Thank you.
So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Senator.
Okay.
Please, Mr. Richard.
Yeah. I'll give you these if you want.
Please.
I didn't put my phone there.
Yes, thank you. Next, we have Mr. Evan Schock, followed by Adam DeAngeli. And after him, I have card for Karen Chopshian, I believe. Mr. Schock, welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee.
Hi, thank you for your time. I'm a registered voter in Michigan, and I was an independent challenger at the TCF Center on November 4th, 2020. So I arrived around the time when the windows were being boarded up with cardboard boxes and signs and stuff like that. And when I walked in, I was confused on why they weren't letting challengers in and why these boards were being put up. And the people around me were also confused, so we decided to ask questions. Nobody around us could give us an answer. We were ignored, and people were walking in and out. We had no clue how these people were being let in and out. There was really nobody constituting it correctly. So after about an hour of waiting, I was an independent, so I had somebody come up to me and ask me, hey, are you an independent? I said yes, and I was let in. It was me and about 8 other people. Once I got in, I signed in, and I noticed right away that it was very chaotic in there. There was groups of people in the middle where somebody testified earlier and said there's empty ballots in the middle of the room. There were groups around those empty ballots where it'd be easy for somebody to grab these ballots, hide them, or take them somewhere without being seen. I noticed a commotion in the back right corner, so I decided to go over and see what was going on. And another independent challenger, I asked him what happened. He told me, from what I saw too, because I followed the police over there, he was being told to stay back. There were more than, I'd say, about 9 people around this table. And there was just a lot of commotion going on. He said that he was told he had to leave as an independent challenger, and they wanted a new challenger in. So I felt that was wrong. And as I was walking later, I saw a woman named Karen, who she's going to be speaking soon. She was raising her voice, so I went over and asked her if there was an independent challenger at her table, which she said no. And they were blocking her view from seeing the ballots. So I offered to tell her what I'm seeing when they're duplicating these ballots, because she was in fear that she would be kicked out if she spoke up and challenged any more than she did. With these manual ballots, after we watched the duplication process go on, they brought more ballots over, and we watched them scan the ballots and put in the date 1/1/1900. I was actually with the Democratic challenger too. We were both confused on why this was happening, so we decided to call over a supervisor, who the only response we got was, oh, that's the default date that we put. I didn't ask any other questions, neither did he. Didn't ask any questions in the fear that I'd be kicked out, as I just witnessed 4 other Republicans/independents get kicked out. And it interesting because in the guide or in the handbook, it does say that no propaganda is allowed inside of the polling center. And I did see Black Lives Matter masks. And again, I feel there's nothing wrong with that, but I feel like that's a double standard. And I feel that it's wrong that people can have that and it's okay. I was called names whenever my mask fell down even below, a little below my nose. I'd be called names. I'd say I was killing people, stuff like that, while they'd be talking to somebody not wearing a mask. People at the polling centers weren't wearing masks, the people who were doing the duplicating. It was just very unorganized. Yeah, that's all I've got.
All right, thank you. Any questions from members? Thank you very much for taking the time to testify.
Yeah, thank you.
Was that Mr. Schock? Or, yes, okay. We want to card off here? This is the next, we haven't had her yet. That was the name I was struggling with. This is one we just did, so you want to change the number on it. All right, thank you. Next, we have Adam DeAngeli. On deck will be Karen Chopchian, followed by Randy Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members, for this opportunity. My name is Adam DeAngeli, and I was a poll worker in the election for the city of Detroit, not a poll challenger, but a poll worker as an employee working at a polling place as a ballot box inspector on Election Day, November 3rd. I think I'm only the second person today who was a poll worker, so I can answer the question I think you may all have about why so many poll challengers were impeded. I took not one but two poll worker trainings for the city of Detroit, one for ballot inspector on October 14th and one for electronic poll book inspector on October 15th. And in both of those trainings, it was emphasized to the students in the classroom that the social distancing requirements could be used to impede poll challengers. In fact, both trainings emphasized that if poll workers got angry about it, we should call the police on them as a first resort. In fact, at the second training, we had a trainee, as they were explaining the social distancing rule, they said they have to wear a mask, they have to stay 6 feet back, and that's important because they can come behind your table, but if they don't have 6 feet behind your table, they can't come back there. So a trainee asks, so if they're 6 feet back, they can't actually see. And the trainer says, exactly, not unless they've got really good vision or they brought their binoculars. And later on, another trainee asked, what if they get really mad and they're yelling? The trainer responded, quote, 911, call the police on them, have them thrown up out of there. Knowing from these trainings that the city was setting up a confrontational setting in which poll challengers would be completely unable to perform their duties, I told others what I had been told, and I provided the audio that I had recorded of the poll worker trainings. This led to a lawsuit against the Secretary of State filed on Friday, October 23rd. The plaintiffs in that lawsuit, one was a gentleman testifying earlier this afternoon, and another will be your colleague in the House next year. There's a hearing on the suit, and resolution was reached in the morning of Wednesday, October 28th, 6 days before Election Day. That hearing is online at the Court of Claims YouTube page. You can watch it. It concluded with the Secretary of State agreeing to amend the policy to say that poll challengers would socially distance, except as necessary to perform their duties. And critically, Judge Cynthia Stevens said, quote, I am more concerned that you get this directive out and amend the frequently asked questions for election workers than I am about this court's docket. Judge Stevens understood how time-sensitive and important this was. Both the hearing and the final order specified that this revised policy was to be made known to poll workers. I can tell you, as a poll worker in the city of Detroit on Election Day, nobody there was advised of this policy change. And in fact, the poll challengers were sitting at the end of our cafeteria table all the way at the end the entire day. Now, you might ask why I didn't tell the challengers myself about the policy, and the answer was because they're for the other side, which leads to another important point that I think you might have some questions about, which is how it is that so many of the poll workers were not real Republicans. Well, at both of the poll worker trainings I attended, they had made the point of announcing that the electronic poll book inspectors included many teenagers. And in fact, at the EPI training I took on October 15th, a clear majority of people in the room were in fact teenagers. So for all the people that came up today that said they applied to be a poll worker but didn't get the job, there was something going on that was coordinating the hiring of employees for a certain purpose. Now you'll know, or maybe you don't know, but I assume you do, poll workers are required to specify their party affiliation. They can't say they're independents. Well, what's your party affiliation when you're a minor and you're not even eligible to vote? So I thought that was an important thing. There's a lot more in my affidavit about what I saw happen on Election Day. For example, we were instructed at the training that provisional ballots were used to mislead ineligible voters as essentially phony ballots that would be destroyed by the Department of Elections. It's all in the affidavit and also linked to the recording of the complete poll worker trainings from start to finish. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. DeAngeli. So they told you, you're saying at the training, that they specifically stated that it was intentional to make it difficult for challengers?
Yeah, they actually had a laugh about it. They said, and again, I'm quoting from the recording, which you can listen yourself, but they asked, so if they're 60 feet back, they can't actually see. The trainer interrupts. Exactly. Not unless they got really good vision or they brought their binoculars.
Okay. Other members have questions? Mr. D'Angeli, you've submitted a very substantial amount of additional testimony, so thank you for that, and thank you for keeping it to 3 minutes now. Appreciate that, but we'll look through the longer testimony.
Very good. Thank you.
Next, I have Karen Chopchian, followed by Randy Bishop, and then Lenore Kurik. I'm sorry if I've mispronounced your name.
It's
ma'am.
Chopchin. It's fine.
How do you say it?
Karen Chopchin.
Chochin?
Chop.
Chopchin. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Is that going to destroy my seconds?
No, no.
Thank
That's
you.
Starting now.
Okay, first off, I'd like to say my affidavit was sent to Washington and stamped, and by a lawyer that worked for Senator John Kennedy. I'm going to make a long story short because a lot of this is repetitious, and I do see a few faces that I do know. And yes, there was a trough of blank ballots in the center for all the world to see, and welcome to take as many as you wanted, especially after hours. I am an administrator. I've done it for many, many years. I've done fraud at banks, embezzlements, and I've never seen administrative procedure so chaotic. It was a circus in there. They were banging on the doors. I didn't know if I was going to go under the table or leave the building. I could not do my job. So if you expected me to do it, I couldn't. It wasn't flowing right. And one example of me not being able to do my job were the military votes. Military votes I was unable to see at all. The first one, forget it. They wouldn't even let me do it because they said, we're starting and you're going to slow down the process, so we're not going to show it to you. So that was the end of that. And I was like at the top of my voice. I needed help. Nobody was helping me except young gentleman, a couple young gentlemen, but specifically Evan Schock. He was an independent, and he came in there to help me because they would not allow me to see the ballots. They were 6 inches apart. I was supposed to stay 6 feet. Was that the law? Well, that's the way it works in there. So he had to help me. He had to like rubberneck himself and tell me what each ballot said. 2.5 hours for 19 ballots. And the computer screen was at the opposite end of the table. So everything was very awkward. And these ballots, some of these ballots were opened and stapled shut. So I don't see any administrative sensibility about this since I've done paperwork all my life. I don't know the internal organs of the computer, but I did see 1900 a lot too at that military table after those were counted. So there was plenty of those. Yes, do you have something to say?
No, you have 1 minute remaining.
Oh, 1 minute? Okay. So let me just reiterate. Okay, some envelopes were opened and then stapled shut. Poll workers received select few would not allow me to see the first ballot. Yes. Okay. So long story short, since this is in Washington and since it is a little bit repetitious, the bottom line is I was not able to do my job because of harassment, and we had a parade of Black Lives Matter in rhinestones. I was told not to wear anything. In fact, I'm wearing what I wore today at TCF. So I did not see anything Trump, but I saw a lot of masks that said BLM, rhinestones. Don't forget the rhinestones. But as an administrator, I could not do my job, period. So there wasn't a lot I could do in all that confusion. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
And one comment I'd like to make. My husband almost did, he said, why are you going over there? They're not going to do anything. I said, you know what? I'll go. I'm going to go because I won't be able to sleep at night knowing that I didn't do something. But I'd just like to say that.
Thank you. Do any members have questions?
Really quickly, you
Senator
kept
Tice?
saying you couldn't do your job. What specifically was your title?
I was a poll watcher.
Okay, thank you.
And I couldn't watch the ballots being counted.
Okay. Thank you.
Any
Were you
other
a
questions?
challenger or a watcher?
I was a watcher.
Okay.
I was a watcher. I watched everything, and I was told to be a watcher. I don't know a challenger. I guess I was a challenger, but I was trying to believe that I was a watcher. I was watching everything. I was watching.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I challenged, and I lost, and Evan had to help me. I mean, I was, I'm a pretty, I'm capable of taking care of myself, and I don't know why a young man has to help me and assist me in reading the ballots. This is ridiculous. It was all ridiculous. I would invalidate the whole room because that's how ridiculous it was. So that's all I have to say. I'm just,
Thank you
I'm
for your
just
testimony.
disappointed. Okay.
Appreciate you coming.
Thank you for having me.
Next, I have Randy Bishop, followed by Lenore Couric, and then David, I think it says Clitby from White Lake, so I hope I pronounced that correctly. Mr. Bishop, it's nice to see you.
Good to see you, Ed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. McBroom, and fellow senators. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today. I'd like to do so by swearing myself in. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Unfortunately, I was here on November the 19th at the joint session between the House and the Senate. And the three clerks that I saw give their personal opinions were not sworn in. And in my opinion, they did not give testimony. One of those clerks is my very own clerk, Cheryl Guy. I live in Antrim County. Bill Bailey's a personal friend of mine, and I'm very familiar with what's going on in Judge Elsenheimer's courtroom on Thursday. We have a problem. As I do my radio show every day, I talk and interact with people all over the state of Michigan through my website and the TuneIn app. The problem we have is that we, the people, don't have faith in what happened in our state. You've heard all the testimony here today. I totally concur. As a poll challenger for the first time in my life of 62 years. I drove down to the roof of TCF Center. I call it Cobo Hall. Patrick Kobeck approached me and said, you need to come see this. I own a radio station. I'm very familiar with the internet, Ethernet cables, routers, and modems. Every single tabulator in that long table was connected to a computer. That computer was connected to the internet via Ethernet cables. We tracked it down. Long extensions of Ethernet cables was piled up to hide what we got down on our knees and found, which was a high-speed commercial router. We saw it with our own eyes. Many people can verify this. Patrick Kobeck went to Christopher Thomas and a Mr. Nathan and a Mr. Baxter, election officials in Detroit. We asked them, as I was witnessing the conversation, are those connected to the internet? No. You have to trust us. I'm willing to take a lie detector test. I know Mr. Kobeck will, and many others that you've heard from today. My question to you, will Chris Thomas, Mr. Nathan, and Mr. Baxter do the same? We want a full forensic audit in Wayne, Macomb, Oakland, Kent County, and Antrim County before you guys can certify this election, because it has not been truly certified based on the fraudulent activities that took place in this state. And before you vote, I wish somebody would reach out to leadership and tell them to please stop saying we haven't seen any evidence to overturn the election yet. We have. Please do not send any electors to the Electoral College on December 14th until those full forensic accountings are done in Wayne, Macomb, Oakland, Kent, and Antrim counties. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop.
I will take your questions under oath.
Thank you. And members of the audience, I just beg you again, please, to try to restrain yourself because I still have a very big pile of cards, and I know a lot of you are waiting. So any questions from members? No. Thank you so much
I
for
drove
being
all
here.
the way down here. I'd love to answer a question.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you, sir.
Randy, at the end of the day, who are we ultimately going to find responsible? I don't want to make this political, Democrat, Republican. Who are we going to find responsible for this, in your mind, your opinion?
One thing I think that would solve the problem, and I would really love to heal not only the nation, but especially the state, I would love to see candidate, former Vice President Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Governor Gretchen Whitmer, Jocelyn Benson, to agree to our request. We won't accept Biden and Harris as our president and vice president until we're given proof that nothing was illegally done in this election. If you go through a forensic accounting of Wayne, Macomb, Oakland, Kent, and my Antrim County, show us the facts. We want to see the ballots. We want to see the poll books. We want to see the cables, the tabulators. We want to see it all. And if you prove to us, Mr. Biden, with all due respect, we'll accept you as our president. We will accept you as our senators and our state representatives to heal this state and to heal this country. I have not lived for 62 years with kids, grandkids, and great-grandkids to see this election stolen, which is what we believe. Prove us wrong. All you have to do is that auditing of the books, the ballots, in full disclosure with a Democrat, a Republican, an independent, Jocelyn Benson, Governor Whitmer, Mr. Biden in the room. If you do that, the truth will be shown and our land will be healed. But until you do it, we're not going to buy it. The Democrats say, hey, shut up. It's been certified. No, it hasn't. I don't believe Wayne County has truly been certified. With what Monica Palmer and William Hartman went through, they never certified Oakland County. How could the Board of Canvassers certify the state when you don't have all 83 counties certified? They said it was. No, it wasn't. There's laws on the books. I understand the election law. You're going to be held accountable that if you don't send electors or you send the Republican electors, you broke the law. No, I say you responded to a higher law. You responded and appealed to God, and you did the right thing in your own morals and your values and the principles for the people of this state and for our country. And if you don't, God help us.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Next, I have Lenore Couric, followed by David Clitby, and then Linda Sawyer. Is Lenore Couric here? Lenore? Is Lenore here? If she did submit written testimony, and we'll take that. Is David here? After David would be Linda Sawyer, followed by Holly Spalding.
Thank you, Senator. It's David Clixby, by the way.
It is an X.
Yes,
Okay.
it's an X.
That was an option I considered. Please welcome, and you have 3 minutes.
Thanks. My name is Dave Clixby. I'm from Oakland County. I was a poll challenger both in this last election as well as the August primaries. I'm just here today to tell you what I saw and request that you do something about what I view as a somewhat fraudulent election. I was there on Tuesday from 6:30 in the morning till when they stopped the count, and that's the thing that nobody's talked about today is things are going very smoothly, and suddenly at 8 o'clock-ish, the gentleman on the kiosk said, "Okay, that's it. You can go home. Stop counting." And they had a stack of ballots, a couple hundred. Things were very slow in the afternoon. Things come in, you have some work, and then you don't have any work for hours. The poll workers did their job. They had to be sitting at their table more than the poll challengers, and then we could have more mobility than they could. But when everything stopped, it was like a sudden shock wave through the room, and people didn't, because they were scheduled from 6:30 in the morning till 10 at night. So suddenly they get to go home early, and that's pretty much what I thought. It's like, it's over. It's not fun doing what we were doing in Cobo Hall for 12 hours a day. But the point, the benchmark of the numbers, when Mr. Baxter, I'm not sure if it was Baxter or the head honcho on the kiosk said the total numbers of the ballots that we counted today up till now was 107,000 ballots. Everybody clapped. It was an acknowledgement of a job well done. 1 minute. So the point is, and then pretty much everybody left. My questioning is, what happened on the midnight shift? Because I came back in at 10:30 in the morning. I was called up and they wanted more help. And at 10:30 in the morning, when I walked into that room, it was like quiet. The dust had settled. It was just kind of a quiet, silent room that was just maybe waking up, but it was still pretty quiet and sleepy in there. So how is it that if they brought in 40,000 votes at 4 o'clock, that they would get all of them done by 10:30? It just doesn't, something about that doesn't make sense to me. And I don't trust that this election was fair and on the up and up. And what are you guys going to do about it? You know, I know you can hear it all, but if we're not going to take action on a definite fraud to the system, if you're just going to kick it down the road and worry about it tomorrow, and maybe this is something that we can correct the next time around, you've missed an opportunity to stop what's going on. I believe.
Thank you, sir.
I believe there was fraud in this election.
Thank you. Mr. Clixby, any questions from members? Senator Santana.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. I just got one question. Did you trust
Sure.
the election back in 2016 when Trump won and Hillary Clinton lost Detroit by 10,000 votes?
What was the, did I what the election?
Did you trust the outcome of the election in 2016 when Hillary Clinton lost Detroit by 10,000 votes?
Not particularly, because if I remember right, Detroit was, it took them weeks to verify the election, and I just know that it didn't look, Detroit did not look good in the public eye for just being organized, and there was just a lot of funny business going on then too. So no, I didn't particularly trust it then.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Clixby. Next, we have Linda Sawyer, followed by Holly Spalding, and then Kurt Hauser.
Hello, greetings.
Hello,
My name
welcome
is
to the
Linda
Senate Oversight
Sawyer.
Committee.
Hi. And I volunteered as a poll challenger. I am also a registered nurse, and I'll tell you why I'm going to throw that one in. I am from Detroit. I'm from District 6. We have some thick skins where I'm from. And I volunteered the night of the election. So I was the 10 at night to the 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. shift. Definitely a hostile environment when I walked in. I did not expect to see what I saw. And part of the hostility was definitely COVID. They used that as an excuse from the minute we walked in. And it was also an excuse to throw people out. You could have had your mask below your nose, and it was an excuse to throw you out. And the reason I put that in as a nurse is we all know that COVID is spread by droplet. The reason we wear our masks is so that we don't sneeze on people. We know that a sneeze or a cough can spread 6 feet. So we wear a mask so that we don't spread it. So if it's below your nose, it doesn't matter if you're breathing. They use that as an excuse to throw people out. And the whole irony of it is you had to stay 6 feet away from people so that we were forced not to see the ballots. But at the end of the day, when it was time to go home, they had us leave at the end of the room, and it was by escalator. So if you can imagine just a herd of cattle going up the escalator on the way out, that was okay. You could all smash in like a herd of cattle on the way out, and it was fine. So if you were trying to keep people safe, it did not matter at the end of the day. But as you were watching ballots, it made a difference. They kept us away from the ballots on purpose. They used COVID to throw us out. And at the end of the day, didn't matter. You could all smash in and leave the building okay. It was fine. So they used COVID as an excuse. And as a nurse, I found that despicable, totally despicable. They used it to keep me from my monitor, told me I had to stay 6 feet away, but yet the supervisor stood between me and the monitor. So I'm going to flash forward to 2 o'clock in the morning. At midnight, Trump was ahead 10%, which was an unusually high amount. To about 2 o'clock in the morning, my monitor went down. It totally rebooted. So unless you can tell me there wasn't a data dump, there wasn't a data breach, I don't believe that the numbers were true, because when I went home and woke up, all of a sudden Biden was ahead. We had processed 120,000 votes by midnight out of the 170,000 absentee ballots we were expecting. So I assumed we were missing about 50,000, and all of a sudden Biden was now missing. And Sidney Powell did discuss something about this in Rudy Giuliani's press conference, and I do believe I did witness that. And the voting had stopped in the middle of the night. So unless you were one of the few processing tables, you would not have seen this rebooting of the laptops.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Sawyer? Senator Tice.
Sorry, there's a theme here. So when you were watching people get thrown out, did you know whether or not they were Republican or Democrat as they were getting booted out?
It depends if they clapped or not. Anytime they clapped, you knew that was a Republican. And I had never heard of anyone that wasn't a Republican getting thrown out.
That was my next question. So you're not aware of anybody that didn't have Republican credentials getting...
No, but you could tell us. Our credentials were huge. Any other person just said election challenger in a very small tag, and we had bright yellow wristbands on. So you could tell who we were. We had obstructors too. So I've got more in my affidavit. I just didn't want to be redundant. So I did see election irregularities at my particular table, including non-processing of ballots. There was a certain process that the table went around. So I saw ballots not being processed, just taken out and put back in and stacked up. So they weren't even sent to the tabulator to be processed. This could have been hundreds of ballots. This could have been from a Trump precinct. And Artesia Bomber, who testified earlier, we were at that same table intermittently. She saw it was a Trump ballot. She testified that she saw it being put back in. In my affidavit, these were the tens of ballots that I saw being stacked back up and not tabulated.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, seems to be all. Now, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Hawley Spalding? Following her would be Kurt Hausauer, and after that, Timothy Parker.
Hi.
Welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I have 19 things in my affidavit, 19 items of things that I saw. I was at the TCF Center on the evening of November 3rd, election night from 10 p.m. till 5 a.m. I was the observer for Precinct 29. Shout out to the ladies at Precinct 29. They were awesome. I gotta say, I did not experience the same kind of hostility that a lot of people did. I was able to talk to the workers before someone told them they weren't allowed to talk to me, and I wasn't allowed to talk to them. A lot of them, this was their first time ever doing this. There was one lady that was there for 30 years. She's been doing it. So I observed a spoiled ballot that came to the table that should have been stopped at the clerk's office. It was put in the problem bin correctly by the supervisor, but that should have never came. The next is they weren't following procedures. So the procedure was that the first person scanned the ballot, it would go to the next person would take out the ballot, read off the ballot number, and confirm that with the first person that scanned it in, and they were not doing that. I asked them why they weren't doing that, and they said they weren't doing that this year. So that's what they told me. I watched ballots that were had the wrong number, that didn't match, the inside ballot did not match the outside of the envelope number. So the second person was verifying it with herself. She wasn't verifying it with the first person. So she noticed that, she said that to the supervisor, that they didn't match. So what they would do is they took white Post-it tape, they put it on the outside of the envelope, and they wrote down the number of the inside ballot number on the outside of the envelope. I witnessed that at least 3 times. And once the girl realized what the process was, she stopped mentioning it. She just knew what to do. Then there was, I did notice the Democrats that came in. They came in 2 different groups throughout the evening. There was 2 groups, and they weren't there to watch the process. They were there to watch us. They were standing behind me. I was 6 feet away from the table. They were behind me. They weren't watching what was going on. And at one point, I had 2 girls with their phones up, like they were recording me. I offered them my notes. I said, this is what I've observed. This is what they're doing. They're doing everything, you know, they're catching these things. There were also, I observed torn, stained, any ballots that needed to be duplicated. They were not duplicated. The supervisor asked her supervisor, which is the people with the embroidered shirts, she asked them what they should do. And that supervisor told her to run them through the tabulator and only duplicate them if it was rejected. So anything that had a smudge, a stain, a tear, and I did witness a few of them. At some point, they stopped telling the supervisor that there was an issue with a ballot because they knew they were going to run it through anyway. Didn't matter.
Thank you. So earlier in your testimony, you mentioned running the ballots through the machine and then tearing the numbers off. Were they tabulating them first and then removing the number?
No. So the first person would scan it into the e-poll book. And then he would give it to the second person. The second person was supposed to take out the ballot because the first person never saw the ballot.
Right. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. That's when you said scanned the ballot in. I assumed you were talking about putting it in the tabulator. I understand now what you're referencing. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions from members? Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, I have Kurt Hausauer, followed by Timothy Parker, and followed by Bill Schmidt. Is Kurt here? Is Timothy here? Timothy Parker? Timothy Parker? And I'm putting these back into the pile, so I mean, if they miss their time now, they'll get another chance. Bill Schmidt. Is Bill Schmidt here? Robin Bozinski. It's a pretty similar name to a lot of the ones we have in the UP. So, welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee.
Hi, thanks for having me.
You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I do first of all want to say that we live in a republic with a democracy. I already gave you my written testimony as
yes.
well as my affidavit.
Yes.
What I'm going to tell you just a couple things that are in my sworn statement is I was a challenger down at TCF, and I did experience a lot of things of what people are saying. There was intimidation. There was the cock blocking of us being able to see the actual process where they wanted us to stand at the corner monitor. And the one most egregious thing that I noticed was it alerted me that the table person who was in charge of our table had told seat number 5 to hang on to 9 ballots because they needed to bring them back to change some numbers on them. So I'm like, oh, wait, red flag in my head. So I thought, well, I need to go over by the scanner and see what they're doing over there. And I did. And after a little bit, and I was harassed about my mask because I could only wear it up to my nose because I need to be able to breathe. And I had ADA. And anyway, so what I had witnessed was this gentleman scanning the envelope. He raised it up, calling for the table person in charge of our table to come. And he says, what am I supposed to do with this when the ballot number does not match in the book? And he said, well, we're just going to change it. And I said, you cannot change that. You cannot go in the poll book and change it. We need to challenge this. Well, when I did that, summing everything up, I was pulled aside about my mask. The woman and I had agreed that if you get me a shield, I will wear a shield with my mask. I'm good, you know. And I thought that was settled. And while she was talking to me, I could hear the gentleman tell the scanner guy, just scan them and run them through. It's not our job to double check the numbers like this.
1 minute.
So that was the most egregious thing that I had experienced. You'll see the rest of my thing. But days later, my neighbor was walking her dogs. And so I went over in my jammies and I talking to her. And she says, Robin, I want to tell you something. You're political, and I think I need to tell you something. So what she had told me was she works at the local nursing home. And she had gone back to work after being off all summer. And one of the RNs had told her that the activities director held a activity in the building with the seniors. And it was a mock election. It was a mock election with real ballots, and that the staff workers were helping the seniors fill these ballots out, to the point that one gentleman was writing his name as Quincy, but that wasn't his name because he had Alzheimer's. So the worker actually crossed his name out and wrote on his thing and was told that the ballots were, in fact, mailed out. So that's a point that I think nobody knows about or has heard about. I've asked them to come and testify, but they said that they're worried about their jobs.
And we'll need, if that issue is going to be looked into, we'll need something. Your testimony would constitute hearsay.
I actually have my stuff in writing, and I've given you all and I've given the facility's name, address, and all that information to you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other members have questions?
I do want to remind you, though, that your job is to thoroughly, whether you're Democrat or Republican, we have an ethical, moral, civic duty to make sure that this election is truly an legal process. And to me, it seemed like a lot of infringements and a lot of infractions, a lot of illegal behavior towards people trying to do their legal jobs were in fact violated.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. I need to apologize for Senator Tice, who had to step out for another committee, and will come back as soon as she can. And
So one thing I do want to tell you
Senator
about.
Santana does too, so thank you. We'll keep rolling.
What I want to tell you about is one of the envelopes that came through was the tab was tacked behind the envelope like this, and the ballot was showing like this, and I said, you can't process that. That is not a legal sealed envelope, and I got fought about that.
Were you successful or unsuccessful in challenging that?
Every time I challenged them, which was about 6 times, at seat number 1's thing, they just wanted to put a Post-it on it and we'll look back at it later. It's not our job to worry about that. And I'm like, well, wait a minute here. And then the gentleman was opening the envelopes, he hit the ballot. Now remember, we do not know if these are Democratic or Republican votes. We just know that we're looking at an envelope that is legal or legally sealed or not sealed. And whenever I tried to challenge it, he put a Post-it on, orange one.
Okay, thank you.
So, just to tell you. Thank you for having me.
Next, we have a card for Bill Schmidt, followed by Matthew Shepard, followed by Maria Menzel-Brown. Mr. Schmidt, welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee, sir.
Thank you, Senator Broom.
You have
all the senators.
You have 3 minutes.
My name is Bill Schmidt. I'm a registered voter here in the state, and I was at the TCF Center. There was a lot of confusion. You've heard a lot of testimony about the confusion. And I have to say probably a good part of that confusion is really at your doorstep. And by that being leading up to this election, we knew that there were going to be problems. And Ruth Johnson begged you guys to give the county clerks, city clerks, more time. You didn't. That's a huge chunk of this. Because anytime when there is confusion, there's always doubt. And that's what we're facing now. Likewise, there was a lot of ignorance in the room. Ignorance as to what constitutes a legitimate ballot. What is a signature supposed to be all about? How the entire process goes by. If you're predisposed to see fraud, you will see fraud in just simple mistakes. Mary Smith and Fred Jackson live at the same address. They fill out their ballots. They put them in separate envelopes, the incorrect envelopes. So you have the mismatched ballot with the number, and all this is readily explainable. Unless you want to see fraud, then these are illegal ballots. So part of this problem is just human error. Part of the problem is the folks just didn't have enough time. Part of the problem is a scourge pandemic. From
1 minute.
From my point of view, I saw a lot of poll workers work really hard. And I think there were some hard feelings on part of many of the challengers. There was a lot of sharp elbows, and people's got their feelings hurt. And I think that's what we're seeing here today. Hurt feelings. That's it.
Thank you, sir. You were in the room, I believe, a little while ago when we had a gentleman testify about how he was a poll worker and had received training, and in that training there was some instructions on making it difficult for poll challengers. Were you in the room for that part of the testimony?
I was over in the...
in another room?
Yeah.
Could you hear it? Or?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so in his testimony, he said, there was these instructions during the training, there was a lawsuit, there was instructions to the Secretary of State to not do those things, and yet that message didn't seem to be delivered. Would you agree with that as being part of the confusion?
I would say that again gets back to the fact that this was a rush process.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Which again gets back to how much time did you guys allow the clerks to do their job?
Okay.
Right? So, I mean, there's always a reason for a problem.
So were you a poll challenger, a watcher, a worker? I don't remember, I'm sorry.
I'm a lifelong Republican.
Okay.
Until this election.
Okay. But did you have I just wondered if you had a title. You said you were at TCF.
I was an election challenger, yeah.
A challenger, okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, what I saw it was disturbing. And I could see how people could be, you go in a very large room. It's really hot. I had a little thermometer with me to check my temperature through the course of the day. It was 85 degrees in there. It was really warm. There were too many people. People are shouting. People are yelling. There's the sharp elbows thing. You got folks that are upset with just having to be there. And because they're untrained, and there's that ignorance factor, right? Ignorance isn't the same as stupidity. It's just not knowing something. There's many things that you're ignorant about, probably heart surgery, right? How to fix a carburetor, brake lining, right? There's 1,000 and million things that we're just simply ignorant about. And there was a large Facebook and other social media, come on down, we need you. So you got a lot of people who are just completely untrained, had never done it before, and they're told, look out for fraud. At every single rally the president had, he said this election was going to be filled with fraud. Tweets galore, same thing. This election is a fraud.
Sir, were you working during the shift when the ballots came in late in the morning?
I arrived at 5:55 on the 4th, the day after the election.
5:55 in the morning.
And then I left at 10 o'clock at night.
Okay.
Was that Wednesday?
So according to past testimony, that was the time of the most tension, is when you were there then?
I was there all day. I was there for 16 hours. I was working another poll site on election day.
Okay.
So my day was, election day was busy. And then, so.
Senator McDonald, did you have a question? No? Senator Irwin? No? Thank you very much for your testimony, sir. Appreciate
Thanks for having me. Thanks for doing this.
Next, I have Matthew Shepard, followed by Maria Menzel-Brown, and then Polly McNichol. Mr. Shepard?
Good afternoon.
Welcome to the Senate
Close
Oversight
to this
Committee.
good afternoon evening.
Not yet.
A constituent of yours from Schoolcraft County ran for county sheriff up there, and he witnessed some issues of concern regarding a county clerk not allowing individuals to question polling and what have you. That testimony has been submitted to your clerk. I also submitted my testimony of my area, and I'll read it out just real quick. Election integrity is the utmost importance to preserving our freedom through what was written by our nation's framers in the Foundation of Liberty through one of the greatest documents ever written, the U.S. Constitution. On Monday, November 23rd, 2020, I attended a Stop the Steal U.S. rally in Lansing, Michigan. Liberals expect us to respect the vote, as one of their signs said, as certified by corrupt government officials. 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans on the board of canvassers, 3-0 certified with 1 abstention, declaring Biden successful in this election. They should respect the truth. The truth is Biden and his co-conspirators, i.e. Michigan's executive branch, corrupt politicians, Governor Whitmer, Attorney General Nessel and Secretary of State Benson definitely stole this election in 2020, and most likely in 2018 with Dominion ballot machines. I would also speculate the Democrats did the same in 2008 and 2012 for Obama's reign of destruction in America. Biden's supporters also had signs made up, quote, "Follow the law," and I responded to them, "Follow the Constitution, not unconstitutional mandates made by executive orders from tyrannical governors throughout this nation." Another sign said, "BOC, do your job," which I responded, "Yes, the Board of Canvassers should do their job and verify the votes, not just certify the votes blindly."
One minute.
With all these signs, I imitated Speaker of the House Pelosi tearing up the Trump sign, or State of the Union address, by tearing up their ignorant signs. I found it rather peculiar whenever I visited another neighboring communities, absentee ballots for those who voting in person, for those who feared voting in person with all the fear-mongering in this nation, along with all of our active duty military personnel absentee ballots being handled behind closed doors by election polling workers. When I inquired as to why, I was told that was the way they decided to do things. Sadly, the GOP has allowed the past 2 elections to be stolen, and top Michigan legislature leaders, Speaker of the House Lee Chatfield, Senate Majority Leader Mike Shirkey, continue to pander to the tyrannical governance. Respectfully, Matthew Shepard, co-chair of Constitution Party Midwest Region and second vice chair for State Taxpayers Party of Michigan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, were you, and forgive me if you mentioned this at the beginning, were you at TCF on Election Day?
Not
or
TCF,
the day after?
just
Okay.
my local areas.
You were a poll watcher or worker at another?
I wasn't a poll watcher. I was just constitutional advising.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Parker, who I called earlier, has come. So if, Mr. Parker, are you, please come ahead. I know it's logistically complicated with in multiple rooms and social distancing, so I'll try to make some allowances.
Yeah, and they said they were going to come get us when
Yeah,
I was going to be called, so we got over here.
well, and we had a bunch of people who didn't show up, and then I had to read names faster, and so there was a little confusion there. So thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I did, my son did get the call in the morning. He called me about a minute after I got out of bed. He said, "Dad, they need poll watchers, challengers down at Coble Hall." He said, can you give me any information? So I made some frantic calls, and he went down. I had wanted to go down previous. My wife, you see some of the physical conditions I have, said, "No way you're going down there." But I came upstairs, said, "Hon, I gotta go." And so I went, and we got trained down there underneath the Election Integrity Fund. And the way I understood, there were at least 135 table groups, and I'm not sure how many Election Integrity Fund people were in there, but I knew my son was in there and had to leave to go pick up his sons. And I did not believe that they were granting other Republicans to replace them. We did know that they were kicking some out, and so I knew they were short, and yet they came out and said, no, they had plenty, and they would not let us in. I was there when they were boarding up the windows. And I don't know that Charlie the Duff, he showed up and interviewed somebody, and then they started letting in about 6 at a time. I never did make it in before I was too tired. I can't stand very long, so I very often had to sit down. But it should be amazing to us that only Republican and nonpartisan workers were denied access to legally observe what is supposed to be a fair and transparent election. And it should not even be questioned when a Republican watcher or challenger is not at each table group. In the name of honesty and integrity, every Democrat involved should demand that the process stop when without Republican eyes. This lack and the cheering and the denial should be regarded as reprehensible and manifestation of fraud with no other proof required. I mean, I've heard several times today, do you have proof? It's like, man, when you're denied access, that should be sufficient proof.
1 minute.
And as legislatures, I would just encourage you guys, the least you can do is pass legislation to require maybe a revote. I heard the one gentleman not too long ago talk about the different counties. To me, what would be a few more weeks if we actually made people feel like we had a transparent and fair election? Because right now, I would agree, most people that I know do not believe at all that we're anywhere close to that. And I would just, for the sake of the republic, I'm 67 years old, and I cannot stand the idea that our country could go down under an unfair election.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any members have questions? Thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you.
Next, I have Maria Menzel-Brown, followed by Polly McNichol, followed by Marion Sheridan. Is Maria here? Maria, not in the room. Is she coming? Okay, we'll set that aside for now. Is Polly McNichol here? Welcome. After Polly, it would be Marion Sheridan, followed by Patty Kamegata. Oh, she wrote here that she was not at TCF, so put that one aside. Then it would be Joe Farkas. So Polly McNichol, welcome.
Thank you.
You have 3 minutes.
I was at TCF Center as a poll challenger, kind of the belly of the beast. Real quick, it's a longer story than this, but what I watched, one of the incidents, Mrs. C, it was written on her shirt, brought down a box of ballots. Since they're in stacks of 50, I could estimate it was about 500 ballots. Gave this box of ballots to 3 ladies sitting at a table just off the platform. Excuse me, I'm nervous. One of the ladies, the far left one, tried to get our attention. She ended up giving us notes that were stuck on all these ballots, the sticky notes. She ended up giving us 4 of these notes. They read, received November 4th, enter as November 2nd. These 3 ladies were entering these ballots in to the verified voter system. She also got my attention, turned around, tried to get me to see her laptop monitor, which I leaned in and saw, and she wanted me to see the signature. The signature on the screen was some huge circles like that, the signature. Signature on the ballot was little tiny vertical sticks. It wasn't even in the same solar system, definitely different signatures. And this one lady that was trying to help us ended up being Jesse Jacobs, the whistleblower. Onto the tabulators, I witnessed multiple times stacks of 50 ballots being put through the tabulators multiple times. If they'd have been cleared, we would have no way of knowing, because the supervisors for the tabulators made sure that the metal boxes they put the finished ballots in were so far behind the tabulators and made us stand behind those boxes. We were at least 12 feet from them and wouldn't allow us to get any closer to them. About signing in and signing out, they had us sign in, not out, and said that we had plenty of us in there. Wednesday night, there were 10 of us in the room. I mean, us as Republican poll challengers, sorry. Yet, when I left, there were still people in the lobby that were being barred from coming in. Still only 10 Republican poll challengers in the room. I witnessed the military ballots being duplicated. I just thought it was strange that only Biden's name was selected, no down ballot. And I watched multiples, I don't know how many I watched, and not one of them was for Trump. I thought that was really strange, especially being military. You must know in your heart that this election was fraudulent. There's no question of it if you really are sensible. And we all pray that you do the right thing. Pay attention to Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2, and name the electors for Donald Trump. And I really appreciate you listening to me. Oh, good timing.
Perfect timing, yes. Thank you for your testimony. I know that we're planning to hear from Jesse
Great.
at a later date, so thank you for that. Do any other members have a question? All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Did Maria come into the room by any chance? No, okay, well, we'll call on her later then, again. Oh, this one here says that she's unable to be here, but she's attached the affidavit, so. That brings us to Joe Farkas. Joe Farkas, followed by Terry Begas, followed by Vicky Collar. Is Vicky here? Why don't you come on up? If Joe Farkas or Terry Begas can hear me, come on this direction towards the room. After that will be Nancy Tissio.
Hello, good afternoon.
Welcome to the Senate Committee, Vicki.
Thank you.
You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I start off like, my table that I had was, they didn't get very many ballots, probably 200 for the most nights, so we weren't that busy. But so one thing that I had seen was the truck that came in between 3:30 and 4, and there was golf carts, and I was sitting on one of the golf carts back there because my table wasn't doing anything, and I was just sitting there, and I seen the door open. I heard a lot of commotion about what were all these ballots. And then so I walked over, and I went by the door, and I seen the white truck from the city, looks like, you know, the city white pickup trucks, and they had the symbol on it. And there was one guy driving it, and he had a mask on, but looking at his eyes, you know, I would say Asian descent. And I know he brought in at least 3 dollyfuls of the boxes, the white boxes with the paper cardboard on them, and took them over by the platform that the people were standing on. Somebody did mention, like, where did they come from? He goes, I don't know, I'm just the driver, was his statement. And that's basically, you know, I don't know where the ballots came from, but I know it was after 3 o'clock in the morning that they came. And there was quite a few of them, and there was quite a few people that seen it come in. And they looked just like the ballot boxes that were brought to the tables. And you could see the yellow envelopes of the voter back, you know, that were in there.
I don't want to rush you. Can I ask a question? Or?
Yeah, you can ask a question. I just
So,
nervous.
were you watching them open the boxes after they were unloaded?
No, I did not open, no, because where they took the boxes at was over, because I was back by the back door, because that's where my table was at, and I didn't want to leave that table, because they kept, like, every once in a while, you get a stray ballot. So I had watched him take them over by the table, and I know I counted at least 3 trips, but I don't know if he made any more, because then I went back to watching my table.
All right. Does any other member have any questions? Okay, thank you so much for taking the time to come in.
All right, thank you.
Joe Farkas. Is Joe here? Terry Begas. Is Terry here? And just in case I'm mispronouncing that last name, she's from Plymouth, so Terry from Plymouth. Nancy Tissio? Is that you? All right, great. After Nancy, I have John McGrath and Donna Ross. Welcome to the Senate Committee. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm from Macomb County, and I was
a ballot challenger on Monday the 2nd at TCF, and on Tuesday, the election day, I wanted to work at the polls because I heard, things about the polls. So on Tuesday.
Can I interrupt you for just
Yeah.
a second? Can you talk a little louder
Oh,
for the
sure.
microphone?
I'll
That'd be
get
great.
closer.
Thank you.
So Monday I worked at TCF, and I watched them, on Monday they were taking the ballots out of the outer envelope. And it went pretty smooth, I have to admit. There were a couple of things that concerned me, and I, addressed them. One was 80% of the ballots that were at my table 93 were closed with packaging tape. And I thought that was odd. 83%, like 80% of the ballots were closed with packaging tape. That seemed different to me. Another thing that I thought was like horrible is whoever like marked the outside, the ballot number on the outside of the outer envelope, they wrote it in a light green crayon. And so you couldn't, 6 feet away, you couldn't see if that ballot number matched the ballot number that was marked on the outside of the envelope. And then, what I thought was odd was the people that were just taking the ballot out of, they were taking the ballot out of the inner sleeve, these two ladies, and they were turning it around so that the number would be on top. They'd take it out, they'd open it up, they'd look at it, fold it back up, put it in to make sure the number was on the top. But they had ink pens, and I thought, why did they have ink pens by where they're at? So I kind of brought a lawyer over, and we thought, why do you need an ink pen by where they were at? All their job was to turn the ballot over. So that day wasn't, that bad. Then the next day, I went to Henry Ford High School. Is that all right?
You have 1 minute left.
Oh, Henry Ford High
Sorry.
School. And when I was the only Republican in the gymnasium, there were 6 precincts. And after like about 2 hours, I realized they were giving out ballots to people that had an absentee ballot red question mark next to their name. And so I kind of like stopped the process, and we went around and everyone was giving out ballots to people that had that question mark. And we ended up calling the war room in Lansing, because I said, no, they have to call the clerk and have the ballot spoiled before they can issue them another ballot. And they didn't agree with me, so we got that straightened out, and that was true. They had to call the clerk. Well, the clerk wasn't answering. They weren't getting any answers. So I know they were just continuing to give people ballots that had, the question mark, because no one would answer at the clerk's office. And when I went to precinct 275, the girl, I said, what are you doing when they have the question mark? She goes, oh, I just write their names down. And she had a list of like 25 people. I go, no, that's not the process. And she goes, what do you mean? And it turned out she wasn't even a poll worker. She was supposed to be a Democratic poll challenger. But when she got to the building, she didn't know what she was doing. She didn't, she wasn't trained well, because she didn't even know what her job was.
Thank you.
All right.
Oh.
But I mean, to me, people got 2 ballots.
Thank you. Senator Lucido.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Nancy. You mentioned lawyers. How many lawyers were there?
There was probably 5 Democratic lawyers.
5 Democratic lawyers. How many Republican lawyers?
There wasn't one until like 5 o'clock. I was there 6:30 in the morning. She didn't come till 5 in the evening.
What time did you get there?
6:30,
What time did you leave?
8:30. I finally left. None of them could, balance their
Did any of the lawyers or make statements regarding this hand truck, cart, dolly that had all these ballots in it?
No, that's at the TCF. I was at a high school.
Okay.
But the one lawyer said, well, he was going to take that list of 25 and he was going to spoil the ballots. I don't know.
All right, that gives me some idea. But there was no lawyers where you were, except Democratic lawyers? How'd you know there were Democratic
They
lawyers?
told me. I was the only Republican in the whole room.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you very much for
You're
your
welcome.
testimony. Did you submit things in writing?
I did, and a video.
Okay.
affidavit.
Thank you. John McGrath. Is John here? Yes, sir. And after John, Donna Ross, followed by Eugene Greenstein. Welcome to the Senate Oversight Committee, Mr.
Thank you,
McGrath.
sir.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Chairman McBroom and committee members. My name is John McGrath. I'm a registered voter here in Michigan. On Wednesday, November 4th, I learned that tens of thousands of ballots had arrived at TCF Center from Wayne County, which was after the election deadline of 8 p.m. on Tuesday, November 3rd. Surprised and concerned that so many ballots appeared after the election deadline, I felt compelled to drive to TCF Center to volunteer as a nonpartisan election challenger. I witnessed ballot after ballot being counted for unlisted voters. Unlisted voters are ballots not registered in either the electronic nor the supplemental paper-based absentee voter poll book. The unlisted voters had no dates of birth in contrast to the registered voters. The poll workers continually, and they were being instructed to do so, I don't blame them for this, but they continually entered the default birth date of January 1st, 1900 into the computer system to process these votes. Since working at the TCF Center, I have read where some leaders of the Michigan legislature indicate that they have not been made aware of any information that would change the outcome of the election. I wish that were the case. Tens of thousands of ballots arriving after the election deadline provide a minimum of tens of thousands of reasons to investigate and audit these ballots. I've also read where some leaders of the Michigan legislature indicate that Michigan's certification process should be free from threats and intimidation. The problem is that Michigan's certification has not been free from threats and intimidation. I refer this committee, I refer the people's representatives in Michigan to the affidavit submitted by Ms. Monica Palmer, chairperson of the Wayne County Board of Canvassers, and by Mr. William Hartman,
1 minute.
member of the Board of Canvassers of Wayne County. And finally, if you read their affidavits, that is for Ms. Palmer and Mr. Hartman, it is clear that they did not certify Wayne County's results. And since they did not certify Wayne County's results, how can the Board of State Canvassers certify any results? It's a mess. It's a mess for the Michigan legislature. But it's time for the Michigan legislature to step up and step in, and because at this point, I don't see how you can send any electors to the Electoral College. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. Do any members have questions? Thank you for your time today, sir.
Thank you, Chairman.
You turn in written testimony?
I will.
Thank you.
You want me to bring it to you right now?
If you have it available, that is
Yes, I
very
will.
convenient.
Okay.
Next, I've been informed that Ms. Terry Begas is now here. Please come forward. After Terry, I have Donna Ross, followed by Eugene Greenstein, and I guess that's as far as I go. Thank you. Welcome to the committee.
Hi.
You have 3 minutes.
Okay. After hearing how the method of voting that we were going to be doing this year, I decided to try to make a difference and volunteer I wanted to work at Cobo initially. And so I became certified as an independent poll challenger. And we take it seriously, and we went to this one woman's house to do a mock poll challenging, a mock, election voting process stuff, and learn as much as we could. And it was helpful. And when I was there, I witnessed a video of the workers, the poll workers from Detroit, Wayne County, and it was sickening how they were training them that we were the enemy, we were to be the enemy, they were to block the votes, or not block the votes, but block the view of what was going on, to keep us 6 feet away, taught to intimidate us. It was disgusting. I'm not sure if it was on YouTube or what it was, but it was sickening. That's not what we were taught. We weren't taught anything like that. We had rules to follow. We had regulations to follow. We had to wear lanyard around our neck to identify that we were a poll challenger. I was with an independent company, so it said poll challenger. So they knew who we were. But anyhow, I got cold feet and decided, because of what I saw on the training video, I anticipated problems at Cobo, and I was apprehensive. So I chose Dearborn for 2 days. I did Monday and Tuesday at Dearborn. They asked me Tuesday night if I got a call. They needed help at Cobo Wednesday. I was beat. I had worked long hours both days, and I said no. However, Wednesday morning, I got a call to action.
1 minute.
Pardon me? Yeah. Got a call to action Wednesday morning that they needed help. They were understaffed there, and about the treatment that was going on is what I have heard said today, is what I heard what was going on. And I said, BS, I'm going. So a friend of mine and I got in the car and we came down. When we came down to Cobo, we drove down, we went in, we walked in with a lawyer and some other people. There was no security guard. We parked on the roof of Cobo, and there was no security guard when we walked in. The other gal that went with me was being trained in the hallway. I was already certified, so I wanted to go back to the car to get my phone off the seat. So I went back up to the roof where I came in the door, and there was a security guard now there. Uh-oh. Do you want me to leave you hanging?
Well, you've written it down.
Can I finish it? Can I finish my sentence?
If you can finish in 15
Okay, so there
seconds
was
or
a
so.
security guard there, and I had to have other people get my phone for me because I couldn't leave the building. What I didn't get was there were 3 people that they said if us 3 people leave, there was a crowd of people that they couldn't get in that were volunteers. And they said, if we're leaving, there's 3 of us leaving, can 3 come in? He said, nope, and it was all supposedly due to COVID and overcrowding. Come on. We know how big TCF is. No, I don't buy that.
Thank you.
But anyhow, I was there when they boarded up the windows so we couldn't see in, and I missed going into the counting room just by a hair. They had called in some independent poll challengers, and I turned around, anyhow, they swooped them in there, and then there was nothing for hours. We went upstairs and there was nothing, no more people going in, but there was media going in, there were attorneys going in, but no poll challengers, no,
Thank you for the detailed account in your that you passed out to us.
No, that's it, because I wasn't, like I said, I wasn't in the counting.
I said thank you for it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought you were asking for
No,
more.
no.
Okay, I should know. The
Do any
buzzer
members
went
have a
off.
question for Terry? No? Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for coming. Next, I have Donna Ross. After Donna, Eugene Greenstein, followed by Sylvia Halpert. Welcome to the Senate Committee, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Ronna Ross. I have spent my life saying, oh, no, it's Ronna like Donna, but, not Rhoda, not Rhonda, not
If it's any
Rhoda.
consolation to all of you today, my handwriting's not that great either. So, but I have a 2-letter name, so I get away with it. But please go ahead, Ronna.
Thank you, Senator.
You have 3 minutes starting now.
Okay. I I want to demonstrate to you just how official the harassment was at TCF on November 4th. I got there at 1 p.m., having been told, we need Republican poll challengers. And I went running down, and I had been certified as such, but we couldn't get in. And so an hour or two later, I thought, well, maybe I'll try, I'll be an independent poll watcher. So I switched lanyards, and now I'm independent. And eventually I was able to get in, but not until 4 p.m. And I had gotten there at 1. When all these pizza boxes went up so we couldn't go in, there was just a mob of people waiting to be poll watchers. And a man came out and had a very big presence and very big man, and he said, please, I need room, everybody back. I'm the lawyer for the city of Detroit. So it's like, okay, and I have something to say. So he then introduced a man who told us that he was in charge of the poll watchers, monitoring them. And people say, well, and he said, and there are, every single Republican challenger is here. I was like, no, they're not. They're not at all. And he said, well, there are 130 whatever signed in, and none signed out. And people next to me protested. I went out for lunch. Nobody said sign out. And he said, well, people chose not to sign out. I'm telling you that there was no signage. There was no signage for sign out. Big sign for sign in. Turns out you were supposed to sign out at the same place, but there was no signage. And the exit was 50 feet away. So when you wanted to leave, your direction was away from the sign out. So just wanted you to know that.
Thank you. Thank you for that. It's helpful information on how the room was laid out. Any questions? No? Thank you. Next, Eugene Greenstein. After Mr. Greenstein, I have Sylvia Halpert and Dr. Linda Lee Tarver.
Thank you very much, Senators. I wasn't planning on speaking today, but since no one really said what I wanted to say, and I did file an affidavit with the Republican lawyers, so I have no idea whether that comes to you guys or not.
Well, you have your 3 minutes, so go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you. My name is Eugene Greenstein. I'm from Farmington Hills. I was a poll chairman in Detroit on Tuesday, November the 3rd, and a GOP challenger on Wednesday at TCF, answering an emergency request for challengers. And my basic comment is there needs to be a forensic audit. Why do I think so? I observed that envelopes, which were scanned in some cases, would have a different ballot number than was on the envelope. I was at board 55 in TCF. The ballot number, though, was in the poll book, as was the number on the envelope. The situation would result in a challenge ballot. The situation should result in a provisional ballot, because there's no one knows who voted for anything, because they didn't match, excuse me. And other situations which I just couldn't follow would be processed through also where there was this mismatch. And so my question is, how is it that there's this lack of integrity between the envelope and the ballot, which results in a counted ballot, when on Tuesday I knew who voted at the polls? This absentee ballot process is a total disaster in terms of accountability, opportunity for fraud, et cetera. And good people can want to do good things, and bad people can want to do bad things. And I think we've seen a lot of problems here because the voter and the ballot don't go together. And that's my comment. Thank you very much for listening.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Greenstein. Any questions from members? No. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Did you submit your testimony in writing, or?
No,
Oh, okay.
If you give me an email address, I can send it.
Yeah, we can do that, so thank you. The email that we've been using for this committee is Senate Oversight Chair at senate.michigan.gov. I know that's a little bit of a mouthful, so, but if I have a spare card somewhere, I'd write it down. The next up, we have Sylvia Halpert, followed by Dr. Linda Lee Tarver, followed by Marilyn Fine. Ms. Halpert?
Yes,
Welcome to the committee. Thank you.
thank you. I am a registered voter in Oakland County, and I volunteered at the TCF Center in Detroit. Our family immigrated from Canada. I love this country. And what I saw down in the TCF Center made me very sad and disappointed. There seemed to be a concerted effort to let us know that we were not welcome, very unfriendly and at times hostile. At one point, I witnessed a challenger walk up to a lady to look at the ballot. She turned aggressively, brandishing a long metal letter opener to the gentleman, and in a threatening manner pointed the sharp object towards his chest and demanded that he move back, move back. He backed up, and she took a step forward towards him, still pointing the sharp object at his chest and repeating back up. She said it at least 4 times. Another time I was standing more than 6 feet away from a counting board table when a man forcefully demanded, "Get back, COVID, COVID, get back." It was impossible for us to see what he and anyone else was doing at the table. And clearly that was his goal. Several of us challengers watched quietly for over a long, long time for the military ballots. At one point, several police officers came in and stood between us and the ballots, a little over to the side, but a man came up and said we were to disperse. I said we were being respectful and standing more than 6 feet away. He said, it has nothing to do with COVID. You are interfering with the process. We were standing quietly doing nothing, but we spread out in the aisles like good little sheep. We couldn't see, of course, from there. I watched workers take hours sorting military ballots into containers labeled with corresponding precinct numbers. In all our time there, I never saw those ballots being taken and processed. It was a long, long lag time, and during that time, the people at the counting board sat idly doing nothing. And I was wondering, why are they taking so long to get these to the tables so they can be processed? And it occurred to me maybe they were wanting us to leave. So after a long wait, about 4:30 or so, it was starting to get dark. We left the building. That night at about 10:30, I received a call from a gentleman whose number I had gotten while I was there. He said, "Are you still in the building?" And I said, "No, I'm getting ready to go to bed." And he said, "Well, we've been following a truck and it just entered the TCF building. Can you watch for it?" And I said, "Well, I'll call somebody." And I did, and got one of the ladies who testified today and to look for it. When we came out, cardboard was being put up on the windows so that, to block the view from the group outside who wanted to come in, were refused admittance. When we exited the building, another large crowd was out front of the building complaining they were not allowed in and had been there for hours, some of them up on the roof, and there had been a man up there keeping them out. And We talked to some,
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't give you a
TV.
1-minute warning, so please go ahead and wrap
no,
up your comments.
we just talked to a couple of newspapers and TV news and went on home. But that's only a small portion of what happened.
Thank you. Do you have other written for us?
Yes,
Thank you.
not today, but I will send it to you. Can you tell
Okay.
me that same address again that you
Yeah,
told?
it's Senate Oversight Chair at senate.michigan.gov.
Thank you very much.
Any questions? No, thank you very much for taking the time to be here.
Thank you.
Next, I have Dr. Linda Lee Tarver, followed by Marilyn Fine, followed by Michael Haynes. Hi, Dr. Tarver.
Thank you,
Welcome to the
Senators.
committee.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Linda Lee Tarver. I'm a Michigan voter, former Michigan Civil Rights Commissioner, a retired state employee, and a Republican activist. I'm a public servant under 5 secretaries of state, including Richard Austin, Candace Miller, Terry Lynn Land, Ruth Johnson, and I was delighted to retire under the current Secretary of State. I have been under 7 years under Secretary of State Ruth Johnson. In that role, I was the Community Affairs Director and Election Integrity Liaison. I assisted in preparing cases for referral to Attorney General Bill Schuette to prosecute for voter fraud. Ballot harvesting in Detroit, Flint, and Pontiac has been going on for decades. It's a misdemeanor to give your ballot to anyone not allowed by law to receive it, and it's a felony to take that ballot. People have been prosecuted in Michigan over the years as a result. Ballot stuffing, ballot curing, and complete fraud in the issuance, handling, and processing of ballots has not been addressed, and no election after 2020 should be considered fair unless we get this right this year. The complete hate, disdain, and apathy for Republican poll challengers is but one way of how elections are stolen in Michigan. Before COVID-19, and I'm talking to the Democrat in the House, and in every election in the last 25 years, Republican poll challengers were removed by the police, especially in Pontiac. MCL 168.733 says, the election inspectors and other election officials on duty shall protect a challenger in the discharge of his or her duties. Shall protect is not an option. Shall protect. It is never done in the urban areas. Never, never, never in the urban areas. In the 34 years I've been working for the state of Michigan, and certainly not the 29 years I've been working at the Secretary of State. It also says in subsection 4, a person shall not threaten or intimidate a challenger while performing an activity allowed. You shall not threaten or intimidate. It is a misdemeanor for what they have done, these inspectors, to continue to intimidate and throw out Republican poll challengers. It has been going on too long. 71% of Detroit precincts, our largest city, cannot be recounted. As always expressed as minor clerical errors, these are not minor. There are touch points in the process for these ballots to be, and the accounting to be done, those ballots to be open. In order for this fraud to be corrected, we need a complete audit. You need to have optics on it. This has always been done in communities of color. It needs to stop. Enforce the laws and ensure, bring in independent inspectors. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Tarver. Any members have a question? Senator Tice.
Thank you, Dr. Tarver. I appreciate you coming, and I appreciate your testimony. Also very compelling. Do you have, when you speak about an audit and a complete audit, what would you see as the appropriate type of audit? Would it be a forensic audit? Would it be a hand recount of ballots? What would you like to see done?
71% of Detroit cannot be recounted, which means that the boxes that the ballots are in cannot be opened. 71% is egregious, and it happens in these communities of color. So if you cannot recount it because of a, quote, clerical error, according to Secretary Benson, these are not clerical errors. These ballots are hidden in. You can hide them in there until you're able to open them. There are processes that have been allowed so that when you cannot balance your precinct, you can go to a counting board or a board to evaluate them. At that time, those errors are supposed to be fixed, and they can open up the ballots. The only way to open up the ballots right now to get your ideas on it is for you to do a complete forensic audit that needs to be done to open up those ballots. Because a recount is only going to get you 71% of the ticker tape that says these are the numbers, and there are bad ballots inside. You cannot look at the ballots if you do a recount. You need an audit in order to do a forensic audit to look at those ballots. Some absentee ballots that were coming in were not even folded. How do you have a pristine, flat ballot without being folded if it was an absentee ballot? And therein lies some of the problems. And once it goes into the machine multiple times, you cannot open up the case. If you put the wrong number on the seal, you can't open it up. If you put in, if it doesn't balance, you can't open it up. And so there's problems with what's going on. We need to open up those ballots for the integrity, because we cannot move forward in any further election.
Can I ask a follow-up? So I am curious, because I understand that a lot of them didn't balance. What is the appropriate process once you get done with the election and you've done the ballot count and you realize that they're not balancing? What would the appropriate process be right then?
The precinct inspectors or the precinct captain who is supposed to be trained are supposed to contact the clerk's office if there's any problem with balancing. You're supposed to know and have your hand on how many provisional ballots, how many spoiled ballots, where are the missing ballots, what's going on. You're supposed to take care of it at the precinct level and then close your precinct. But if some reason you're not able to, there's a counting board where you take your ballots to turn them in to say, I testify that I did this and I've got my paperwork, I've got my poll books, I've got the notes written down in the poll books or in our electronic poll books. And that counting board is supposed to say, you're not in balance. Let us open up that container and make sure those poll books we can look at the ballots. We physically can look at them. But in these urban areas, they're lazy and they're not taking this, the civic right very seriously, or their duties very seriously. They take an oath when they do as a precinct inspector. They are not taking it seriously and have not for years. And the apathy toward the official duties here has become egregious, because once they decide not to balance that precinct, then it goes through and you have the hot mess that you had, where you have these canvassers, board of canvassers, 4 people that is supposed to amend that hot mess. Flint has never been able to balance. Never been able to balance, and there's touch points across where they have the ability to open that up, to do a, quote, honest open of the ballot itself, the container itself. If you're not able to open that container up, which after it leaves the counting board, you're not able to do it unless you get a court order or an audit. And no one has been brave enough to do it. 71% of Detroit cannot be recounted. We have nothing. And when we did a recount before, we saw some of the most egregious things when we looked through and did recounts before in Detroit. There's some things in there that should never have been in there. And that is what I'm telling you about when you're able to open up those ballot boxes. But it is not going to be at the Detroit canvasser level, and certainly not at the Michigan State Board of Canvasser level.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Tice. Vice Chair Irwin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Just a couple of questions for you
Sure.
that I'm going to ask you based on the fact that you've been around for a while. You've been an activist. You've been where you work for the Secretary of State's office. So that's why I'm going to ask you these things. I think my first question is, are you aware that there are audits done on past elections? And in any of your official or unofficial capacities, did you ever have the opportunity or cause to review those audits that looked into things like, dead voters and all that kind of stuff
Yes.
that we've done in the past?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find that the answers to those questions were that, in fact, these were clerical errors in previous audits that have been done by the Legislative Auditor General and been before this committee in the recent years?
So I've worked with Chris Thomas for years, and I've submitted some illegal stuff that I felt was illegal to them to investigate, and they were investigated. How they remedied it was not according to what I felt was necessary. There have been clerical errors, if you call it clerical. The law concerning your ability to be a precinct inspector, a poll worker, is that you have to have a sufficient clerical acumen in order to perform the duties, which means you should be able to read and write and add and subtract. And you should be able to perform the duties without any inhibitions. We know that there are over 500 precincts in Detroit, and many of the people who will come and get trained, some of them will not show up. But the ones that do show up, they are not given sufficient training on how to legally perform the duties that they have. However, if they are told that the challenger is the enemy, this person standing behind you is the enemy, and they have not been told that the person behind you must be protected, you will not be able to address some of the oversight, laziness, ignorance of the law, ignorance of the process, and lack of training. And so one of the ways that ballots are the election fraud occurs is when you have workers who are not properly trained. And that's where we are finding is lack of training. They're in a hurry. They're not sure what to do. But those clerical errors are mixed with clerical errors, but a lot of them are considered fraud. I would have referred all of them to the Attorney General if it were me. But Chris Thomas and others decided not to. They tried to remedy those things as best they can, but unless you put the full faith into the law and start prosecuting people, we will continue to see what we've been seeing. 71% of Detroit cannot be recounted. And I would not want to run on a Detroit city nothing at all. I would not want to run in the city of Detroit knowing that there have been, quote, clerical errors, that some of them are illegal. There are ballot curing problems. We have seen people walk into the clerk's office in Detroit with a stack of 75 ballots. Janice Winfrey is standing next to ballots. If you don't compare the signatures, you toss the signature out. You don't compare the signatures, you're supposed to. It's in the law. We are not following the law, and we are not following it in every election. And the larger the jurisdiction, which are people of color, people who look like me, the more fraud that can be inserted into stealing an election. And that is a problem, and we need to stop it.
Okay, I almost am afraid to ask another question.
Ask the second question.
You've read the audits. You've seen them. We both read the audits.
They know me, so
yeah, I know. I'm glad we both read the audits. I just
I'm
want to keep putting it out there that, in fact, it is part of Michigan election law that we have audits, and those audits have been done in recent elections, and they'll be done after this one as well. And I just want to put that out there. And then also, one of the things
you're talking about a
post-election. That's
yes,
right.
but
That's what the law says.
they're insufficient.
I appreciate your
they're insufficient for what the purpose is. I'm asking for a forensic audit of the election itself, looking for the fraud and illegal votes.
Yes, and I'm wondering why the Trump campaign didn't want to do a recount, which would have been the normal process.
Why would you recount 71% of the votes cannot be recounted?
You know what? That's a problem. I want to agree with you on that. I'm trying to build up to agreeing with you.
Why waste your money and time? It costs money to do a recount. Why waste your money when 71% of the votes that you need to look at physically cannot be even seen.
Okay.
That
And that builds up to my next
29%,
question.
I'm not paying $2 million or $4 million for 29% of the ballots that can be counted, because the rest of them cannot be counted.
That's one of the reasons why I voted against the changes to the recall law that made it so onerous and difficult for people who wanted to look into these issues.
Open up
However,
the ballots.
The
Yes, sir.
issue that you mentioned, and I just want to highlight for the committee, because I really agree with you on this, is that, you know, when you have a situation where there's a discrepancy at that precinct, those precincts should be recountable. And we need to find a way to make that so. And I think that what you're going to find here in Lansing is that there are a whole lot of Democrats who are going to agree with that. We want these ballots to be looked at. We want elections to be run in a safe and secure manner. But the problem is that this legislature has been controlled by Republicans since the 80s. The state Senate has been controlled by the Republicans since the 80s. And so my question to you is, after the 2016 election, when we saw the problems that we saw that you just hinted at, when we had agreement apparently between a lot of folks about the fact that these precincts should be recountable, why did we see no changes in the law to address any of these issues while we had a Republican governor, a Republican House, and a Republican Senate?
So I'd be happy to answer that question, and that's a very simple one. We have sufficient laws on the books. So my brothers and sisters in the Republican GOP has done their due diligence to pass laws, make laws. The enforceability of the laws, however, because in Grand Traverse County, we're not having this problem. In certain counties, that Van Buren County, we're not having this hot mess problems that we have in Pontiac and in Flint and in Detroit. We don't have that. So if you want Republicans to pass more laws, why don't the Democrats in their cities enforce the doggone election laws so that we can have fair and just elections? Because I just gave you the law. It's a felony for me to give my friend, next door neighbor, my ballot. It's a misdemeanor for me to give it to them, and it's a felony for them to turn it in. A felony. It is not enforced. And we have situations in the inner cities and these Democrat-controlled areas, because that's what we're talking about. Democrat-controlled areas cannot seem to balance their elections. And because they have been habitual violators of the inability to balance their election because of either ignorance, apathy, lack of leadership, or lack of caring about their election integrity, because if you add more laws to the books, you still have people who will not follow the law, and if you don't enforce the law, if you don't bring in Republicans to say, I am going to be a poll worker, if you need 5 Republicans in the building, make sure 5 workers are. Contact the Michigan Republican Party, ask them for 5 people or 25 people or 200 people to work it. And then when the challengers come in, you protect them. You don't put them out. You don't call the police on them. You're supposed to protect them according to the law. If you follow the law in the urban Democratic controlled areas, then we would not be here today. I certainly wouldn't be here. But in 25 years that I've been monitoring elections, working with the Secretary of State, the last 8 doing election integrity, it's been a hot mess in the same Democrat controlled areas. We don't need any more laws. We need to enforce the laws, and we need to open up the doggone ballot boxes.
But we are agreed that we need to change the laws on recounting precincts. We do agree that we need to change the law on recounting precincts, right?
Pardon me?
We should change the law on recounting precincts. That was
We're not changing the laws for recounting.
But the question was about that specific law, allowing the recounting of imbalanced precincts.
No, we're not.
Let's change that law.
We're not trying to talk about recounting for imbalanced precinct. The balancing of the precinct can come at the counting board level. You think that the ballots come out and then all of a sudden it's given in and locked up in a box. It is not. Once it leaves the precinct, it goes to a counting board. They have the full authority to open up that ballot box because it's not balancing. If the seal is broken, if this is broken, they can reseal it at the counting board. There is a law with the counting board, and it's lazy in the inner cities of color, of people who look like me are not doing their job. And it needs to be done so that we can count 100% of the precincts instead of 29%. That's what needs to be done, is to make sure people are doing their job. You won't get that in an audit. What you will get in the current fake audits that we've been having and these fluff audits that we've had right now, you will get, well, these can't be recounted, so okay, so we can't do that. Here's what we can. You will get an audit of the 29% in Detroit that can be recounted. That's all you're going to get. Because we need to see the 71% of the fraud that has been locked up and will be destroyed after so many years. That's what we need to see.
Thank you,
I'll
Senator.
take any other questions.
Thank you, Senator Irwin. Senator Lucido.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Tarver. I got to tell you, I can't agree with you more. My whole problem is sitting in this chair today and leaving the Senate to go prosecute those crimes. Why was it when the Secretary of State, which you were there how many years?
I've been with the Secretary of State 29 years.
Almost 30 years. And we've been in this room here over 6.5 hours, and the irony is it's about the same issue.
Mm-hmm.
If the people are doing their jobs and the integrity of the vote is being respected, we wouldn't be in here today.
That's right.
2 is 71% can't be counted because
of fraud or apathy or incompetence or clerical error or all of the above.
So we did some testimony, and the chairman was gracious enough to bring in 3 separate identifiable clerks from 3 separate identifiable counties. We asked these questions. How many of the ballots weren't signed that you didn't count? How many didn't look like signatures? I mean, we went into the deep dive because there's so many people that are so disenchanted. I don't want them to give up on the vote. I want them to remember that people sacrificed their lives for these amendments.
People who look like me died to get the right to vote. And I'm telling you, it is sacred.
And this discriminatory practices with women not getting the same right that men years ago. If it's a felony, it's a felony.
Mm-hmm.
If it's got to be prosecuted, it should be. Otherwise, the whole fabric of this entire nation falls apart. Discrepancies in the precincts, I get it, to my colleague up here. If you're going to have discrepancies, it's if it's an easy fix. But I'm not hearing things from all over the state. I'm hearing them in segregated areas, and I think you are targeting these areas by saying people are either inept to do their job or they don't care about doing the job.
They have either been instructed not to care or have been allowed to, over the decades, not to be held accountable for the lack of accountability in the sacred vote. When you have gone so many years, people do not want to be called racist.
Right.
And if you're going into urban areas, in particular Detroit, you're hearing, why are you trying to disenfranchise the black vote?
Yeah.
You are racist, racist, racist.
I think this, and
But that has been the mantra, to allow for the 71% of no accountability when we have safeguards in place to ensure the balancing of the precinct and the seal that is not broken.
Dr. Tarver, those ballots are not of color.
I agree.
They are one color.
That's right.
And they go in and they have parties on them. And the disrespect that I've heard throughout the process in Wayne County, in Detroit, only leads me to believe that even an audit process, and I got to ask this question, if 71% can't be counted,
Cannot.
the audit process to spend the kind of millions of dollars that it would take, and I really don't even know what CPA firm or what firm would do an audit. Have you, in your almost 30 years with the Secretary of State, could you identify a firm that specializes in election audits?
We'd have to bring in the federal government. The forensic audit that is needed is not going to be what has been done in order to open up those ballot boxes, which we need to.
So
That's where we need to open up the ballot boxes.
So if this has never been done, if this has never been done in the history of this country, I'm asking this question. Does the legislature cumulatively or collaboratively work on a standard that would be the audit process? Because the next thing I see is that there's going to be debate over the audit process.
I don't see the legislative body, this body, passing any law to change anything, because must balance is not going to force Detroit to balance. Must balance is not going to force Inez Brown, the city clerk of Flint, to balance. Must balance, she has never been able to balance since she's been an election clerk there. So she's never balanced. Pontiac won't balance. There's a few other places, mostly urban areas, that will not balance. And they don't have to be as large as Detroit. They just won't balance. And if we don't have a mechanism in place, because once you pass a law that says we're going to do this, it is not going to be heeded, because then if you try to enforce it in the urban areas, you'll be considered a racist. You'll be considered disenfranchising the voters. You're just trying to check on us. Oh, black folks from Detroit need to have our whatever 71%. If you can't count it, you can't count it. And this Secretary of State will call it small clerical errors. And that is the mantra and talking points that should not be done. This is not a small clerical error. If there is fraud in those 71%, they need to be opened. Open the boxes. And that's going to be the new mantra, hashtag open the boxes.
Mr. Chair, I just have we're going to get down and drill down on this, but the reality is I don't think my colleagues on the opposite side of the aisle feel any differently. I think to Senator Irwin's point, all of us want the integrity, respect, and trust. Otherwise, we sitting here as lawmakers make no sense if the vote doesn't count and it doesn't accurately reflect what's going on. But
that was certainly the sentiment expressed at our joint committee's first meetings by all members.
And at the end of the day, though, if we don't have the capability of resurrecting this wrong to accurately reflect what the vote is, how did it get so disenfranchised that we all are sitting here today hearing ballots brought in at 4 in the morning? I must have heard it 20 times, maybe more. Ballots that were going through and counted 8 times. Ballots that weren't signed going through, or the signature appeared, or the date, 1900.
Oh, yeah. The constitutional issue, and the constitutional issue that the president is arguing, which is a valid one, is that the equal protection under the law, it's required under the Constitution. And this is the president's argument. Me in Lansing, Michigan, if I sent in my absentee ballot, I didn't sign it, or I voted straight Republican and straight Democrat, my partisan section should be spoiled, because they should not be curing it. And that is being cured. If I did not do what I needed to do, my ballot won't count. But if the same ballot was sent in Detroit, it is cured, which is fake, trying to interpret the results, and it is accepted if I don't sign it in Detroit. And that's where in Lansing, my ballot won't count. In Detroit, it will, and I should be able to have equal protection under the law. That is the constitutional amendment. That's the constitutional argument that our president is making. That is what you should be looking at. Are we treated fairly, regardless of where we live in Michigan? Will my vote count, regardless?
You used the word cure.
Cure.
And in the law,
yes.
If you look at the legal definition of cure, what do you mean by the definition of cure?
So the curing of the ballots is if you're not able to, you've got an absentee ballot and it is kicked out. Because if you're sitting there, your ballot is kicked out if there's an overvote or if there's an undervote. You can, if there's an overvote, let's say it says vote for not more than 2 and you vote for 3. It's an overvote. It'll kick it back out if you're at the precinct.
And you have a chance to
and
cure
you have
the
a
ballot.
chance to cure your own ballot.
To redress the wrong
Correct.
on the ballot.
But if it's an absentee ballot,
Yes,
it is not supposed to be cured.
it is not supposed
No.
to be. It's supposed to
Your
be, it's
partisan
a spoiled
section-
ballot.
It's, no, that section is spoiled. It's not countable. But the nonpartisan section that you did correctly is supposed to be counted.
So let's go by example. I vote straight ticket, Democratic.
And Republican.
Or I vote straight ticket, but when I get to the judges, choose not but one, because they're nonpartisan,
Right.
that part.
Right.
I choose two.
Mhm.
What happens to the ballot?
So your ballot counts, but if it's an absentee, that particular judge is not, that is not counted.
Nobody gets a vote.
Correct.
Okay. At the end of the day, I sat here as a legislator for over 6 years now.
Mm-hmm.
I sit in this chair and I wonder why the Secretary of State, if you have to request a ballot in a primary for Democrat or Republican, why they just can't make two ballots, all Republican, all Democrat, and send them out, so it can't get spoiled. You can't make a mistake. You can't go across the center line.
That is what occurs during the primary. So each group, Republicans and Democrats,
I get it.
decide who's going to be on their ballot.
But if you don't want the ballot to be spoiled and not counted, and you want your vote to count.
You can split your ticket in the general.
In the general, but I'm
Correct.
saying in the primary, do you see why, if I'm asking for a Democratic or Republican?
No, I would agree with you. I would
Because
agree
now
with
it's an
you.
impossibility to spoil that ballot.
That's only in the primary.
Primary, right. But that brings the next level of seekers to move to the general. And if the ballot was spoiled enough times, that seeker may not get the opportunity to serve.
I agree.
Okay, one more thing, and then I'm going to call it, because
I
I
hope
know
so.
it's been. No, but you know what? I'm tired of sitting here and trying to defend
I'm just giving you a hard time, Mr. Vice Chair.
Just go ahead. Give him all the time he wants here.
71% not being able to be counted, which means
71% not being able to be
Which means, do
recounted.
we ever get the opportunity to find out what the
You
hell
will,
happened?
you will never know what is actually in that box, in the ballot box. You're not able to determine if those who are, those ballots are even duplicated in.
you
If you see
believe-
people sending in 3 or 4
got it.
times,
I
you don't
understand.
know.
So that statement of 71% has been stated out in the public. You are aware, being with the Secretary of State's office, 29 years, that's a long time. At the end of the day, does this give rise for the Attorney General to make an investigation and inquiry why 71% of that vote went that way?
Yes, I would believe that, again, if there is impropriety, that is where the Attorney General can investigate. I've prepared referrals to Bill Schuette for election crimes. We've had people in Michigan prosecuted for voting in Michigan and at their summer home in Florida. We've had people who were not here legally, non-citizens, vote in Michigan. We've had tons of people who voted twice, voted in person and absentee, and they're doing it in large clusters in these urban areas. It is a problem in the Democrat-controlled areas. It's not the problem with the laws on the books. It's a problem in the Democrat-controlled areas, and the laws need to be enforced. And if they cannot be enforced, they need to at least bring in the federal government to do an oversight and administer elections in these urban areas, which have been routinely unable to be balancing at the end of the day. We have too many touch points where those things can be balanced, but we have an apathy or just a corrupt, either apathy or a corrupt system. And for some reason, we have no appetite with this governor, Secretary of State, or the Attorney General to do anything about it at this point. This is too egregious and too much fraud that it should have been already investigated.
Well, we have seen prosecutions in election fraud, such as Southfield. There is selective prosecution in certain areas. At the end of the day, why wouldn't this state want the ability to make the inquiry? Is it because the case isn't delivered perfectly? I mean, these are credible people that are testifying here, including yourself.
It is COVID, before COVID, and even with COVID, COVID does not change the law. The law was not changed to accommodate COVID. The people who are the challengers are required and need to be protected in order to see the process. They can challenge the voter, they can challenge the precinct inspector, and they can challenge the entire process. That's what the law says, 168.733. That's what the law says. But we also have laws on the books that allow for people, the public, to view. And we also have laws on the books, but if they're not going to be enforced because it's an urban area, we have laws that says that people who should need assistance should be able to have assistance in voting. And some of these precincts did not have handicap and disability procedures there. Voting by mail disenfranchises a lot of people who cannot read and write, who need assistance, who need some assistance in the voting process with the machines that will read the ballot to them. And so this is the problem where we're not allowing we've used as an excuse COVID, but we are not allowing what needs to be done to be done. Just like the children who are not in school with disabilities are not getting the special care that they need, neither did the voters here in Michigan. They did not get the special assistance that is required by law. These special assistance, even those people who are blind, people who need Braille, people who need special audio equipment, we have those at every precinct, or it should be at every precinct, so that the people of Michigan will have everything they need to vote, and that is not being done in the urban areas. And people don't want to touch Detroit, but it is not a sacred cow anymore. It is looking more like a cow, but not a sacred cow anymore.
I want to say thank you to the chairman. I've gone way over my time.
So have I. I'm
and
sorry.
You know what, though? These questions need to be answered
Okay.
because all of us are here because of this.
Thank you.
And I appreciate the
Thank you.
discussion.
Thank you.
I do want to say, I wish that we had the opportunity to bring you in on a time. I mean, the agenda today was really supposed to focus on TCF, but out of respect to you and your experience, have allowed us to go off. But we may need you to come back when we
Call
get
me anytime. You
more
know where I'm
into that specific subject matter. So thank
you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Irwin?
Yeah, I'd just like to make
Sorry, did I miss your?
No. I'd just like to make a request that before our next hearing, I would just like to make a request that before our next hearing.
Members, Vice Chair Irwin would like to speak to us.
I'd just like to make a request that before our next hearing, we get some basic information about the facts that we can get in front of all the committee members. Because I think it was at our first hearing, maybe our second hearing, where one of the good representatives also mentioned this figure that 72% of the precincts can't be recounted. And, I received communication from the Secretary of State saying that's not accurate, it's actually 28%. And that's a pretty huge discrepancy. I brought it up at the time, but we've heard this over and over and over again. I mean, we're hearing the same, quips, the greatest hits right here, but that one we keep hearing over and over again, and it's just not true. Right, and so I think that unbalanced precincts and making sure that they're recountable is an important thing, and I think that we should take a look at this. But I just want to point out that at least the information that I've got, and maybe that's wrong, is that it's actually the opposite, and I want to make sure we're dealing in accurate information.
Mr. Vice Chair, thank you for bringing that up, and I pledge to you that by our next meeting, I'll have some answers or persons who can give us that answers for the meeting. So thank you for bringing that up.
Senator?
Yes.
It's
Senator Tice.
28% of the in-person were recountable, or were not recountable, and 71% of the absentee were not recountable, is my understanding.
I will strive
Right, and that distinction is super important, because when you say that 71 or 72% of them are not recountable, that obscures some key facts, and it also obscures the fact that there are fewer absentee count boards, a smaller denominator, which is affecting that percentage as well. But yeah, I just want the facts.
I will work to get us those facts for our next hearing. Thank you. We have a few cards left. We are nearing the end. Are you Ms. Fine?
I am Ms. Fine, and
Thank you.
I'm here to nominate Linda Lee Tarver as next Secretary of State.
So,
And
so hold on, please. Hold on. Let's get this done. Thank you. I know it's getting late. Thank you. I have Ms. Fine, and then on deck, Mr. Haynes, followed by Patty Kamagata. and then Eddie Kabasinski. So if you're on deck, please be ready. Go ahead, Ms. Fine, you have 3 minutes.
Thanks. I'm from Ingham County. I'm here today not to talk about COVO, but I want to give you something that's along the lines of what Dr. Tarver talked about, and that's following the process.
Were you at Cobo?
I was not.
Can I ask you to delay this to another time or to submit in writing? Because I'm
It'll
supposed,
take 1 second.
I know, but I've already disqualified other people who weren't
Well,
at
then I would be
Cobo.
disenfranchised, wouldn't I?
No, I give you time to report in another time or in another way.
It's just one thing. Yeah, I will. I'll give it to you. But it's just one thing, and that is Michigan Law 168.765, and that has to do with the privacy envelopes. I spoke to Ingham County, Meridian Township, and Clerk Barb Bybram, and was told that we didn't need privacy envelopes. We were told by the Michigan Election Commission that we didn't need them because there were municipalities who didn't have the money to buy them or print them. It's bunk, folks. You need to look at every aspect of what isn't being enforced. I sat in Meridian Township and saw people's ballots. They said, can I put this in? I don't have the brown envelope. Oh yeah, we'll take that. Subsequent to my affidavit of facts, I also spoke with Lansing City Clerk Chris Swope. I saw him at a function, and he said, oh yeah, we accept those all the time.
Okay.
So I'm just asking that you look at that.
Thank you.
Check out the COVID, and I'll give you this, but thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sure.
Perfect. Michael Haynes. I hope I'm reading your name correctly. I thought at one point it was Hayes, or...
No, it's not. I will stand corrected. My name is Michael Hayes, Hayes.
Okay, thank you.
If you're from the east side of the state, just like the street, right, Pete?
You got it. Hayes Road.
After Michael, it's Patty Kamagata, and then Eddie Kabasinski. You have 3 minutes, sir, please.
Okay. I don't know how much I could add that I haven't heard already that you guys have probably grown stale of, because I think you heard the same thing from a lot of people. I don't have much to offer, and the reason why I say that, I wasn't able to get into the ballot room for very long before I was actually forcibly removed. That's the only thing I have to just add to what's already been added at TCF on the morning of the 4th, okay? But I was there until 8:30, almost 9 o'clock p.m. on the 4th. But I will tell you a few things if you want to hear it and more as a judgment and add maybe to some of your thoughts, I will add. But as far as seeing fraud itself, I didn't see fraud. But I don't think I need any more examples that a dog wags its tail than what I witnessed in that day. A dog wags its tail. That means he's happy. Something happened there. You don't go into the amount of disclosure that what I witnessed in that whole day of my time, voluntarily, to know a dog wags its tail. So if that isn't a part of your discussion, that's fine. You have enough facts, there's been enough people. I was with the people in there. I seen the films that they recorded, 3:20 in the morning, 4:30 in the morning, just like you have. So I won't bore you with those facts. But I'll tell you what, I'm a lifelong resident of Michigan. I got 50-some years of experience here. I was born and raised in the city of Detroit. I seen its day come and go. Right now, the pride level of the city of Detroit and Wayne County was at its highest that I've seen in a very long time. Some of you up there are old enough to know what I'm talking about. Some of them you're not. I guess I'll just have to ask you to take my word for it. Okay? I think we all heard the saying, taking 1 step forward and 2 steps back. That's almost acceptable. It is. But what I witnessed in the day of November 4th, 2020 in Wayne County, pretty much Detroit did not take 2 steps back. It took 17 steps back. It was disgusting, sickening, nauseating, what I witnessed. Outside factors who had come in, and these are people that didn't take any part in trying to bring the city back to where it was, the greatest city in the world at one time. Nothing. All they did is they came in and tried to diminish it again.
30 seconds, sir.
I will add, the leadership of this state did again The only thing overwhelmingly discussing TCF was one comment, a divisional comment. It was racist. There was nothing racist there. There was only one race that I witnessed at TCF. That was a human race. That's all I need to add. I mean, I don't know if that is 1 minute or not.
Thank you.
So I don't know how much I can add to you. But guys, if you need more examples that a spade is a spade is a spade, I guess I might as well just start changing my zip code.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Any questions for Mr. Hayes? Thank you, sir. Thanks for your patience all day.
Thank you.
Patty Kamagata? Yes. Oh, it says you weren't at TCF. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you, Patty. Eddie Kabasinski. After him, Gordon Pennington. And then Angelique Johnson. Mr. Kabasinski?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good morning. Or afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. My name is Eddie Kabasinski. I am the only conservative on the Warren City Council. I represent District 5, which is the South Central Warren area. I worked as a poll challenger and was trained by Caitlin Vire and Macomb Trump Victory to work the primary and also on the day of the election. I worked at the Warren Schools Administration building, and I seen a lot of fraud, a lot of inconsistencies take place at that particular precinct. I was working at that precinct, which was sections 53 and 55, and I seen multiple inconsistencies. I reported these to the Macomb County Republican Party as well as Macomb Trump Victory. And, you know, I had the lawyers contacted and nothing took place as far as remedying the situation. Then the very next day after we had gotten done with the reception party at Mr. B's in Macomb County that evening, Mark Fortin, our chairman of the Macomb County Republican Party, a little bit shortly after 1 a.m. in the morning on 4 November, read the results, and we were waiting for the results to come in on congressional candidate Charles Langworthy, and for it to go over 50%. Then Mark Fortin got the results, and every candidate in Macomb County, with the exception of Macomb County Commissioner seat number 3, which is Nicole Kleinfelter, nobody ran against her. The individual that was running against her dropped out because he didn't have any money. But every Republican won. And then shortly after 3 o'clock in the morning, all the votes changed. There was this ballot done.
1 minute left.
So after I had gotten contacted by the Macomb County Republican Party, a mass text message was sent out. I did go to the TCF Center at Cobo Hall in Detroit, as well as Rob Cordes with the Trump Unity Bridge was down there. And we were trying to get in. I went to go and get one of the, I had showed my poll challenger identification from the previous day. And I said I was already trained as a poll challenger. I was waiting for with the rest of the group to get in. They had these people with hoodies on that were there forcing out the 2 poll challengers that were left inside of TCF, physically pushed them out the doors, and then had Detroit police block the doors and told us that we could no longer be there. This is at the time when we're knocking on the door and trying to get in. They put up the pizza boxes up on the windows, and we were not allowed in. Shortly after that, I got out of the TCF Center and seen Rob Cordes being arrested and the Trump Unity Bridge being impounded. I talked to one of the officers, the police officers that was there, And he said that the mayor Mayor Duggan basically had told them, not through James Craig, but to start arresting and detaining any Trump supporters that were down there in Detroit, that we were not allowed to be there.
Thank you. Thank you. Any additional questions? Is there any backing up evidence that Mayor Duggan said or did such a thing?
Well, I'm going by my word. I am honorably discharged from the United States
But
Army.
somebody told you
Yes.
that was what was said. So I'm just
Yes,
looking-
this is coming from a Detroit police officer that I had spoke to. I wanted to find out what was going on. I did identify to him that I was a councilman and a retired military law enforcement. I would like to find out what was exactly going on, because I did not want to be involved in a situation that would get any members from Macomb Trump Victory or Macomb County Republican Party in any further trouble after we seen Mr. Cordes being arrested and a Trump Unity Bridge being impounded.
Okay.
So that was my concern, was for the safety and the security of all of us that would be down there from Macomb County.
Thank you. I just wanted to know what the source was.
It was
for
a
that.
Detroit police officer, one of the Detroit police officers that wears the white traffic caps that is assigned specifically down to Detroit when you have events down there.
Okay. Thank you. I've seen no other questions. Thank you for taking the time and for waiting so long. I appreciate your patience.
Yes, sir.
Next, I have Gordon Pennington. After Mr. Pennington, I have Angelique Johnson. And then we have the few cards from folks who didn't come when I first called. Kurt Hausauer would be up then. Mr. Pennington.
Thank you,
welcome.
Mr. Chairman.
You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been a long day, and I think more details may not be as important as some summary observations. I was at the TCF Cobo Hall Center on both Tuesday, November 3rd, for almost 14 hours, a little more than 14 hours, and again Wednesday, November 4th, for nearly 12 hours. During that time, I witnessed in summary many of the things that have been detailed by those who have given eyewitness testimony here today. That eyewitness testimony, I would submit to you, qualifies as evidence. That evidence has to be adjudicated and looked at in the overall scope of what it is that this committee will eventually do in determining how deeply you'll investigate or look at some of the evidence that's been presented here. What I saw in summary as a person from the business community, I've seen many systems at work, and I work on strategy, and I work in a number of areas where you look at the whole end-to-end picture of how systems work. I would submit to you that this system could be fixed, and it wouldn't take much, but it would take a very assiduous level of detailed observation. One, the very provenance of the ballots themselves. The ballots themselves, if you were to send something, if you were to send me a gift from Amazon, you would and I would both probably have, through the UPS, FedEx, or whatever delivery system, a greater level of confidence in sending me a piece of candy than you would the ballot, which has been described by many people here today as a sacred privilege, a sacred duty, a sacred responsibility. I think we'd all agree with that. But what I observed at Cobo Hall was essentially, on the surface, if you didn't look deeply, you could see teams that were working together. They were rallied together by the supervisors at various periods. And what I observed there was essentially an attempt to create some esprit de corps there. And I would submit to you further that many of the people working there just wanted to do their jobs. What I haven't heard brought up here today was how they were either incentivized or remunerated or both. I'm told, and I have not been able to verify this for the Detroit Department of Elections yet, that most of these people are typically paid $250 per shift. Maybe you can verify that. I was told, however, at this election cycle, they were paid $600 per shift. It's typically an 8 to 10 or 12-hour shift, day shift and night shift, and that supervisors were paid $700. Why would Detroit be selected? And I'm told that one other Michigan city was selected for an enhancement of remuneration. That's interesting, to say the least. But I do believe that today, as we sit here, half the people in this constitutional republic, this great nation, feel disenfranchised and defrauded of this most sacred act of good faith in acting to sustain our democracy. either way this goes, 1/2 of the populace of this country is going to feel disenfranchised and defrauded. I think it's up to this body and other bodies like yours to have the will and determination to go deeper in at least looking at a standard, a modicum of best practices, and I think this could be easily done. I will submit my recommendations, which would include camera systems, which would be privately held. They would not disclose the nature of the vote. We all saw the ballots, but we're not disclosing which way people individually voted. That's a sacred trust. But secondly, I think you could also have a much better degree of sorting the provenance, just like I've said earlier. If you were to mail something to someone using one of the standard carriers today, you'd have more confidence in that than you would in your own ballot. That is an outrage, and that's something that is addressable.
Thank you. You have written down the suggestions?
I'm going to send you these suggestions, Senator McBroom, and I thank you for taking the time, but I challenge you to have the will, all of you, and I think this is a very, I think this is an equitable charge. I think across both parties, there's an equal interest in adjudicating this fairly. Nobody wants to see people feel that they've been disenfranchised and defrauded in this country today. And I believe we can do better. I believe we're not even close. If you were to bring a group of business people in, graduate students from a major university could hack this system easily. That was the thing that stood out to me most. This system is easily compromised, and it shouldn't be. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. After 7 hours of hearing testimony today, I think it was worth the hearing.
Well, thank you for your patience. Do any members have any questions before Mr. Pennington goes?
I just want to thank you for being patient, doing what you just did. There's not many that do this. Look at this today. But more importantly, those recommendations as through your eyes are different than from our eyes.
Yes, sir.
So
Senator Lucido, I am like others have said this before. I've taken my liberty for granted. I'm embarrassed and I'm ashamed. I've never fought in a foreign war. I'm not a veteran, but people have given everything for us to have this privilege. It is certainly, I know people have said these are fatiguing meetings, they're long days. No, they're not. This is worth it. Every minute of this is worth it. And I commit to you and to this committee to follow up and offer you suggestions that I think will be seen as equitable to either party. But this isn't over yet. I would submit to you and the American people that we have a constitutional process under law by which the media does not determine who our elected officials will be absent going through the process that is necessary. It's painful. It's gone on longer than it should. But we can do better, we must, and we must adjudicate this in a way that satisfies the demand of the American people that they trust, but we must verify.
Thank you for your inspiration. Thank you.
Is Angelique Johnson here? Welcome, Ms. Johnson. Is it Angelique or Angelique? Okay. I've only ever seen it spelled with a Q before,
I
so
know.
forgive me.
Just like in the Bible.
After Ms. Johnson, I have Kurt Hauschauer and Linda Brandis. Please, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. My name is Angelique Johnson. I'm a registered poll challenger and voter in Michigan. I was at the TCF Hall on November the 4th from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. I was called down to come and help out. I was told there wasn't enough representation for our side down there. And so I got up and went on down. I was credentialed and got in, and when I was in, the first thing that I saw after I was told what to do and what to look for, I worked at a table, the very first table, I saw a discrepancy, and at that time, I didn't have no one near me to talk to about it. I was supposed to go to the challenger at the table or the person that was leading the table, but I was still asking questions, and because the person wasn't near me, because we didn't have enough representation, I had 4 tables to observe, you know. I observed the young lady take the ballot out, pass it to the next lady. She scanned it in as I was supposed to stand by the machine, the video monitor to watch that process. And when she scanned it in, it wouldn't go. So then she tried again, or something happened, and she got her supervisor next to her, and the lady got up and went to another table and got one of the people in the shirts that was the supervisor. And she came back and told the young lady something, and the lady looked down in her book, and as I tried to walk over there to see, they told me to go back because I wasn't allowed to come that close to them, but to stand on the end where the monitor was. I would see everything there. And I could see her look in the book for the name that was on the screen. And I noticed that she found the name and she said, oh, or something like that. It was a discrepancy with this one, and they should have put that one out, and it's here too. So it seemed like it was two. I don't know, because I wasn't as close, so I'm just telling you what I heard. And the young lady said, well, send it through anyway. That's what she was told to do. So I didn't know if that's something I should have challenged, and I should have, but I didn't because I was still learning the process. And when I went to find my supervisor, he said it was too late to challenge it then. So that was one of the things that I did witness. I witnessed as I stayed there for a while and left out to go to lunch because our room was upstairs, and came back. It was a crowd of people there by that time. And when a crowd of people was there at that time, they wouldn't let them in. But I got in because I was already credentialed, so I just kind of slid around to the side and went back in. And then I noticed a guy said, everybody get out. So everybody had to leave. They put things, cardboard over the windows, and a couple of cops were there. So I noticed that. And I also saw a lawyer also being put out. I looked up and noticed people were cheering, and the lawyer was being put out, and they turned around and asked him, what are you leaving for? And he said, because I asked him what's the count in here because we had got information they couldn't let anyone else in. That was on our side to help. And I'm thinking, well, I want to leave, so, you know what, if I leave, can they, like, switch us out? And they's like, if you leave, you can't come back, and if you leave, they're not switching people out. So, you know, I left by 6 o'clock, and that's the things that I saw. All I could do is testify to what I saw and what I witnessed that day.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnson. Any questions from members? Yeah, Senator Tice, go ahead. You don't have to apologize.
When they said everybody leave, they didn't mean everybody. They meant some people, right? There were still people who were left in there. They weren't clearing the room.
When they said everybody leave, those were the people who had come to help relieve the workers who had been there the night before and into the next day. Those were the people who went upstairs where I were to get their credentials and everything, because you go upstairs, get trained, get your credentials, come downstairs and sign in the book. So it was a lot of them at the door. I got pictures. And those are the ones they wouldn't let in. They had some words. I came in and there was confusion going on right then and there. And all the TV cameras were taking videos of everything that was going on, because they really were yelling at each other. And they was like, we got the right to be in here. And the guy said, no, everybody leave. And that's all of the people who were at the front, who tried to get in to relieve the workers who were already there. Because I was told it was only 50 of us there. And I counted over 100 tables. And if it's supposed to be one Republican, one Democrat at each table to poll challenge, then that's why I had 4 tables to watch, you know.
So you were there at a pretty regular time, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. on November 4th, and you said you were told there were only 50 Republicans there at the time.
I didn't count, but that's what I was told when I got the phone call to come in.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you all, and may God bless you guys and bless this process.
The only cards I have remaining are people who were already called, and so they may or may not be here. Is Kurt Haussauer here? Is Linda Brandis here? Austin Kreutz. And Joe Farkas. And Maria Menzel-Brown. Sergeants, are there anybody coming? All right. Members, I really appreciate your attentiveness to everyone today, to the members of the public who wanted to testify. I'm very proud of our work that we've got all the way through all of the cards, which I was not sure we would do. I would like to, I believe I'd like to have this committee, if you feel it's all right, I'll send a formal letter from us to Mr. Harkins and ask him to come in. I think he could give us some of the answers that we discussed earlier. Anybody have anything to say about that, feelings on that?
I think that's a good idea.
Did I say the right name? Thomas. I'm sorry, Chris Thomas.
I think all of the information that was put together is imperative that we share that information with the people that are doing their jobs. I think our colleagues, both sides of the aisles, would agree that the information is necessary for improving the process, if not perfecting what we've learned we can do as far as legislators.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lucido. All right, seeing no further business before the committee, Vice Chair Lucido moves to adjourn. Hearing no objection,